Oh yeah, this is the game I was thinking of. I think little kids like this game. This is a game for little kids, like little. It's got Inspector Gadget balloon words. Ever notice how in Inspector Gadget the only person that ever knows what's going on or does anything that's actually, you know, positive or effective is Penny? The little girl with a book that's a laptop. And that this like super high-tech cyborg detective is a complete moron. Like he is so stupid that he's atrociously, abhorrently stupid. Good music, I'll give him that. So this is a world where everyone is a cartoon jet with eyeballs, and not like a cool looking jet, like a, I don't know, cereal box icon psychedelic jet. And wow, it's just terrible. I don't want to play this game. I remember playing it and being like, why? And I think my kids did like it. I think when they were really little, they actually liked this game briefly. And it'd be nice if they'd show a demo so that I don't actually have to play this game. It's probably not going to do that. I'm asking too much. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're not a jet with guns or missiles. You're a jet with a Acme punching boxing glove. Oh, God. Make it stop. You know what's really messed up, though, is if this game had good graphics, other than, you know, whatever it is supposed to be, it'd be great. Like some high-tech, like, R-type graphics and maybe some heavy metal music or something, then, yeah, this game would be extraordinary. It almost seems like it wanted to be a Fantasy Zone game or something. I don't know. Like this could have been so much better. They picked this like single color, nondescript, crappy looking cartoon plain graphics. Oh God. But yeah, just let me redraw every graphic in this game and it would immediately be a better game. Because it's not that the gameplay really is bad. It's just the artwork. The artwork is really, like, color book bad. Like, it has a real Euro Amiga feel to it. Look at that. Seriously. Why? Yeah, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this game. Ugh. Okay. Good. Okay, we're getting into some of the really good ones. I know I've showed some really good ones. But next up will be, my opinion, another must-own game for the Sega Genesis. Williams Arcade, let's see, Arcade Greatest Hits. And these are really solid interpretations of your favorite arcade games. Oh. All right. Now I like a lot of these arcade games from back in the day. You know, I mean, I played them at the end of the lines in shopping places and gas stations and laundromats and everywhere. They were everywhere. There were quarter munching arcade games everywhere. And so we'd play them. And then by the time You know, we played enough of them. The home versions were entertaining, but often kind of easily rejectable. Now, 30 plus years later, I can say that I actually like these games better than I did in the past. Like, they not just for nostalgia, I actually enjoy them. Now, yesterday I played this on the Atari XE, and I got to the 17th level, and it was the best joust I've ever done. And it was on the Atari. I have a 130 XE system. I really love it. The gray one, 8-bit home computer, and I have the cartridge of Joust. And I just dominated the game for a while, and it was so much fun. It was such a great game. It plays really good. This one plays really good too. You have more control over your buzzard or your whatever ostrich. Very tight control. Of course, as you look at all the different versions of Joust that have come out, you're going to see a pattern where you never really get the color until you start to get to these later 16-bit systems. The 2600, of course, was a single color. The eggs floated and didn't land. One of the first things I did yesterday when the dragon thing appeared was I killed it. Like, I had worked on learning how to do that. Now we've got the flames out. Love it. Totally love this game. I didn't like it so much back in the day. It was just like whatever. But I really love it now. I think this is one of the better, cooler games. I'd like to make my own version of this game. You know, I'm like that. Now that I know how to program with relative proficiency, and I have my own style. You develop your own style when you program, and I have a heavily graphics-oriented style of programming where my games I could make this for the 2600 and it will look better than the 2600 version of the game. So, now if you hit that guy right in the mouth in the perfect way, it will kill him. It's very difficult. But yeah, I just played this yesterday on the XE, like I said, and I just dominated the game. Now, most people think that you shouldn't call the game Joust because you're not jousting. You're actually bumping on things with your bird's rear end. So they comically call it bird ass, right? But you actually do joust. You run into their shield and they run into yours with your joust lance sticking out, and it repels you both. Jousting is actually something that does happen in the game. But, you know, the purpose of the game is not to joust. It's to dismount your opponent. I can't play this right now. Okay, there we go. Ah. Phew. Now, this is a great version of the game. Mainly because the control is really tight. The amount of air you gain when you flap your wings is enough to where you have very much tighter control than on other versions. I think it's meant to replicate the arcade level of control. Whereas on the XE, you're jetting through the air rapidly. Oh, you got me. Thy game is over. So yeah, amazing game, extremely good game. And look, after that, it does you a favor and takes you back to the menu. You don't have to, you know, get up and shake off and go over and reset the system or something just to pick a different game. Now, Sinistar is a great game. Robotron is excellent. All of these are very good games. And they're solid arcade interpretations. So you're getting... Now, I was heard somebody complaining about Defender for the 2600, how it was different than the arcade, and they didn't like it. I actually like Defender for the 2600 better than the arcade version of Defender. I like that it has the buildings. I just like it. It's a fun game. Shoot this guy. There we go. I'm running into stuff. It does the explosion like the arcade. By this time, though, people may or may not be tired of the game to where this isn't really... So this appealed to a certain group of people who, you know, maybe they got a Sega for their kids, and maybe they thought Altered Beast was too silly, and so they could get their games that they liked from their particular generation. Why not? And so yeah, you had a chance of... now this one's like... Where am I? Okay, I don't know how to control this. This was the prequel to Smash TV and Total Carnage. I don't know how to aim. Okay. Maybe that's how. So you can kind of see where games like Smash TV got their feel. Now, Smash TV on the Sega Genesis actually has two controller option, and with that, I have an arcade machine that has two joysticks hooked up. You can actually play Smash TV with two joysticks and no buttons, where your right joystick is firing in the direction you move it, and the left one is moving your character. Okay, that's, you hit the button and it just cycles through directions. Cool. And now this game has like a kind of a Quintesson head monster in it that comes out, like looks like the inspiration for the face of death on the Quintessons. And this was a popular arcade game. Like it had voices and pretty good graphics. This looks pretty much just like it. They got it. Yeah, there's the face being built. And it looks just like the face of death from the Quintesson, Five Faces of Darkness Quintessons, not the movie Quintessa, which is a piece of crap. Alright, I'm glad that's over with. Oh goodness, make it stop. Now, one complaint, if I'm going to complain, I don't know if you can watch demos of any of these games. I might be wrong, but I don't think you can. Let's see. Let's see if I don't think if I just sit here and don't press anything, it will do like a legit, you know, demo screen. An attract mode is what they used to call it. They didn't call it a demo screen. They called it attract mode because it was meant to get you to want to play the game. And you know, there we go. Oh yeah, an attract mode. Excellent. That makes it worth it. when you're a kid, you know, or whatever, back in the 80s, you'd walk up and you'd sit there and watch that game running for about 5 minutes before you start dumping quarters in it. And you could just see that how it was, and maybe get an idea if we're going to play it. And, you know, that we had so many unique and new things in the 80s, like Walkman and stuff. If you were to, I tell my kids this too, if you were to go, you know, if you were to tell people back then that in the future you'd have a device, you know, like a little tiny, you know, 2.5 inch by 5, you know, 6 inch long, 7 inch long, like a black mirror, you know, that's about a 3/4 of an inch thick or a 1/2 inch thick, and it was a phone, a video recorder. It could connect to a worldwide internet where you could send messages to anyone, anywhere, at any time. It can record video. It can play movies. You can shop online and shop things through the worldwide internet and have things brought right to you. It could give you directions and tell you with global positioning satellites where you can turn to go. And so we would have believed that that was actually impossible. You know, in our minds, there was no way to have something that small because there was no way to power it. So we didn't know, like, we were using big clunky D and C batteries and stuff, and it would last for a couple of hours. We had portable phones. If we ever saw someone with a cellular phone, we'd laugh at them like, "Oh God, you want to be tethered to that thing? He must be in business or something." They had a giant antenna on the top of their car and a phone that looked like you know, big blocky looking portable phone with a huge cord sticking out of the top of it. So there was nothing like a smartphone. You know what I mean? All of our TVs were these CRT TVs, and news was further apart. News was, you know, you had to wait 2 or 3 days to really get what was going on. We had catalogs in the mail. We had you know, stores all the time. We were going to the mall. We were going to Walmart and Kmart and you know, whatever store, Dillard's and Elder Beerman and Sears and Roebuck and stuff. We were going to stores all of the time, like sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. Everything was commerce and physical interaction. You know, so there was no internet. The closest thing to an internet would have been if you had a 8-bit computer and a phone line, and then you could use some of the precursors to what would become bulletin board services, like the most crude kind of text-based message app kind of things. You could download something, but downloading something as 128K would take, you know, an hour and a half or something. You know, it was really crude. And of course, that was the seeds planted that grew up into the world that we're in today. But today would be seen as the most gross excess of convenience that could ever exist, where you are literally carrying around a magic mirror that will do anything for you no matter what. And I don't have a smartphone, but my 11-year-old daughter has a smartphone, and she is attached to that device. She is constantly talking to her friends, watching YouTube videos. She draws artwork on it. She watches instructional videos. She does learns different languages on it. She finds out the weather. Everything. You are connected to everything through that tiny little device. I could totally see how the future of that device would be like an implant that is just projecting stuff on your own eyeballs. You know, like or whatever. It's putting images in your brain or something. The next thing is going to be hands off. You know, and it's just going to completely respond to your talking, to your own voice, and to your own, you know, commands and stuff. And you know, just imagine you don't have a smartphone anymore. You just say, "How do I get to this house?" And then right in front of you, an arrow on the ground appears, and you just start following that arrow on the ground. Or if someone calls you, their image appears right in front of you in space, and you're just talking to them, and they can see you and you can see them. You know, or if you just say, where's the cheapest car that I can buy? And it shows you a picture of the car and how much it costs, and you know, a map of where it is, how long it takes to ride there, and then it asks if you want to call an Uber to drive you there, all right, just floating in space in front of your face. You know, so I think we're like just steps away from that level of interactivity with the advancements of micro technology. You know, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's powered by, you know, our own biorhythmic electrical body. You know, like it's just like, it's going to be, like they say, mark of the beast, kind of grain of rice thing, and they put it in your body, and then you're just connected to the net through this micro electronic technology, nanotechnology or something. And so when we grew up, we used corded controllers hooked up to CRT televisions. We went places all the time. There were no avatarial presence. There was no avatar anywhere. You know, you met someone, then you had to go visit them where they lived, knock on their door, and, you know, run away from their dog and get growled at by their dad, and you had to smell their house and eat their food and you know, integrate with them. You had to be there all the time. It was never just an easy choice to avoid everything and just interact only through your little tiny magic mirror device that you carry around everywhere. So I don't have one of those. I do have a little tiny Android, you know, that I never use, that I virtually never use. It just sits there, and if I know I'm going to take an 8-mile walk somewhere, I'll take that Android and I'll be ready to start recording with it if something around me suspicious happens. And, you know, hey, maybe you'll find my corpse and there'll be a recording of the gang of teenagers that murdered me or something. I don't know. It's not hooked up to the world at all. It's not, you know, hooked up to some satellite service or something like that. Whereas my daughter, with her smartphone, at absolutely any time, you know, for whatever reason, if there's a suspicious thing going on, explosions, gunshots, people acting in a way that has to be dealt with, 20 people are all randomly ready to start recording it and putting it on the internet and solidifying it in the fabric of our history, and everyone will know, right? It is such a different world than when all of this stuff was going on. You know, this was all, you're digging around for games at Kmart, and this was $20, and there was another one that was $50. And you're like, oh, why not? It's got a whole bunch of arcade games on it. Okay, so now we're running out of loose games. I've got a couple stacks of loose games here. Got some reproductions, got some real games. Next up, I'll go ahead and show Exile for the Mega Drive. This is a legit Mega Drive game. This is not a reproduction. It has some kind of stuff a Japanese person put on there, possibly rental information or their own personal collection labeling. And it's a Mega Drive cartridge. Now this is Exile. It says in English, beginning and continue. I don't know if this will do a demo or what. Now, I think there are several versions of this game, but the two that I have experience with are this Mega Drive one, and then I owned it for the Turbo Duo, and it was the English version. I played and beat the Turbo Duo one back in the day, whatever, when I was a teenager. And this one just fails. It just fails in comparison. It's such a difference. It's almost night and day difference. The TurboGrafx CD version of the game, of course, because it's a CD, has animation and beautiful graphics and awesome cut scenes and orchestrated CD music and stuff. This one is very, very different. And they made a sequel. I think it's Exile 2 Wicked Phenomenon or something, and that came out as a rare release for the TurboGrafx CD. Now I've actually had 3 different of their Turbo Duo systems. I bought one back in the day when they were out from a catalog. It was a big store, and I think I had like $700 or $800 saved up, and I was looking through the catalog, and I was right there teetering on the fence with whether I was going to buy a Neo Geo and like one game, or buy something else. And I had, whatever, like a piece of paper and a notepad, and I wrote all of the different things I could get. And instead of getting a Neo Geo in one game, I ended up getting a Turbo Duo, a converter card to play Japanese Hue cards on the US system. I got Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition. I got a 6-button controller, and I got a whole bunch of other games. I ended up getting like, just a box full of stuff. And I very much enjoyed that system. I had a lot of fun with my Turbo Duo. I ended up selling it later on in life for whatever reason. Now this game you can't play really unless you can read kanji. And they came out with the US version of the game. Well, actually that's in English right there. So you can't really you can't talk to people. So, whatever. Who are you? Alright. Got some weird lines here. Maybe if I zoom in. Yeah, there we go. Now, is this a bad game? No, it's not a bad game at all. It does what it's supposed to. If you're playing this on some computer, like a PC-88 or whatever, MSX, whatever it may have come out for, this would probably be better. Now the Turbo Duo, it actually came with a whole bunch of games when you bought it. They really wanted people to be happy with that system. And I think they knew that one of their biggest mistakes when marketing to the US was including a distinctly Eastern flavor pack-in game with Keith Courage, which is basically like a mecha anime cartoon character from Japan that no one ever heard of him, no one knew anything about it, and I played the game and I tried to get into it. I even beat the game, but it was a crappy pack-in. So they remedied that with the Duo by giving you a massive stack of games. So if you bought a Turbo Duo, you got Ys Book 1 and 2 CD. You got a CD with Gates of Thunder, Bonk's Adventure, Bonk's Revenge, and Bomberman hidden on it. So a 4-game disc. And you got, I think, Ninja Spirit as a Hue card, if I remember correctly. So yeah, so that's how much you got just buying that system. You got that many games. So you didn't need to buy anything else if you bought that system. You had a great role-playing game. You had the really great, like the best side-scrolling games. The system's mascot was on there with Bonk. Gates of Thunder was an incredible shooter, and Ninja Spirit was an arcade game that was really super good. I beat Ninja Spirit. I totally loved it. I beat Ys Book 1 and 2. I beat Ninja Spirit. Never beat Gates of Thunder. I beat Bonk's Adventure. Never beat Bonk's Revenge. And I played Bomberman and loved it. So I got so much gameplay out of that. I already had TurboGrafx 16 games, so I played those. And I had I had Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition and a 6-button pad. So I was playing that on it. Then when I got older, got married, started having kids, I ended up wanting to get one again. So that time I got another Turbo Duo and ended up crapping out on me. Okay, now I've gotten out of the town. You have to get 2 guys to join you. This is the US version of the game. I went ahead and did this so that I could show what it's like to get out of this place. Definitely has kind of a slight Phantasy Star feel to it. You got your little group of people. Now here's the side-scrolling part. You're killing massive ants. Of course, as you progress, you get much better weapons and shields and stuff. It has a role-playing aspect to it. Now, it's one of those games where it looks good, but the sum of its parts really doesn't make it a great game. Like, the side-scrolling is okay. Until you really start getting stronger weapons, it's not really, it's okay. And then the above-head view stuff is pretty good. This is not how the PC Engine game is. Okay, got attacked by giant bugs. Pretty good artwork, and it's got boss fights and stuff. It's a good game. I don't know if I have. Oops, crap. I'm trying to press continue here. Let me see. I'll actually reset. There we go. I don't know if I have a save on here. I might. Yeah, no file. Okay, so that's basically Exile. It gets more exciting as you get into it. Pretty good game. Of course, it was dwarfed by the incredible PC Engine TurboGrafx CD version of the game. Okay, let's see here. Now, next up, I'm going to show a homebrew kind of game I bought that was sold as a cartridge. Nice, heavy, high-quality one. It's back when Wreck-It Ralph came out. They made an arcade game of it, so you could actually play the game Wreck-It Ralph. And I think the Sega Genesis one's like the best one. It's really super good. Pretty fun game. It's arcade style. And this is Fix-It Felix Jr., which was the name of the game in the movie Wreck-It Ralph. And it says Tobikomi Corporation, 1981-1982. I don't think there's a demo. That would be good. So you didn't just have this constantly, incessantly repeating screen. So let's go. There we go. Niceland, which is one letter away from Iceland. All these Nicelanders going here. The Nicelandic community. Let's go voice sample. I'm gonna wreck it. Oh. That's the game. You just fix them with your hammer, which pretty sure beating on windows with hammers doesn't fix them. Okay, but this is a special magical golden hammer that can repair shattered glass. There you go. Now I had this in my Sega Genesis arcade cabinet, so I effectively had Fix-It Felix Jr. as an arcade game where you could stand up and play it with a controller and arcade buttons. I'd show my arcade off, but right now there's the room is being used for some storage. When my son moved out, he couldn't take everything with him, and my wife put a whole bunch of stuff in there too, so most of my arcade cabinets are kind of off limits. They can't be reached right now. Pretty easygoing arcade game. It's fun. Gets harder as it goes. Alright, so that's Fix-It Felix Jr. Alright. Now I do have this game, Divine Ceiling. And this is a adult game where it's a shooter, and you save these princess captives or whatever, and it gets more and more adult as you save them. So I can't really show this game on YouTube. I think it's got kind of, you know, nudity or something like that. So just suffice to say, that's a game I own. Really good. Look up Divine Ceiling. Get it if you can. Super good game. Love it. I also have a, I think this is a Mahjong, possibly dating game that I also probably can't show, with girls all over the place in it. I have a couple games three games here that I'm not going to show. Fun and Games, which is like an assortment of games for kids with some kind of like educational. It also has music and I think like color book activities. I have Art Alive, which was at one time EB's game, whoever that is, which is an excellent, it's like an animation studio with music and stuff. This is really fun. I loved this back in the day. It was Sega's answer to Mario Paint, and it wasn't, maybe not as good as Mario Paint, but it's still really fun. And then the Wacky Worlds Creation Studio, and this has a really cool music creation where you can change music and stuff, and it has all kinds of activities. My kids used to play this constantly. Like, this was the game that everyone played when they were really little. They wanted to play Wacky Worlds. I could put this on the arcade machine and they'd stand up on a little turned around chair, and they would just play this for a long time. They'd play it for like an hour, you know. They love this game. This is a great kids game. Okay. So those three I'm kind of skipping over. And the adult-oriented games, which I don't want to get people pissed off or whatever for playing that. Okay. So next up we have Thunder Force 3, the Mega Drive game from Technosoft. And this is a real Mega Drive game. Now, the Thunder Force games were incredible. Sega always did them better. Like, they did one that was like, I don't know, Lightning Force or Lightning something for the Super Nintendo, and it was essentially just Thunder Force 2, I think. Maybe this game, Thunder Force 3. for the Super Nintendo. Didn't play as good, didn't really look as good. So these were very good Sega Genesis shoot-'em-ups. Huge, incredibly detailed boss battles, tons of power-ups. But yeah, once I get my 14 megahertz system going, I'll probably do a video comparing the performance of the normal speed of the system, like 7.6 megahertz, to the 14 megahertz. Because wherever there's slowdown, like one great example is in Sonic. When you play Sonic and you have like 50 rings or more, and then you get hit, and there's a brief slowdown as the rings go cascading everywhere, with 14 megahertz mode, there is no slowdown. In Viewpoint, when there's slight slowdown as there are lots of objects on the screen and things are scrolling from the bottom of the screen and the top all at the same time, no slowdown. Any flight simulator with 3D graphics, golf game that does 3D graphics, it performs considerably faster and smoother, sometimes making the games more playable. Pseudo-scrollers perform more smoothly and look better. Like they seem to have a higher frame rate and they just look better, like Hang On and other games like that. Now sometimes a game will have some problems. It's like the Z80 is handling the music and it doesn't like that you're using the 14 megahertz mode of the processor. But it's in all Model 1 Segas, as far as I know, is like a 14 megahertz mode. Now it's near one of the pins to the cartridge port, and so I think they had it there for programmers, but it was never used. So they could have made games that would have started out and switched the processor into 14 megahertz mode. And I don't know why they wouldn't have done that. It's the same thing like why didn't they put a scalar chip in the Genesis? Yes, it would have been slightly more expensive, but they could have done more accurate, almost identical arcade reproductions of all of their super scalar games. Like Afterburner, Outrun, Galaxy Force, Hang On, Space Harrier. Those all could have had like near perfect arcade versions of the games because the amount of memory, it's about ROM space. If you have to draw every phase of a graphic so that as it's depicted it's moving towards you, that's very costly in ROM space, and so you can't have as many different varieties of graphics. And that's what the problem was with all of them, all the super scalars, especially like Galaxy Force 2, where the arcade game had gigantic sprites and tons of different varieties of sprites. Now with a scaling chip, that would have made it so they would have only needed one graphic instead of lots of different distances of the graphic, as many as they can fit. They could just have one image of that graphic and then have the chip scale it from the distance into the foreground to what would be perceived as the foreground. And so, yes, it would have cost them slightly more in the long run, but it would have given much higher quality, better scaling chip games. Now the Sega CD does have a scaling chip, but they did not bring out newer, better versions of those games, and they could have. They could have brought out a Sega CD version of Outrun, and it could have had CD quality music and used scaling and have had all the missing graphics and the larger graphics. A good example of the scaling chip in use is in the driving part of Batman Returns, which is extraordinary. It's like you can really see how the scaling chip would have benefited the Sega Genesis system. And I have to believe that the Sega CD never saw its full potential. It was bogged down by crappy FMV games, which seemed to be popular at the time, but were really, really crappy. And it just didn't get its fair shake. Because when the 32X came out, 32X CD games could have been amazing 32-bit CD video games with texture map polygons or you know, all of the scaling. They could have had all the super scalers. That would have been a great idea. You know, just really bad ideas all around. Sega seems to, you know, make the best gun just so they can shoot themselves in the foot with it. So yeah, excellent video game. Great bosses, amazing graphics. Gotta play it. Must own Sega CD game. I say that a lot, or Sega Genesis game, I mean. This is the Mega Drive version, pretty much identical. I don't think there's any difference between this and the US version of the game. Okay. Next up will be Fire Shark. And this is a reproduction of a, like a, I don't know, prop plane shooter. Kind of like Raiden, some of those other top-down shooters. So you can see it's got a blank sticker. This is cheaper, thinner plastic reproduction cart. A die drop ROM. Cheap, 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 cheap. So you can even see how this looks a lot like Raiden. Really excellent top-down shooter. By Toaplan. Almost looked like a Wolf Team lightning bolt. This would be the world if Nikola Tesla had more influence. Like, oh yeah, we can have a plane with laser weapons and death rays coming out. Like, you know, there's an alternate universe where Tesla wasn't as nice and actually got a foothold, and he didn't go through J.P. Morgan, that monster. And we have wireless electrical devices and free electricity, and everybody's flying around in, you know, cars that look like hover shavers, and everyone has free electricity. Imagine the world with free electricity. Free electricity. What that would be like if you weren't paying someone for that. That's what Tesla was doing. And for all of the things he invented, you know, he was just, you know, had a profound, otherworldly level of knowledge of the way things work, you know, and especially with energy and electricity, vibration and frequency. But the story has it that J.P. Morgan was funding the creation of this wireless electricity, and that it was demonstrated to him by Tesla. He funded Tesla making the device. Tesla showed him the device in action, and then he asked Tesla, "Where do I put the meter?" And he said, "There is no meter." And so then he distanced himself, and it never became anything. Because it would have been free. It would have been free electricity for everyone. And he was showing how you could just tap into the electricity that's already there. That there's already an electrical field all over everything, and that you can just tap right into it. It makes sense. I mean, it makes perfect sense. You know, you rub a balloon on your head, and you just made electricity. The electricity was already there waiting to happen. You're charging up ions or whatever. You're charging up the space in between your head and the balloon with static electricity. That's electricity. You rub your foot on a carpet and you stick your finger next to someone and it zaps them with electricity. And then he invented the hydroelectric dam on Niagara, which powered this huge, almost like a precursor to the Consumer Electronic shows. And it was like the most lit up place that ever existed in the world at that time with electricity. And it was like a science fiction world coming to life. And he was the core component. And he died penniless and alone, married to a pigeon. Okay, like the poor guy. It's like they give you the best stuff. I mean, if anything, he's proof that the world itself is utterly reprehensibly goddamned. You know, you get somebody that is ready to change the world and upgrade it in a way that it will be a futuristic utopian paradise, and he ends up penniless, broke, friendless, alone, sick, and lost. And you know, it's like, it really is, it's like God is giving you the greatest gift you could possibly get, and you, like any spoiled, rotten kid, you play with it once and then throw it in the garbage and forget you ever got it, right? You know, it's just, it really is very much like that. It's sad. Okay, next up, The Misadventures of Flink. I don't know if this was ever actually released for the system. This is a reproduction cartridge of a ROM that might have been fished up later. We'll see. Now this game had incredible animation and really great music. I think there may have been a CD version of it made with better music. It says 1994 by Psygnosis, and that guy looks like Gargamel from the Smurfs. Really, really great video. Look at the graphics on this video game. Just like with Alien Soldier, this looks almost like a Neo Geo game. It has that kind of level of artistic presence. But I don't think this game, I might be wrong, but I don't think it was ever actually released. Maybe it was never a cartridge. But it is a magnificent video game. Like, if you're into these kind of games, it kind of has a you know, Amiga feel to it. It had, like if you could imagine, like towards the end of the Amiga's run with the A1200 and the CD32 kind of games they would have been coming out with, the AGA chipset, higher color games, and just look at the graphics. You can see the prizes that the merchants are carrying, or the little thieves are carrying in their backpacks. Nothing is square. Everything is naturally and curvy and artistic. The music's beautiful. I played this for a while, and it's an extremely good video game. It's sad that this was towards the end of the Sega's run. I'm pretty sure the last games were maybe between 95 and... I think they might have come out with something after 95, but I think most of the last games were in 95. and 96, maybe 97 at the very latest. I could be wrong about that, but I think around 1995, the Genesis was on its last legs, and there were so many other things coming out. 32-bit stuff was starting to be recognized. I don't have, I'm not looking at any information right now. That's just based on the dates that I'm seeing on the cartridges and stuff. And I think someone is actually today making Metal Slug for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. And it's weird, the names. Mega Drive would be like Omega, which is end, and it would be implying that it's the last drive that you need. It's like an answer to your media needs. You're going to have CD music, and you're going to have cartridges, and it's like this cartridge data port kind of system. Well, Genesis implies the beginning. So in the rest of the world, the system was marketed like it was the last system you would need. Whereas in our country, it was marketed as though it was the very beginning of a video game that was the way things would be. And I think the angle here was that it was the beginning because now arcade games were now right there in front of you, and so it was where we finally met or exceeded the quality that you could only achieve outside. So it was the beginning of that. Whereas in the other countries, it was saying, you've already seen all of this other stuff, and this is the last thing you're going to need. It's the final way that things are going to be. And so, very opposite approaches. And the Mega Drive wasn't as popular in Japan as it was as the Sega Genesis here. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure here it was significantly more popular. And any place where Nintendo didn't have a stranglehold, Sega got in there. And so the Master System was very, very popular in places like South America and Brazil. And, it had a presence. Nintendo didn't have as strong of a presence in the UK or in Brazil, in certain places. China was just, kind of knocking everything off at the time. Russia knocked stuff off. They had knockoff versions of systems, and they had to import and pirate games to get them into their country. So Nintendo was both smart and stingy. But yeah, I've recently heard, bad things about Sega, though. I never realized it, but they said that some of the workers for Sega were treated almost like slaves, or they were even almost like they were tortured and stuff. So I don't know if any of that's true. And I wouldn't think that's how it is with the U.S. division. When Tom Kalinske came in and he had, worked with toys, with Barbie and stuff like that, and helped to revitalize those. He was responsible, along with a Japanese team, of bringing Sonic here and creating it in America. Sonic is an American-born mascot, and it was one of the only, maybe the first and only game that actually was released here first on what I think was like Sonic Tuesday or something like that. It was a pretty big deal. Okay, everybody knows this stuff. I'm just reminiscing. Now this next one, this is a game that was made by fans. It's called King of Fighters 98 or something like that. Dream Match Never Ends. And I think someone made this using maybe the Power Rangers fighting game engine or something. This was like a different game, but somebody remade all the graphics. I might be wrong. We'll see. Yeah, this is Power Rangers music. So if you wonder what game they used to make this, you shouldn't have to question beyond the first 15 seconds of the game. There we go. So we got Terry Bogard of S&K fame. I guess Terry Bogard was originally designed to be a Street Fighter character, and he didn't make the cut. And so later on, the creators that made him were working for S&K, and so he was part of the Fatal Fury and King of Fighters storyline. And he's got his stupidest move of all time, where you flip over, spin your arms in a circle while kicking your feet like you're riding a bicycle while going upside down but ascending on this. It doesn't make any sense. We got Ryu and Ryo and all kinds of other characters here. And I think the one bad thing about this game, I'm sure there are a lot of bad things about it, but one bad thing about it is the source material didn't really play that good. So, you know, the Power Rangers fighting game was okay. So you're not really going to get much better gameplay than what was, you know, the Power Rangers. But somebody redrew all of the graphics in this game. Every bit of it. I don't think there's anything left in this from the Power Rangers game that was the source other than the music. Pitiful. Wow. So I just spammed Sonic Boom Hadokens on her until she died. It took forever. That was ridiculous. His name is Tree. I'm up against Tree. Yeah. Wow, you want some cheap. This computer is just spam the block button. Wow. I think you can only throw the projectiles if you're distanced. Come on. I'm trying to get that kick out. Oh, goodness. Holy crap. Seriously. Alright, it plays. If you like a two-button fighting game where your back is not blocked. Okay, I did a thing. Okay, that was painful. Literally and figuratively painful. Okay, let's see here. Next up is Battle Mania. And this is a reproduction of one of my favorite games. The cartridge is chipped a little bit from how cheap the plastic is on this reproduction. But, wait a minute. Actually, this might not... Well, yeah, I think it is a reproduction. The cartridge actually looks like a real one. I don't know. This game's so good. It came here as troubleshooters, and It's a must-have. I think it's just like, it's so good. And only on Mega Drive, Sega Genesis and Mega Drive. Liberty Chaser. There's a giant, like, devil foot stomping on you. Look at the graphics. Lots of parallax, crazy looking shooters. It's a cute 'em up, and it's got a Forgotten Worlds kind of feel to it, but it's cute anime girls, upgradable weapons, lots of different weapons to choose from. Let's see here. I'll actually give it a play. I think in options, look at this. The BGM is depicted as an actual band of the character. So, see that? So all of all the beat is down here at the bottom, and each instrument is being depicted by one of the characters playing it. So the girl singing is the higher notes. You can see the drum going. And she actually is playing the drums. Like if you look at her arm motions and stuff, she is playing the drums to the beat. You got the guitarist, drummer, singer. Look at the drummer. She's going. She's kicking. I love it. And it's got one-way, two-way, and eight-way directions. Keep, shot, and flip controls. Oh no, I meant to pick the yellow one. Oh. See that shadow of her? That's actually a dark clone of her. And you know, at first you think, oh cool, it's a reflection effect, right? But once you get at the top, that shadow reflection breaks through the glass and attacks you. See here? And there's your partner. Now the US version is really, really good. Pretty much the same exact game, only in English. And there's a sequel. It's got her on the computer, and it looks like a 68,000, like one of those X 68,000 systems with a 5 1/4 drive in the front, line down the center. They're sitting on the floor, typical Japanese style. Amazingly good video game. Now you got your buddy, and she can change forward or backwards. Pretty sure when she gets hit, she goes, shit! There's some potty mouth in this game, in text and in audio sample. This guy's funny. Oh no. I very much enjoy this game. Oh, he got me. So yeah, super, super great game. Okay. Okay, next up we're going to show the Mega Drive version of Landstalker. Super good game, love it. And you know, you got to get the US version. I love the fairies and the little bat girls and stuff in this game. They're super cute. So 92, this was a, you know, right there alongside the Super Famicom, Super Nintendo games coming out. And so Sega really needed to bring out their A game. And I think they did with this game. This game is, it's exceptional. Really, really great. I'm not seeing a demo. Okay. Oh yeah, I've got save games on here. Oh boy, loads of save games. Goodness, I wouldn't even know where to start. These are original. These are the original save games when Japanese users played this game. So look at that. Hit points 36 out of 75, 18, 18. This one 9 out of 21. This is closer to the beginning of the game. I'll pick that. This is working save game. Now, I don't know if people consider this appropriate, but because I own the Japanese Mega Drive version of this game, have no problem at all downloading the ROM and emulating this game. I feel like I should be able to download the world or US version of the game and play it. Now, I know they're not exactly the same game, but I kind of feel like I'm entitled to that, to coin a phrase. So if someone says, oh, you shouldn't download ROMs or whatever, and whatever, however you want to look at it, I really don't care either way. I'm not judging you. Go ahead, download every ROM and play them. If someone were to question whether it was okay to or not, I would say if you have the Japanese or European version of a game, but you're in the US, you have a US system, go ahead, download the US version of the game, because you do technically own the game. Now, this is in a town, so it's not much action going on, but he does have a jump and sword move. And this is isometric, really good music. So yeah, let's look at the US version of the game. So the US version of the game is Treasure of King Noel. You can see that it's 93 instead of 92. Slightly different Sega font, but it's still in English, says push start button, pretty much identical. And you can start a new game. Maybe not. Now this uses a save file on an EverDrive. So if you have a cartridge with a battery backup, then it will likely work better than this. So I might not actually be able to start a new game on this because certain games that use battery backup won't work. Yeah. I don't think this is going to work. Nope. Okay, I'm going to have to skip that. To get it to work, I'll have to use either my HD system or my some kind of emulator or something I don't feel like setting up right now. So next up will be Shining Force, The Legacy of Great Intention. This is the Mega Drive version of the game. But I'm going to go ahead and just show the US version of it so it's easier to understand what's going on. Shining Force is one of the best strategy RPG games pretty much ever. It has excellent graphics, animation, a really cool storyline, and really lovable, unique, attractive characters. It's a very magnetic game, and I think that it's a great game for people who maybe they have never played a strategy game before, or the strategy games they've played were more like little or no graphics. There are a lot of games like that, strategy games where there's just almost no graphics to it. It's like almost like pieces in a board game and kind of a low color map setting. And then Shining Force is just really laboriously rewarding with so much animation and graphics and storyline. It's as close to a role-playing game that a strategy game can get. And they have several Shining Force games on the 16-bit and 8-bit systems. They have a guide-in for the Game Gear, and Shining Force 1 and 2, and Shining in the Darkness. But this is the first one. And it's just an all-around excellent video game. I think there's a demo, but I don't know. I'm going to see if there's a demo and a tracked mode for this game. Okay, it looks like there is not. Okay. Super cute. Like elf-eared girl looking through a book here. Now there could be a save on here. I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, it's starting from the very beginning. So I'll just say, why not? Go by my nickname from my youth. Everybody who knows me now calls me Papa. So that's... But my mom called me either Jay or Bubby because I was Leo's brother. Okay, so yeah, you wake up and there's your friend. So as you can see, it's got a lot of story, and you're thrown into it pretty much right away. What's the youngster like you doing moping around? Go out and fight evil. So, beautiful characters. Very immersive role-playing with strategy. I like that you can speed up the font as it's printing. Some games make you kind of suffer through that, but wait a minute. There's how she's mage, archer, just adorable, lovable characters. You know, and I don't say this lightly, this game is as good or better than anything on the Super Nintendo. So I firmly believe that Sega was as good or better, and that you weren't missing out on much if you didn't get your Super Nintendo, if you just got your Sega. This is a training ground. I don't really remember where to go. Oh, 100 coins. Wow, don't empty out the bank on me there, King. What am I going to get? A hotel and a hooker? 100 bucks. Now I'm going to save your kingdom for 100 bucks. Yeah. It's pitiful. Evil witch in the basement. But yeah, the game is as much a role-playing game as it is a strategy game, and the strategy is really good. I'm trying to get to the game. They also have a Sega CD version of it, and I think Shining Force CD is actually a remake of Gaiden, of the two different Game Gear games of it, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not the same game. It's, in case you didn't get a Game Gear. Now, people were complaining about the Game Gear. And how it drank batteries so fast, right? And it sucked. But they did have an AC adapter for the system. So if you were at home, you could like sit on the couch and then plug the thing in. It wasn't that you were so limited by the lack of battery life for the system. And also people brought extra batteries, you know. When I had a Game Gear, I would just take, you know, a pocket full of batteries, and once they started running out, I would just, you know, use the batteries, use them up. We had rechargeable batteries. They weren't that great, but we did have rechargeable batteries back then. So, yeah, the battery life was not good. It was a problem, but it wasn't like, it didn't really ruin the system. And it was really big. Like, the system was really big and lunky and kind of prohibitive. But with the proper AC adapter, and maybe they had cigarette lighter adapters where you could plug things in. There were ways around it. It's not like you were stuck with dead batteries and you're not able to play. Crap, they said it was in the castle. I don't remember. So I'm going to get in a battle and then I'll show that. Okay, so we're getting ready to do a battle. And we have some goblins. Right before the battle, there's a terrible earthquake. Here's your battle scenes. And you can see where most of the game is these little kind of transitional battle scenes where you're slugging it out and you can see I can hit 2 of them at once with this blaze attack. I look like, yeah, she can only hit 1 at a time though. And so he's gone. Now they're going to start attacking. And I've got my guy right next to her so I can heal her at any time. And you start going up levels pretty quick. So just imagine this times about 1,000. There are so many different bad guys. And he took that guy out in 1 hit. So he's a tough one. $12 coins, so you get money. Oh, okay, I see there's some lines going through the screen. Don't want anybody getting killed off in this first battle. He took a chunk out of me. Now I'm going to take that dark dwarf out. Oh, he's going to attack Luke. Okay. So he got a couple of moves there. I remember my brother beat this game when I bought it for the Sega Genesis. He totally loved it and played the crap out of it. I think I eventually beat the game as an adult. 25 coins. See if I can't get a better look here. Was that everyone? Who's left? Oh yeah, this guy. It's a pretty fast-paced strategy game, and it's fun. So I like taking them out with magic, so this will be over quick. Oh, not enough MP actually. Okay, item. Let's see. No? Well, let's see if I don't remember. I don't think she has a normal attack. So I guess I'll give them the arrows. There we go. And that's it. That's the battle. So now your castle's under attack. You have to go back and attack a whole bunch more bad guys. Great video game. Next up, we'll play a little bit of Shining in the Darkness. This is the Mega Drive version, but I'll go ahead and play the US version just so you can read it and know what's going on. Starts you right out talking to the king. And you can already see very similar artwork. The white bearded guy looks just like the first guy you see in Shining Force. We have an above head world map. And look at this, like just a scrolling armor, alchemist, tavern. All the people to talk to. This is a little cartoonier game. I don't remember if you can actually go right into battle. I think you have to do a whole bunch of stuff first. There we go. Okay, yeah, I don't think I can leave until I go through here. And now we have the dungeon, 3D dungeon, and there's some bad guys. And so yeah, this is a cartoony kind of game. This is a lot like the original Phantasy Star with the dungeon crawling aspects. Pretty cartoony, cute looking graphics. I don't have any spells. I don't think I have any items. Don't have any healing stuff, so I'll probably die in this first battle. Okay, finally. Stand victorious, but I got 4 hit points left, so yeah, I'm in trouble. Yeah. So, okay. Type of game you're looking at here. I don't think I have any items, no. Yeah, pretty good game if you want to get into it. It's not Shining Force. It's not Shining Force 2. It's its own game, but it's like it's in the universe of Shining Force. Okay. I do have this Mega Drive like dragon game. I think it's either Mahjong or Taipei. I'll be skipping over that one. And now I'm going to start going through my unlicensed Sega Genesis Mega Drive games that were usually Electronic Arts titles. Some of them were really great games and sought after. Other ones maybe not so. And so yeah, we'll go ahead and start with one of them that had a lot of promise, but I don't know, I kind of, Well, okay, if you're willing to put a lot of time and effort into it, it's actually a really exciting game. But by default, the tables it comes with really aren't that great, and that is Electronic Arts Virtual Pinball. All right, and there's no Sega license thing on here. They figured out how to circumvent any kind of security, did these neat little yellow tab extended cartridges. Now, the reason I say if you're willing to put time into it is because it has a table creation mode where you can make your own pinball tables. And it has lots of different preset styles, like there's like gore and jibs and like techno. Here's an example. There we go. You know, the graphics aren't bad. Here's another style, like a cards, billiard, pool table kind of style game. Well, it looks like bowling, that's what it is. Now I think, you know, my one complaint is that it lacks the, like, kind of enticing thematic background graphics and stuff. It's more just like the bumpers and the style and the colors match a certain theme, but the backgrounds are absent. So you get kind of these solid color, like that one is Blueprint. So this is Blueprint mode, where everything is like that. Look at that. All flippers. And this is to show, you know, how far you can go with the creation mode. You could just make a room of nothing but flippers. I like the demo mode. It's saving me a lot of trouble here. But a lot of the Electronic Arts unlicensed Sega games were extremely good. They were ones where you really have to get them. So I'll be going through many of those. Next we'll get one out of the way. NHL 94. Oh, forgot my light. There we go. There's that iconic bass. Now, Electronic Arts did so well in the late 80s, early 90s in their 16-bit computer games and their 16-bit console games that they were one of the main providers of software for Trip Hawkins and his 3DO system. It was essentially an Electronic Arts system, and they had Creative Dynamics, I think, and they did Gex, and I think that was just a, you know, subdivision of Electronic Arts. It was basically an Electronic Arts system. As much as Philips had tried to license outside for their CDI, the first wave of 3DO games were mostly Electronic Arts. They had Road Rash and Need for Speed, a lot of games. Gex was an excellent video game, so if you really did get the 3DO, even though the 3DO was supposed to be like this, you know, futuristic answer for everything, you know. Now, to think about that, when Sony went with the PlayStation and they didn't go with Nintendo, made it on their own, that was actually, not only was it a really good idea, but it started that wave where it kind of divided what the video game companies really were. Nintendo was like the video game version of Disney, where they protected their IP and they tried to dominate just through the games. They didn't want to be your CD player or your DVD player or your hardware answer for everything. They were your video game IP, Disney, or like Disney was cartoon. They had Mario and they had Donkey Kong and Kirby, all these other characters that were uniquely Nintendo. Okay, Sega had their own company with their own IP and that was more arcade oriented. So they were your arcade and Sega IP, and they had their own hardware. So you could get a good CD player if you got your Sega CD. But what Sony was doing was meant to be like your home media answer for everything. Now the PlayStation here, it may not have been people's first CD player, but it was a solid CD player with RCA out. You could hook it up to a stereo. But in other countries, especially in the Eastern world, there was an add-on for your original PlayStation that allowed it to play VCDs, which was in between VHS and DVDs. It didn't have a strong presence in our country. So it really was your first video player, audio player, and video game machine in your house. You could have a PlayStation And that's all you needed, because you could play your CD music through it. Had a pretty cool demo screen. You could play your videos, VCDs, and watch movies with it, or you could play video games with it. So yeah, it was, I don't know how to play this at all. I thought there was a way to play this game. I like setting it up so the computer is fighting against itself. But I don't remember. And I don't know how to play this. But yeah, good graphics, cool sound effects. It's soccer on ice skates on a sheet of ice with sticks. And instead of a soccer ball, it's a little hard rubberized puck. And there's fist fighting. So yeah. I think I just flung the puck into the audience. Yeah, I really have no idea at all how to play this. I'll have to get into it one day. But if you listen to what I was saying earlier, I have a negative experience because of the NHL hockey games. So yeah, it's cool. It works. It looks good. If you like hockey, it's cool. And you know, it was EA Sports, right? Well, this was the beginnings of that, their domination of the sport game market. Next will be one of my sons, both my sons' favorite games on the system. One of their favorite games is Populous, which is one of the first God games where you're playing as some kind of deity of creation that can manipulate things from on high, right? Here's an example of the gameplay. You see that land appears, and then you go and raise and lower the land to enable your tribe to build houses and then communities, which then become castles. And then castles can create knights, which can defend your icon that represents that specific deity. Your enemies have an icon that represents their deity. Now my sons just ruled this game. They beat it. They beat it like it had it coming, seriously. I watched my older son play this game once, and long ago, and he had just endless castles over the whole thing, and then just went and annihilated the enemy. Then I watched my younger son playing it, and he did basically the same thing. He utterly destroyed the enemy in this game, and it's fun. It's a really fun game. You just raise and lower land, and you can control things. You have all kinds of, you can cause everyone to rally. You can again send out a knight. You can lead them to battle. There's volcanoes, floods. This explains how to play it, so in case you don't have a instruction manual, it'll show you what to do. All around, it's a really good game. It's fun. I think this was on the Amiga and the Atari ST, if I remember correctly. I think it may have had a IBM PC representation. I'm not 100% sure about that. And you know, like what I said earlier, my opinion about it is that this is the best version of the game because it's fast and good, and there's no loading times. It's got all of the effects and graphics and everything. It's a good resolution. Now the Sega Genesis resolution is 320 by 224 unless they use a lower resolution mode for certain games. And that is higher resolution. I think it's like, I don't know, 280 something by 190 on the Super Nintendo. It's generally a lower resolution system. Of course, the Sega Genesis has a 512 color palette and can display 64 colors. And the way it does that, now that I program stuff on the Sega Genesis, is it has 4 distinct 16 color palettes that can be used for different things. And then that equals up to 64 colors. And then the palette is a 512 color palette. Of course, the 32X has like a 32,364 color palette and dual processors. That's funny, it says it's called a walker. And that's what they call zombies in The Walking Dead, is walkers. But yeah, excellent video game. You got to get it. Play it on your emulator. Now I think it used a mouse in the 16-bit computer versions of the game. You moved your little hand with a mouse, and so the interaction was slightly different. But overall, it's a good game. Very fun and very unique. Okay, so next up will be, if I get my light on here, F-22 Interceptor, which is kind of a flight simulator style. This is a game that plays smoother and better with your 14 megahertz mod, because it's kind of a little choppy. The combat guy's face. Ah! I don't remember if it does a demo. You might be able to choose a demo. Let's see here. Okay. And it has instructions. Okay. I think I remember there being a demo in this game. Maybe not, though. Okay. Nope. Oh boy. So A is afterburner, B is weapons, C is cannon. A and plus C is chaff and flares. A plus B. They're trying to jam so many controls into a 3-button controller. You know, a little bit crazy. And I'm not seeing a throttle. So we have afterburners. I don't know if that means you're stuck at a specific speed. Okay. So yeah, you're flying. It's not horrible, but it is a little janky. Believe it or not, this is better than what the 16-bit computers did. They were usually really choppy, unless you had a faster processor. Okay, Sidewinder heat seekers. And you see the guy ejected. So he lived. And I fly to the next waypoint. And this is that much smoother, obviously with a faster processor. Oops. Oh, I'm out of, yeah, I'm out. I'm currently out of Sidewinders. All I got is fuel, chaff and flares, and my trusty, dusty Vulcan here. Well, looks like I got him. Now this is no Chuck Yeager flight simulator, but it's playable, and it's fun, it's doable. Now I'm throwing chaff, which should in effect keep a missile from hitting me. Oh boy. Okay. Taking out MiGs. That's what I'm doing. Now, I've actually played a lot of Jaeger Air Simulator, Flight Simulator, and I've redone the fishbed kill in Vietnam many times. I take off and land, and it's got voices and stuff. And that's a PC game, by the way. It's an old DOS PC game. You got a good sound blaster and a halfway decent graphics card, fast enough PC, and that game is excellent. It's better than any of these. Oh, I got hit. Okay. I'm on very fast. Okay, there's some chaff here. Now I'm officially out of all ammo. I can run into them if I want. No intention of crashing into the ground here. So yeah, super fun game. And, oh look, I'm damaged. And I still have no, so again, I don't know if you can refuel or whatever you can do to get more stuff. Pretty good game. It's not horrible. I don't know if what it looks like on here because I'm playing from the other side of the camera. I don't have my son here to help me out. Right now he's at school. So yeah, pretty good game. Later on I will probably be showing this one with the 14 megahertz mod. Now we have Jungle Strike. I don't think I showed the cartridge on this one. Granite Bay software. So I had a lot of designers working for Electronic Arts. Pretty cool looking title screen here. Looks like real pictures of jungle with some color reduction, which, you know, you don't have to reduce the color much for green. It's a whole lot of green. You could probably do 16 shades of green. They killed the monkeys. It's like Ron Jeremy's there with seriously, that looks like Ron Jeremy with his haircut. Wouldn't surprise me if it is him. I think this game had a little more depictions of torture and stuff than they had in the other versions. More like the home computer versions. Well, this is a hypothetical, you know, what if a nuke goes off close? They wake you up. You've got a really dope sound system. Right there, a dope sound system. Next to his TV. It's focusing on her face. Okay. And as you can see, it's kind of an attempt to make a little bit more 3D looking helicopter than in Desert Strike. I think this is the sequel to Desert Strike. Now, Desert Strike has a place in my heart. I used to get in trouble in high school for talking, and so I'd get in detention. I also got in trouble for PDA, public display of affection, right? And so I'd have to go to detention on Saturday, and the detention was held in the library, and they had job-finding computers in the back of the library. So what I'd do is bring a disc that had Desert Strike on it for the IBM PC, and I'd go and I would restart the job hunting computers and then start them in DOS and then play Desert Strike with a keyboard in the back, looking like I was on the job hunting computer. One day, the librarian, Mrs. Sowers, came back and saw me, and she's like, "What are you doing over there?" And then she looked and she goes, "I guess I'm supposed to be mad at you, but I'm kind of like surprised, like, how do you know how to do this?" And I explained it all to her. I was like, "Look, this is a normal computer." I said it has DOS and stuff like that on it. I think it even had like Windows 3.1. I remember taking Windows off of a computer at the school and taking it home and putting it on my home computer. And I explained it. I said, you know, I just restarted it. I showed her how to restart it. And I said, I got in here and, you know, used the disk drive on it with my disk here, and I'm playing the game. And she told me to stop, but, you know, she was actually like surprised that I was smart enough to do that. You know, most people didn't know. This was before Control-Alt-Delete was a thing, right? So yeah, I was playing Desert Strike in detention in the job finding computer in high school. Here we have Road Rash. A must-own Sega Genesis game. This game really proved what could be done on the Sega Genesis. It has a real, like, I don't know, like a 3D feel to it where everything is there. It has a lot of complexity. It's not a fake scaler as much as it's a well-programmed third-person kind of trailing camera view, and it's motorcycle combat. You're like, you can get chains and bats and attack each other. There's cops that'll chase you down. You can ramp off of cows, like using them as ramps. You can do so much in this game. This game is so good. Now you can just see already the houses, the way the trees are, and the way everything scales. The graphics are excellent. There's a huge row of motorcyclists in front of you. You can also upgrade your bike. You can buy new bikes. And the Master System version of the game is very, very good. It's one of the better Master System games. And you can just see how good this is. Like, it has a real feeling of speed and control. It controls great. You can also get hit by cars. Oncoming traffic is very dangerous. This person's riding in the left lane. And I'm not seeing anybody attack each other, but punching and kicking, you can punch to the right and left, kick to the right and left. You can also grab their weapons and yank them out of their hands, use the weapons. So I mean, pretty much everything about this game is good. It's got good music, good gameplay, excellent graphics, sound effects are good. And this is an unlicensed Sega game. The Sega would have been like, no, we don't want that. I don't know why they wouldn't have wanted it, but Electronic Arts kind of didn't care if Sega liked it or not. They'd already programmed all these games for very similar processors. I mean, the Atari ST computers and the Amiga computers were using 68000s, which is the processor that's in a Sega Genesis Mega Drive, and they were similar speeds. The Atari, I think, is an 8 megahertz. The Amigas started out at like 7.8 or 7 some megahertz, almost 8 megahertz. So the Sega Genesis was very much like an entry-level Amiga, like an Amiga 500. With just slightly less color, and of course no loading times, music and sound effects at the same time, a really great controller, a 4-button controller with start, A, B, and C. So this was the best version of Road Rash. Now they came out with like a 3D Road Rash later. They also have Road Rash 2 and Road Rash 3, and I think the first one and the second one are both extremely good. The third one was okay, and the 3D one is kind of an acquired taste. It's not really, I think they kind of, it doesn't have the exact kind of feel of the original Road Rash games. So next up will be Road Rash 2. And these were, for the most part, either American or European programmers. So these were a Western contribution. So if you bought Hang-On and you liked motorcycle games, your Japanese Hang-On game is really, really good. But then this was like Hang-On meets Grand Theft Auto, you know, kind of like punching, kicking. There's some punching. Now you can see this seems to have a little bit smoother graphics and maybe a little bit better character graphics, but it's very, very similar to the first game. The tracks are different. There are subtle differences. I think reviews claimed it was a better balanced game. I know that the first Road Rash, you can do pretty good with the entry-level bike. You don't really, there are no real reasons, at least in the first couple games of it, to really upgrade too much. But then I think they balanced this one out so that it's harder to win at first, and then you start to upgrade your bike and buy new bikes, and then you start winning more. But yeah, very, very similar. Now here we have the split screen mode, which was new to this game, and it actually looks pretty good considering you know, the resolution limitations, having to pack everything down into a smaller screen, so that you could have two-player competitive / cooperative gameplay, and it's just handling it like a boss. Yeah, the Sega was a capable system. It was a good, fast system. You know, people might have thought, oh, well, in hindsight, they're looking back going, oh, it was low color. It was only 64 colors. Well, when it first came out, that was considerably better than anything else that had been in the home market up to that point in time. Nothing else was that good. You know, I mean, the Atari could show 128 colors on the screen, but it couldn't draw graphics with that kind of colors like real sprites. So, but you know, the Sega could do like, you know, tons and tons of sprites and extra layers of graphics and tile map kind of graphics and sprites, a good sound chip, a fast processor. It was a great sandbox for programmers, especially with Electronic Arts, who had already programmed a lot of games and could just very easily tweak them and set them up to work on the Genesis Mega Drive. So it would have really been a shame if Electronic Arts didn't do this. It would have been bad because they had so much just sitting there, and you know, at the time you could spend $1,000 or $2,000 on an Amiga or an Atari 16-bit computer and have to choose between sound effects and music and play with a one-button controller. I already said this a few games ago. Or you could get a $150 to $200 Sega Genesis and buy this game for 40 or 50 bucks. And so for, you know, 200 bucks, you could have a better gaming experience than what people who had $1,000 and $1,000 home computers were having. And so it was really a neat time to experience these games back then. People who would never even know what they were looking at back then, if they saw a Atari ST or an Amiga computer, would have these really great games. Okay, so next up will be one of, if not my favorite, of the Electronic Arts offering, and certainly my favorite football game on the Sega Genesis, Mutant League Football. And this game is so good, it just deserves to be put on a pedestal. Both the Mutant League games are exceptional, and they stand the test of time, because once a sports game is put out there, after a year or so it's automatically dated. As players retire and change teams and things, the ebb and flow of the sports world, basically, you know, it makes the games obsolete very, very shortly after they're out there. But with Mutant League Football, just like with Super Baseball 2020 or with Mutant League Hockey, any of the games where it's a more blank, universal, generic representation, those last forever because you're not stuck dated with the players and the teams from the past. Now, I have a lot of fond memories of this game. This is my favorite video game football game from the 16-bit world. I played NFL Blitz and played Madden and Sports Talk and lots of other football. And I was never like a huge, fan of football above all else. I think it's a fun, entertaining, brain-damaging, armored chess kind of sport. I like bowling much better than football. I like baseball way better than football. But as far as video games and football, this game is, it's so excellent. First off, it's got skeletons, zombies, xenomorphic monsters, and humans, but the humans are like super powered. It has exploding footballs with spikes on it. It has landmines, but it also has a really rich playbook. Like this has real football plays. You're actually going to be looking at plays and picking the best ones. And I've beaten this game so many times. I've beaten the hardest teams and gone out there and just kicked its butt. It's so much fun. And hairstyles by the Razor Kid. Here we go. The 60 Whiners and the Galaxy Aces. And if you just press start and play this, then you start with the toughest team against the weakest team. And it's a really good starting point. Some of the best graphics on the Sega Genesis. Definitely look at this. Just look at this game. It would be neat if they would just show, like a demo game where you could just watch the computer play against itself, kind of like Battle Chess or something. You can use Battle Chess as a screensaver on your computer. You can just start it up and then and where it selects what player is which, put PC as both of the players, and just sit back and watch a legit chess game. But yeah, this game has such great gameplay. Its gameplay alone puts it above most video game football games. But the creativity of it is excellent. I don't think there is a demo. I don't think they have a demo mode. And you can pick the... Yeah. See, it's got Sega or Pad 1. But you can't pick Sega versus Sega, I don't think. And it's got single games or practice. Slow or fast games flee. It's got bloody, bone-breaking, slaughter, annihilation. You can change quarter lengths to 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 3 minutes. So yeah, let's see if it does a quick demo here. I wish you could pick Sega versus Sega so that you could just watch it do a game. Now there you go. See, it just did the settings. But yeah, this is my favorite 16-bit football game. One of my favorite football games of all time. It's so much fun. The plays are great. The teams are really fun. Absolutely recommend it. Okay. Now we're going to start getting into my boxed games, of which I have, let's see, many. So I have something like, I've over 40 box games. Okay, so we'll just start out with the first box game that I have. And I have the Japanese version of it. I'm going to go ahead and turn my light on again. The Japanese version of the game, Space Harrier 2, instructions, and the cartridge. Got the really good box art, and then the, oops, a little bit less good box art, but the US version of the game. Box art isn't as good. Also, with instructions and cartridge. So, Space Harrier 2. Now the arcade Space Harrier was a scaler, so all this is kind of cheap, fake super scaler. Iconic yelling noise. Now what you'll notice is a lot of mirroring is happening in this game, where half the sprite is drawn and then it is mirrored so that it appears to be, and there, a lot that goes on in a ton of games. It's just like a way to draw graphics cheaply. You're only drawing half of the graphic, and then the hardware is mirroring it and then laying it next to the image, and it saves space on your ROM. But also, because it's this type of game, they're having to zoom the graphic instead of scale it, and that's more costly in space and in processing. So a hardware scaler, like I said, just takes one image and then scales it. But then these guys, they have to zoom the image and then redraw it every single time. And the overall the game suffers because of it. Now, Space Harrier and Space Harrier 2 are both pretty fun games. The answer to it in the NES world was World Runner, which had the scaling kind of checkerboard floor, and it had jumping and running though, but it was very much like Space Harrier. Not a bad game. I don't remember if I showed this yet or not. I don't think so, but I have, oh goodness, where is it? I don't have it in here. I already must have shown it. Put that back on the shelf. So next up, we'll show Joe Montana football. We've got Joe Montana, and this is a nice complete cartridge with instruction manual, very clean.
Welcome to Joe Montana football.
So this was early, 1990, and this game was part of the big reason for the push in sports game dominance that Sega approached the consumer with. They wanted you, if you're going to pick other systems and everything, well, that's not going to be good if you're a sports fan. So if you're a sports fan, you need to make sure to have a Sega Genesis, and it did help. And the majority of Sega sports games were as good or better than any of the other offerings at the time. So they weren't really, you know, wrong. I wonder if you can put them both on the computer. Probably not. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Huh. Good graphics. He looks like he has, what, like the broken bag of water on his elbow? Bursitis or whatever. Like, look at the bulge on his elbow. So here we go. I'm just watching a football game. Very Tecmo-esque players. You know, little stubby legs with big upper bodies. It's got kind of a green circle, kind of like Smash TV. So as you can see, it's got, you know, textbook plays. I'll try to get the screen to look a little better. Now this isn't worse than the Atari Lynx version of the game, but it's not good. And I think I tried this with the 14 megahertz mod, and it was considerably smoother. But the arcade game is very smooth. It's just much easier to play, better game. This is pretty hard to play. If you like hard driving, you know, it's not horrible, but you know, I don't know, it's just thumbpad controls don't translate well to the feeling of a steering wheel, and the car kind of feels slippery, like it's on ice. I think the sequel was Stunt Driving, which emphasized more on ramps and jumps and stunt moves. And it says many of the stunts should not be tried on with a real car. Of course. But yeah, the Atari Lynx version of this game is so slow and choppy, it is unplayable. I also have Sega Classic Golden Axe. Great game. Won't be showing that because I've already showed Golden Axe on the 6-pack. So next up will be Wolverine Adamantium Rage. And this has the instruction manual and cartridge. I think I got it in a lot from eBay. Marvel software. Don't know how long that lasted. He's very pleased. Now that's, claws are too long. Wolverine's claws aren't that long. Some people interpreted him longer than others, but you know, Wolverine is essentially a man with bone frog DNA. Bone frog, or hoary toad, has 3 distinct blade-like appendages in the bones in its hands. And if it feels aggravated, it will start emitting a stinky kind of film. It has hair that curls up on the sides on the top of its head, like hair, like a hairy toad. And it breaks the bones in its hands, causing them to pop out of the top of his hands to cut the predator when it eats him. So it gets eaten on purpose. While in your mouth, it gives off a terrible odor that you can't stand, while breaking bones in its own hands and then cutting the inside of your mouth with it. So if you thought Wolverine was a Wolverine or a werewolf or something like that, no. He's a man with bone frog DNA. That's what he is. And the bone frog then pulls the bones back into its hands and rapidly heals. So the rapid healing, the hair coming up on the sides, the bones popping out of the hands, and then coming in and, you know, healing really fast. That's all bone frog stuff. So the only thing missing is Wolverine having a horrible odor, which maybe he does. They don't emphasize that that's one of his powers, but his claws would never be that long though. The bone frog's claws are little, and Wolverine's claws, well, to realistically fit them in his forearms, they're not going to be that long. They're going to be pretty small. And if it was real, it would just be like the length of the bones in the top of his hands. They'd be relatively small claws. And I think the longer the claws are, the harder it is to believe. So yeah, just leave it at that. Great looking graphics. Pretty good game from what I've seen and heard. I've never gotten into it much. I was more into X-Men and X-Men 2. And like I said, I got this in a lot, and I haven't had a chance to really play it that much. But it looks like a pretty good game. Alright, our next game will be Wonder Boy 3 and Monsters Lair for the Mega Drive. This is a pretty nice game here. Got the, oops, it was nice. Got the instruction manual, the cartridge that just kind of popped out. Committed harakiri on me there. It's fine. This is not a reproduction of anything. This is the actual game, and so yeah, let's check it out. So of course Wonder Boy started as the arcade game where you're a little blonde-haired boy throwing axes, riding skateboards with a helmet on, which, you know, cavemen had skateboards and helmets, precision ball bearings, and also Stone Age axes. So very accurate. Now this is kind of a closer sequel to that than what actually happened after that first Wonder Boy. So Wonder Boy it branched off. It actually became 2 different kind of stylized IPs, one for Nintendo and one for Sega. So Nintendo did the Hudson's Adventure Island games, and there are a couple of those, and they changed the artwork of the head. They made him have a hat on and brown hair, like brunette hair, and a slightly different face. He looked a little older. So Hudson's Adventure Island was the same as Wonder Boy. Then the Wonder Boy games became kind of like action role-playing, where you could buy items and go to different towns and upgrade your weapons. It wasn't the forced scrolling environment that the original Wonder Boy was, or that this game actually is. And this is a 2-player co-op, kind of a shooting game. and with the same feel of the original Wonder Boy, and with all of the character upgrades and the world around it from Wonder Boy 2 and the other PC style Wonder Boy games, which were like, you had helmets and shields and armor and swords and magic and weapons, but then it was, moving along shooting. Now there's a PC Engine TurboGrafx CD game of this with arguably better music, but I think this game is better. It kind of plays better, and they're both really great games though. They're super, super fun, really nice graphics. They have a pretty nice kind of unique style. So if you love Golden Axe, then this is a fan service like no other. They made Tyrus Flare even more beautiful. They made the characters look kind of upgraded. The magic is excellent. The enemies are excellent. The levels are great. This was just, in my opinion, this was an absolute fan service game. They were like, here, you love Golden Axe so much. Like with it in the case of Altered Beast. Altered Beast was a popular arcade game, but in the US it was extremely popular. I played it in arcades, loved it. Me and my brother played it. We put quarters in it. They had one at the skating rink. So we're at the skating rink, and every time we're taking a breather, we're playing Altered Beast. And so when we found out Altered Beast was going to be the pack-in game for the Genesis, that was like, oh man, that's an amazing game. Now the guy that programmed it, a Japanese guy, was like, oh, I loved it. He said I was really pleased to know that the Americans loved my game so much that they put it with the Model 1 Genesis. And he said by the time he could come to America to visit, then they had already started selling the Sonic systems. So he never got to see the box with his game on the cover. But, Altered Beast was, it was the first arcade at home commercial. So it was like, oh wow, I've played Altered Beast. Everyone loved it. And then seeing the graphics from it, and then knowing that you're getting a game that's that good right out of the box, that sold Sega Genesis systems. So look, Tyrus is beautiful now. She's got I don't know. I don't think they did like breast augmentation in Conan the Barbarian time here, but it would appear that she's either had a kid and is still milking, or I don't know what's going on here, but she's definitely got a larger presence on the top of her body. She has a nicer outfit. The bad guys are really excellent. I'm breathing the fumes on this, but this game is excellent. It's so good. It's just on a whole other level. Excellent sequel to Golden Axe. Now this was an exclusive unless you were playing the Megatech arcade games, which Megatech had arcade boards. They were competing against the Play Choice 10, which was Nintendo's, and they actually had Mega Drive style cartridges, and they had the same board in them. I think they might have had a slightly different sound chip. There was some kind of almost inconsequential difference. There's more bass drums in the arcade version of this game if it's on a Megatech arcade machine. But the cartridges are not cross-compatible. You can't go buy Megatech loose cartridges. Even though they might fit in a Mega Drive, they just won't work. So they protected that kind of, because they had to sell these things to arcade owners or to people who wanted to have a game system. So the only way you saw this outside of its exclusive Sega Genesis Mega Drive presence was in an arcade on a Megatech, and those had several slots on a board, and so they could put lots of cartridges in it. So you could go and play a whole bunch of different popular Sega Genesis games, and there were subtle differences. Like I said, I think there's like a better sound chip. So if you play this on that arcade game, it will have a more booming, realistic drum sound and some little bit better music. That was the only difference. Other than that, it's an identical game to the cartridge that you're buying exclusively for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. There are a lot of exclusive games for this system. Now you see he's got a loincloth instead of the spandex paint underwear. He's got some cooler looking boots. He's wearing like a amulet kind of necklace thing. He's got a bracer shoulder plate here, and apparently some gauntlets going on there, like wrist braces. Little bit different sword. They're matured. They look matured and like a little more experienced. And it says a few years after the last battle. Dark Gold, which I assume is meant to be guild. And Clan, bring his world into chaos. A lot of mirror. This is all mirrored. This entire picture was entirely mirrored. Straight down the middle. That's entirely mirrored. Straight down the middle. The entire graphic. Someone drew half of that and then mirrored it. And so all it cost them was half of that image in ROM space. Beautiful characters. So yeah, wonderful video game. Great two-player co-op. Nothing like this on the Super Nintendo. You couldn't get this on the Super Nintendo. And whatever they had, in my opinion, wasn't as good as this. So yeah. Next up will be, oh man, another one that I absolutely love. And I did the same thing. I printed the Japanese artwork, put it in the box for my US version of the game, so it would look better on the shelf. Valis 3. And I just print these out with a nice color printer and then just fit them down. Sometimes I fit them over the original box art that's on there, and it kind of serves two purposes. It protects the art a little bit, and then in my opinion makes it look better. I mean, almost 100% of the cases the Japanese artwork on the boxes looks better than the American artwork. But it's really, it's a reno, which is just short for renovation, but in our country it was renovation. I love this game. Now, Valis actually had a presence on the Japanese PCs, the PC-88, and it didn't really look good, and it didn't play very well. It was really choppy. The graphics were really they were okay, but not very good. And so Valis, when it finally got put on consoles, was a major upgrade over its computer counterparts. It was a real reward for anyone who liked the characters, but the game was kind of hard to get into. It was a big upgrade in the smoothness of scrolling and in every way. Better sound, better music, better graphics, better scrolling, better background art. Really just kind of an automatic super upgrade. Now there was Valis 1 and 2 and 3, but also Sid of Valis, which is from the Japanese title SD Valis, which means super deformed. And super deformed meant basically what we call chibi today, where you make squat, fat, round, blobby kind of representations of characters to make them cute. And that one I didn't really like. Of all of them, that one I found I just didn't really like. But there is a CD version of this for the PC Engine and the TurboGrafx CD system, which has better music, and I think it has voices, it has animated cutscenes and stuff, and arguably better graphics and really good gameplay. So if you could afford that ridiculously expensive system at the time, you know, you're coughing up like $500 or $600 to get the whole set, then you could have that better version of the game. And I think they had 1, 2, and 3, and even 4 for that system. On the Sega, I think we only got maybe 1 and 3, and then SD Valis. I could be wrong. I think that's all we got for this. So let's play this a little bit. I've beaten this game. I love it. It's not by any stretch like the greatest, but I just love like beautiful hero girl, you know, heroine stories, especially with the Japanese art. It's really attractive, beautiful curves and art and simple colors, and you know, it's just really magnetic art style. And she's in her PJs. Like, she just jumped out of bed, and I cannot battle change ability without the sword. So you try to hit the stab button, and you end up with the can't do it, right? So then you're basically, I think you jump off of something, and then, you know, the sword comes and catches you and turns you into the Valis. There it is, yeah. Here we go. Jump off the building. Yeah. It'll be magical. When you jump off the building, you're flying down to your death, and then you grab the sword, and it's basically like eating a whole bowl of Wheaties. You turn into Supergirl. Okay. Okay. Now, I've seen people review this, and there's a part in the game they can never get past. Well, there we go. That was wonderful. There's a part in the game that I've noticed that most people can't get past, and I'm kind of surprised that they don't, you know, kind of know how to do this. I just did it again. Crap. Time to think here. Making it way harder than it actually is. And I've seen it. I saw a guy review this game, and he was like, he got to this Reno water tower thing, and he couldn't get past it at all. And I noticed that he didn't do the one thing that sets this game apart from the rest. Now, okay, another thing I need to point out, sidetrack myself here, is that you want to watch your upgrades, because this game will trick you with downgrades, where you'll have your sword cranked up, and then it will offer you a crap sword like it's an upgrade. Here, they couldn't get past this. They were jumping. Look, I even jumped and got over it. They couldn't do that for whatever. Maybe I got the jump upgrade from one of the power-ups, but you don't have to have the jump upgrade to get past this. You just press A, like that, and she slides. That's it. And they didn't know that. So now sliding is actually a trick way in this game to get across difficult jumps. And I got my buddy. There we go. Beautiful artwork. Come on. And then this, like, I hate slow fonts that you can't get away from. Whatever. If you want to read that whole thing, then you get to, I don't know, read it like you're a 3-year-old that can't read. Oh, is that the downgrade? No. Sometimes there are downgrades, so you gotta be careful. Got the vampire Twizzlers coming at me here. Invisible bad guy who you can only see his red outline and his weapon. And you can actually kind of speed yourself along with this slide move. You can also get yourself killed like I'm doing. Watch. I just turned into her. I don't know why I did that. I just died because I turned into her. That didn't help at all. Okay. Okay, there we go. What I meant to do, I will do this time, so you can see what I'm talking about. Ah. There. Now I didn't have to jump that hard jump. All I had to do was slide, and she magically went past it. And once you kind of perfect that, you'll find that you're using it a lot in some of the later levels where there are very difficult jumps. But I kind of wondered if Valis isn't meant to be like Alice in Wonderland, and this is like kind of I don't know, like a Sentai kind of Sailor Moon take on Alice in Wonderland, if that could be a thing. Yeah, that went over well. Almost a Castlevania feel to it now. So I actually started watching the original 80s version of Ninja Turtles on I think it was a Paramount Plus or Max. I think it was Paramount Plus, whatever one has it. Maybe it's Max. I can't remember. It's the only two I have is Paramount Plus and Max. I don't have Amazon or Netflix. Love DC. And I love Marvel, but honestly, lately if I want to watch Marvel, I'm just watching it on YouTube because for whatever reason, movies are just showing up on YouTube. Like people, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. It's a completely full movie. Usually they're like recorded in the theater, I think, and sometimes they're people's private videos, but they're still showing up on my list for. I don't subscribe to these people. I don't search for them. I literally never search for movies, but I've seen several brand new movies on YouTube, and they're not like pay. They're not, their normal amount of advertisement crap, but they're not, they're not part of the YouTube deal where you pay a bunch and then you watch it, or it says watch with commercials or whatever. It's, I'm not complaining about that, but I don't need to get Disney Plus if I want to watch a Marvel movie, because chances are it's just going to show up on YouTube and I'll just watch it with a couple commercials in there. Crap. Anyway, there we go. This game is awesome, and it's totally worth playing through, and I love the character art. I love everything about it. It's a great cartridge. They did a really great job. And it's simple. It's not too demanding once you get into it. It has kind of a, like I said, a little bit of a Castlevania feel, but it's got its own thing. Like it's got the slide move. You can change characters. I guess kind of like Castlevania 3. It's got really cool bosses, neat bad guys. It's a little simple, and it's not like the most extravagant graphics. It's very tile oriented. Kind of simple designs, but I love the game. I think it's good. Okay, next up. Now I actually have some really, really great video games in boxes here. So I'll just show this one real quick because I've already showed the game. But I have Outrun, another copy of it, and I went ahead and again put the Japanese artwork box. I'll go ahead and zoom out so you can see this. It's yellow, and it has really cool looking squat graphics there of the car. Nice background. I absolutely love the music on this end game. I think I did that on Run Out, and I've got the game and the manual, the US ones, and I think I actually do have the US artwork behind this. Yeah, I do. So this is just printed, to make it look more appealing. I'm not going to show this because I've already showed Outrun and talked about it. But I have, let's see here if I can kind of stack this stuff in a somewhat efficient way. But I have Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4, and they're the Mega Drive versions. Oh goodness, how did that get on there? I don't remember doing that. I don't know if someone did that to prank me or what, but there's a official Nintendo seal of quality on the front of this. And this is a printed Phantasy Star 2 from the Japan game, which it's excellent. The game's excellent, the art is excellent, and super beautiful artwork. And I have the Japanese version of the game, and as far as I know, the saves still work on this game. So if you wanted to, if you could read it and you wanted to go ahead and play the original official, and the music's different. There's a little bit different beat with the drums. Some people prefer the US version of the music, but it is slightly different. It's like a louder, stronger drum presence in the music. And, well, I guess I could show that. I'll go and show that. I also have Phantasy Star 3. That's the Mega Drive version of it. And this is the Japanese artwork. And, again, extremely beautiful graphics or artwork on the that are based on the game's graphics. And there's the game. Some people didn't like 3 because it didn't show the characters in the combat scenes. And you know, yeah, that kind of does suck a teensy tiny bit. It wasn't, you know, it didn't suck enough to make it not worth playing, but it was definitely enough to make the game noticeably different than 2. Like, okay, if they would have brought out 3 first, maybe if they would have called it 2 and brought it out right after, then it would have looked more like the original Phantasy Star. And then when they brought out 2, it would have been a bigger deal because you could see the character art during the battles. But rather what they did was they gave you 2 that had the character art, then they brought out 3 that didn't have the character art during the battles. And so it didn't really seem to be a notably better game like you would expect with sequels. And then here's Phantasy Star 4. And the best Phantasy Star game. Really, really great storyline. And there's the Japanese version of Phantasy Star 4. See if I can't turn this so you can actually see it on the camera here. So what I'll do is I'll start with 2. Raisin dust. And I will play the Japanese version of it so you can hear the music, and then I'll play the US version of it so you can hear the difference between the 2. And I'll just show a little bit of a demo of them, because the game, you know, it's a role-playing game. You're going to get into it. It's a lot of grinding and running across an overworld map, and it would take a long, long time to really get into the game to show it off. I'm going to turn the music up just a little. Because I'm emphasizing. Now listen. It's like the drummer is in the front of the band. Just give this a second. Oops. Can't read it. I don't remember what each of those things says. It could be that this battery did stop working. Okay, so now I'm going to show the US version of the game. Now you can hear the drums aren't as prominent. They're still there, but they're not so, overwhelming. And the whatever keyboard kind of sounding music is more even with it. So you can kind of follow the keyboard sound music a little bit better. I don't remember if I have a save game on this. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't. So, okay, just to give a look at the graphics, I'll just put in. There's, that's the character from the last game. So it directly connects the first and last game, or the first and second game. And then here's what most people got treated to with this game. Kind of high-tech graphics. And I'm not controlling this. This is doing this on its own at the beginning. There's your friend, Nay. And you could get, I think you might be able to get in a fight out here. So you can really, maybe not. Yeah, you can grind right at the very beginning. Stay right here and just grind away for as long as you want. And it shows all of the oh goodness, why is it doing that? There we go. It's blurry, I didn't notice because I'm playing it. You can see. She's in defensive mode. I don't know why. I should be ordering her to attack. Oh, she can't fight yet. Okay. She can eventually, and she ends up being a pretty tough cookie. There we go. That's our first win. Get 15 bucks for chopping up some mosquitoes. And eventually get several characters following you. Lots of different skills, magic, healing. There are escapipes, which escape you from battles, telepipes. There are monomates, which are, I think, healing. I'll go here and just pay a little bit. So basically, I just lost money because I got 15 bucks for the win, plus 16 bucks to heal my party. So a lot of this. Okay, there's a pretty deep story, and it's just an excellent video game. Really, it's, in my opinion, and this most people probably disagree with me, this is as good or better than any of the Final Fantasy games that came out, for the most part, in the 16-bit era. Okay. So next up, we'll show a little bit of Phantasy Star 3. Written and directed by S2. So maybe it's written and directed by Stu. Now, I recently watched a YouTuber who was, and I talked about this earlier, who was playing every game on the Sonic collection. And he played through this game, Phantasy Star 3, and it was excellent. Like, the story was really, really good. It obviously wasn't as great as 4. 4 is like a kind of an epic. But it does get better. It starts out kind of fairy tale kind of feeling, but then it really gets good as it goes on. So here we go. So wow. I don't think they give you a demo. Oh, I think that was the message speed. And you really don't have a choice but to endure this. Okay. And here you go. Really beautiful graphics. Real whimsical fairy tale kind of looking land. Your guy's wearing a cape. And eventually you get lots of characters. And there's all kinds of combat and stuff. I'm going to try something real quick. So I didn't realize what I'd done there, but I actually had started the save game on the Japanese game, meaning the save battery was still working. It was a level 18. I decided to go ahead and start the US version of the game here just to show a tiny bit. I have no money for the fortune teller. And eventually you get characters where these little card holders are, and and they're following you adorably. And you know, the only complaint I could have is that you don't see the characters during battles. It just shows the enemies. It's a little bit less animated than 2 or 4. But, you know, if you don't mind and you're allowed to use your own imagination a little bit more, the game is a rewarding role-playing experience. You know, every role-playing game has its own kind of little gimmick. And Phantasy Star is no different. It has kind of a certain type of enemies, certain types of battles, and this is very much like that. It's no different at all. If I was going to remake the game, then yes, I would put the good guy graphics as they fight, because that's part of the really great appeal of 2 and 4 is you get to see each character attacking. I don't think I can go to my wedding. That'd be nice, but it looks like I'm kind of stuck. Oh, there she is. Okay. Not supposed to see the bride before the wedding. Who cares, though? Let me go talk to her. Oh yeah, she's the lady that they found on the beach. Kind of Little Mermaid style there. And now she's following you in her little gown. It's a white gown. Yeah. And of course, monster comes and steals the bride. Kind of trying to hurry it along a little bit. Cool off in the dungeon. Yeah, for a while. So he's going to have you arrested and put in jail just for being pissed that your bride just got stolen by a hellspawn. Which shows you how retarded the king is. There was $300 in this dungeon sell a shank or a knife there. It'd be funny if it said shank. And a monitor, probably a Packard Bell or an old HP monitor. Oh, all right. I'll help you escape. Follow me. Now, I'm not controlling this. This character is just, you know, moving on his own. I kind of like to get in a fight just so you can see just a standard battle, but I have a feeling that's going to be harder. Let's see. Hopefully I can actually get a little fight here. Come on. Just kind of Beautiful above head world graphics. There we go. And I'm fighting an adorable little creature that's probably going to murder me. Oh, I have not enabled the knife. I can't use it. I'm gonna run. No, I can't run. Yeah, I'm gonna get killed by this peep. Okay, there we go. That was how the battles are. Only monsters are considerably scarier than a peep. Okay. Next up will be 4 and after. Okay, here's 4. This is the English version of it. Even though what I have is the Mega Drive Japanese version. I also have this on the Sonic collection, and I have it on several of the flashbacks and stuff. So yeah, I own the game through those, but also I've owned it, you know, hard copy before, but probably sold it. And this is the best. Came out in '94 though. The game has overall just better graphics than 2 and 3. It has a more complex storyline with more detailed interactions and cutscenes, better looking and more diverse bad guys, and just more of everything. More weapons, more magic, and a little bit more strategy involved, and just widely considered a drastic improvement over 2. In a whole different league than 3 or 1. Okay. It's not going to let me get away with just showing a demo. Chaz. Chaz is an abbreviation for Charles. Of course, it starts you out with a story. And this is automatic. I'm not doing this. Aw. Oh yeah, okay, we've got weird artifact curly TV stuff going on here. Let's see if I can't zoom in a little. And I'd like to get to a battle, but this is so long. It just takes so much time just to even get into the game itself. I'll probably just show one battle just to give kind of an idea, if I can even reach that point before getting, you know, frustrated. Okay. And you really should talk to everybody, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go, You got the little brain beast. It's basically a brain with little legs attached. And he seems to actually know for how rampant his resolve was about the situation. Yeah, he's hiding something. You know, when people are guilty and you suggest asking them something that relates to their guilt, they explode on you. So, because he exploded at you, you can pretty much bank on him being involved somehow. And, This is awfully quiet. Now, this really great channel that I watch a lot called VC Decide does comparisons of some of my favorite games, and they were showing how this game is actually better in many ways than the Super Nintendo version. Got the voice. I think I grabbed maybe the wrong controller. Yeah, this isn't working. Oh, I know one of them's plugged in. It's not this one because that's hanging loose. Great. But anyway, you can see just through this that it's very much like the arcade game. Slightly smaller graphics, a little bit less color, but the game has it where it counts. It's got really good graphics, really good gameplay, and relatively good graphics. Of course, most people are going to say Super Nintendo's better. I don't believe that. I really don't. I played this one more, and ultimately for me, it's the controller. The Sega 6-button controller is infinitely better for fighting games than any Super Nintendo controller. The Super Nintendo controllers had shoulder buttons, smaller thumb pads, and were smaller all around. The 6-button Sega pad is one of the best, if not the best, controller from that time period. It was the best thumb pad, it was the best button layout, and had the best feel overall. And I stand by that. I'm not going to change my mind. I played the living crap out of this game and beat it so many times, over and over again, with the Sega 6-button pad. Once I play any fighting game on the Super Nintendo, the second I have to use shoulder buttons to do anything, it just ruins it for me. It just feels wrong. I'm reaching up and hooking around, like try to do a dragon uppercut motion while hitting one of those shoulder buttons. Especially if the left shoulder button is your strong punch or something. Goodness gracious. It's like you're doing some kind of hokey, weird, contorted event with your hand. Your left hand is going, what? It's not cool. It doesn't work. Now this is with the Hyperkin controller, which I did kind of have some trouble with. So I might not be doing as great as usual. It does have the cool colors. Like you can pick Ken in a yellow gi. And I thought that was especially cool. Oh no. Again, I'm trying to get my dragon uppercut to work. There we go. I mean, I should have beaten him seconds ago, but I tried to do the dragon uppercut and it didn't work. On the ordinary Sega 6-button pad, I would have slaughtered him. But this, the Hyperkin is close but not perfect. They did make a pretty good one. They made a near exact replica for the 6-button pad. I have it. It's like see-through blue, and it really does. It's nearly perfect, but it's not 100% perfect. The best ones are just the ones they made back in the day. And I've talked about this before, but there were 2 different versions of the 3-button pad. And I have 2 of the better ones, and many of the crappier ones, where the thumb pad is either floating or not. The ones where the thumb pad is not floating suck. And I had those back in the day, and they really were no good. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, dude, give me a break. Now, people talked about the sound being so terrible in this game. Oh, man. Do it again. And I don't think it's that bad. I think the sound's okay. Now, later on, they figured out that they were programming the sound wrong, and a lot of the games, especially Capcom ones that had grainier sound, it was because of them. It was not the capabilities of the system. It was a lack of proper programming on the part of the company. Here we go. Ugh. So yeah, it was definitely not Sega's fault, even though they got the brunt of it. No one was like, Capcom, you really messed up. It was the Sega Genesis can't do good sound. But no, they didn't program it right. And proof of that is games like Comic Zone and lots of other games where the voice samples are perfect. Oh yeah? Okay. Now that I tried to do a dragon uppercut and it didn't work. Again. There we go. So yeah, the controller's thumb pad, it is a floating thumb pad, but it's just not exactly the same. It's not as perfect as the original Sega 6-button pad. Now I'll use a Sega 6-button pad on an Atari 2600. You only get the B button, but the floating thumb pad is significantly better than a stiff 2600 controller. Got him with a punch. Okay. Now, usually I'll pick Cammy now because I really love that character. She's just super beautiful, very attractive, and also very strong. And I'll do body slams. I'll body slam someone to death. Leg slams. She does like incredible leg slams, and what I usually do is do a drag and uppercut so I land on the engine of the car. Which is fun. Like you're landing on this hot engine. So yeah, I love this game. It's one of my favorites of Super Street Fighter 2. I'm not super picky, but you know, if you have one of the crappier 3DO controllers, I would actually pick this over Super Street Fighter 2 for the 3DO, even though the graphics on the 3DO are extraordinary. It's just gameplay is first. Gameplay is number one. Everything else is behind that. And I've said it many, many times now, and people really need to understand that if the game's graphics are the best ever, the sound is orchestra quality, greatest sound ever, animation is there, every frame of animation, but your controller sucks, the game sucks. If the gameplay sucks, the game sucks. So it really doesn't matter. You know, like the PC version of Street Fighter 2, the first one that came out, from the box art, from the initial impression of the game, it had incredible graphics. But then when you tried to play it, it was really choppy and slow and clunky, and the moves were wrong, and it wasn't Street Fighter 2. It was almost like someone made a flip book of Street Fighter 2 and sold it to you like it was an arcade cabinet. So the gameplay and the controller are paramount. They absolutely are the most important thing. You know, the PlayStation, the original PlayStation controller, had 4 little chickling little directional pad buttons. It wasn't even a pad, it was like 4 little dots sticking up. Trying to do dragon uppercuts and tornado kicks and fireballs and stuff with that was not easy. It doesn't matter if PlayStation comes out with every arcade game you could possibly want. And they want you to go buy an arcade stick, and that's fine, but their arcade sticks really weren't that good. You know, arcade machines have something that, you know how you call all tissues Kleenex? Well, they pretty much call them all cherry switches. They have something called cherry switches. Now, cherry switch is actually a brand of the most expensive, longest longevity, and most fine-tuned switches, micro switches, that are in arcade machines. But there are half a dozen companies that make those switches, and they're just micro switches. Those have the feel, the clicking kind of feel that you're used to in an arcade. And that's the smoothness and the preciseness, the precision of that execution of the moves. Nothing came close except for a micro switch driven arcade stick. And they didn't have those for the Super Nintendo. They didn't have them for the Sega Genesis. They didn't have them for any of the systems. To the best of my knowledge, they didn't have them for the PlayStation. If they did, they weren't full-size, real arcade micro switches. You didn't get anything like that until X Arcade started coming out, until actual home arcade machines started being released. How do I know? I've built my own custom arcade cabinets using real overlays with real micro switches. I've used cherry switches. I've used the X Arcade switches that are much like cherry switches. I've found my favorite brands of switches. I've made my own joystick panels for systems. The machines I built use home consoles through fine-tuned televisions with real cherry switch driven controllers. So I can play this on a Sega Genesis dedicated arcade cabinet using an arcade stick. And it feels great, it plays great. But you're not going to get the actual gameplay of it unless you have an extremely good precise controller. And the Sega 6-button pad was the best controller back then. It was the best one you could get for any system. They didn't come out with anything that came anywhere near as good as that until much, much later. And so the Saturn had a pretty good one. I'd say that the Sega 6-button pad was better than the original Saturn 6-button pad. Now the Japanese Saturn 6-button pad was as good, but it was nearly identical, just a slightly different body shape. And they had much better arcade conversions. You know, so, and there of course are comparison videos all over the place. Maybe VC Decide is a place to go to see those comparisons, where you'll see how PlayStation skimped on graphics, skimped on animation, the controls sucked, and it wasn't as good. And then the Saturn had a superior version with more frames of animation, smoother gameplay, and on top of all of that, you're using a dedicated controller that is actually precise. And so you can really do the moves. So anyone that says, oh man, the Super Nintendo, is so much better on Mortal Kombat, Super Street Fighter 2, Power Instinct, any game where you're doing quarter circle moves, whole half circle charge moves and stuff. There is no way you'll ever convince me that a Super Nintendo game is better when it comes to that arena of games than the Sega Genesis, because gameplay and controls matter more than amount of colors. So, you know, it's fun to argue this, but I know I'm right because I'm the one playing the games and loving the games and everything. And people who just go, oh, nostalgia. I remember when my mommy bought me a Super Nintendo. Look, I bought my Sega Genesis with my own money because I was working when I was a teenager, and I had to be really picky about what I got because I didn't have unlimited funds. And I was sitting in my room playing stuff, and I got a 6-button pad. I already knew it was better than the other stuff that was out there because I could actually play it. I'd go to some pizza place in Oxford, a place called Bruno's Pizza. They had Street Fighter 2 arcade machine, and I would play that and just put like $3 a quarters, and I beat it with Chun-Li. I played it with so many different characters. My mind, my hands knew the feel of an arcade machine very much. And so I know this is how these moves are supposed to feel and how to look. And you're not going to get a thumb pad controller to get anywhere near that until you have a really high floating pad with very clearly defined precise motions, and then really perfect sensitive buttons, and the Sega 6-button pad knew that. So what am I talking about when I got these? This is the Hyperkin, the Hyperkin controller that's today, aftermarket. You can buy it today, and it has your 3-button switch, and then it's I don't know how well you can even see this. It's got a similar layout, but the buttons are a little higher and a little chunkier, not as easy to press, and the thumb pad is raised, but it's just not as precise as an original. This is the original, if I can get it up here, Sega 6-button pad. And it's got kind of a boomerang shape, fits the hands absolutely perfectly. The buttons respond perfectly. The thumb pad is magic. The thumb pad is so perfect on this controller that it is immediate response, brain to fingers to game response. And that's what you need if you really want to do your best. So you argue with me that a Super Nintendo game ever came anywhere near a Sega game with a Sega 6-button pad, you're wrong. Anyway, next up. Super popular Sega game, one that sold systems, must-own Capcom game, Dai Makaimura. And I have the Japanese version of the game, Ghouls and Ghosts. One of them where they're testing your attention to detail, and you're hard-pressed to wonder if you're not actually playing the real arcade game, until much later people could actually record and compare the games, and you found out, oh yeah, it's actually a lot more tiles, a lot less color, different layout, very similar gameplay. Nevertheless, must own, awesome game experience. Ghouls and Ghosts. I bumped my camera a little bit, so let's try to straighten this out a little bit. It's got the music, gameplay. This is the Japanese version of the game. I really don't think there are any differences other than the title screen. Could be wrong about that. I don't think so. Now, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Boy, did it look good. Super Ghouls and Ghosts was a feast on the eyes and senses. And it was abhorrently difficult. It was so frustratingly difficult. Get ready to not have much fun with this awesome game. besides the fact that it was plagued with slowdown because the system could barely handle it. So the Super Nintendo did a lot of either cheating the external IPs out of their glory by cropping their graphics, or just biting off way more than they can chew with the gameplay, because they couldn't handle it. They just couldn't handle it. The system was not fast enough. So a lot of games like that. R-Type 3, that was one of them. Most of them, honestly. You want to look at, there's a whole lot of arcade conversions that slow way, way, way down on the Super Nintendo. And there's some slowdown on Sega games. It's not like Sega was immune to slowdown. Oh crap, see, I was pressing into it there. There's one here that should be my suit. That's not, because he hit me. Oh no! And the puke pig is here. He's so fun. Hey, let's have a giant pig that vomits on you from above. Darn it, I keep hitting C. I'm sitting in an awkward way to try to glance over at the camera while playing this. Doesn't help. Darn it! I think there's a, there it is. I'd really like him to give me my armor back so I'm not running around naked. Darn. So yeah, I'm sucking at this game, but I've actually beaten it long ago. I had a neighbor and he had this, and whenever I'd visit him, oh boy, it was on. It was on. We played this so much. I really think that the sensitivity of this controller, I've been playing that Hyperkin one so much that my thumbs want to press kind of more, a little harder, and now the sensitivity of this is making it to where I'm kind of pressing buttons when I don't mean to. Because it's so light. It's just such a light controller. I love this power-up. It's great. Oh no. Kind of weak. That's not the one I thought it was. The one with the frisbee, I think that's the one, like the little disc. I think that's the best one. Doesn't it like have like blue flame that shoots out in all directions? Oh no. Yeah, I'm just sucking on this. Okay, so great game, amazing graphics, cool bosses. No, it is not identical to the arcade. Someone recently though remade this for the Sega Genesis, and I think they used like a larger ROM pattern. Now with multi-carts today, they have the ability to have, you know, megalithic, gigantic ROM sizes that were never really approached on the system. And the system can handle it because as long as you're fitting those limitations of the hardware, it can go ahead and add and take away as it's going. You can. That's why the CD works so well. You can have 400 or 500 megabytes of stuff going on, and as long as it's not breaking the system, it's going to work. So someone has remade this and made it look almost the same as the arcade version. They replaced the tiles and filled in missing stuff. But what they were doing back then is they were trying to meet a price point of the ROM size. And so if you ever load your games using an EverDrive, or if you're on the computer and you're looking at the sizes of the ROMs, what you're looking at is either a 256K game, a 512K, which would be half of a megabyte game, a 1 megabyte game, a 2 megabyte game. I think in very few instances you might have a 3 or 4 megabyte game, but those are few and far between. They're not much. So usually you max out at the 2 megabyte. That was because of cost of the ROM chip, the amount of time they had to program it, and the skill it took to actually get it the way it was. Now, a lot of times, people were using this system because the processor was the same. So programming for it was very easy. So they didn't have to relearn the ins and outs of some complex processor. They programmed it for the 68,000 and the Z80 when they made the arcade version of it, and so they're programming it for a 68,000 and a Z80 when they make the Sega Genesis version of it. And really what they were doing is replacing graphics with repetitive tiles. So where there would be a larger variety of tiles, of larger tiles in the game, they were, in this case you can see it, they were replacing it with this same repeating tile to make this. This might have had more rocky variations and roots going up through it and stuff, and that cost in ROM space. So they just fill it all in with the same repeating tiles. They would possibly reduce the color of the sprites, reduce the size of the sprites. So it was a conversion. Now I'm pretty sure this game might have been done, this game was done by Sega. So when you have Capcom games on the system, quite often on any system, they were not actually done by some Capcom in-house programming team. They were actually converted by Sega, or converted by Nintendo, converted by another company, so they could be played on that system. And in this case, this was Sega's effort. And they have to be commended for how great they kept it. They really kept it real. You played this, and honestly, I'm going to say the same thing I said about Altered Beast and Golden Axe and a lot of those games out there. I like this version better than the arcade version. The arcade version looks better. That's it. It doesn't play better, okay? And it's not funner. This is funner. Plus, you get the options, you get codes, you get to play it as many times as you want. It's not based on quarters. It's not an uncomfortable setting where you're standing up for hours on end. You could sit on your couch and drink a beer and play this game for hours and finally beat it, and it was really worthwhile. Now, one of the great things about this game is they wanted to kind of slap you in the face and reward you at the same time. Once you beat the game, that's not the ending. You have to play the entire game from the beginning to end again to get the real ending. And it's difficult. So that was Capcom going, hey, how long does it take to beat this game? Well, you can beat it in about 45 minutes. Okay, let's make it an hour and a half. Well, how are we going to do that? You have to repeat the entire game one whole time to beat it. That's great. And it's got super good bad guy at the end. He takes up the whole screen. It's a background mirrored layer with stomping feet and little fire beams coming out of his fingers and stuff. It's just a great game, all around great video game. Must have for the Sega Genesis. And if you have an EverDrive, or if they're going to make an actual physical cartridge of it, look up the remake of Ghouls and Ghosts for the Sega Mega Drive, Sega Genesis, and just look at it. There are comparison videos of it, and it is astonishing. They're also doing that with Final Fight. Someone's out there making a more accurate version of it based on the arcade for the Sega Genesis, not for the Sega CD. Now, I have the US and Japanese versions of Final Fight for the Sega CD. It was one of my favorite games back in the day. I had to buy it. And I've talked about this before back in my Nintendo list. It pissed me off when Double Dragon was a one-player game for the Nintendo. And it equally frustrated me and pissed me off when Final Fight was a one-player game for the Super Nintendo. I actually played both of those games a lot in the arcade or at the skating rink or the shopping mall or whatever that particular game was. And I really loved those games. I love Double Dragon. I put money in Double Dragon. And for it to be a one-player game, crapped me out pretty bad. I was like, this sucks. It was fun, but it wasn't fun like Double Dragon is fun. It was fun like some game that's an adventure game is kind of fun. It was not Double Dragon, where you got your partner, and it's a team effort, and it's co-op, and it's really great. And so when I got my Sega CD, they had Final Fight, and I got it, and immediately was like, oh, dude, it was so much better. I was like, this is the arcade game. Only it had voices. So it was like one up for the arcade. It actually had voices and better music, or equal music to the arcade. Excellent gameplay. And then I found out later, the Japanese version is slightly different. It is less censored, and particularly with the girl characters. On the Super Nintendo, they omitted the female characters, whatever, Ivy or Poison, whatever her name is, because when you hit her, it looks like her chest is popping out of her shirt. And later on, a Japanese guy said that she was a man. Anything to escape the, wife beater kind of woman beater dominating mentality that is so negative. But this is a gang member who is skilled enough to do jump spinning backflip kicks and to punch you and kick you and stuff. If there's a female ninja attacking you, you better give it your all. Okay, you don't take it easy because she's a woman. This is a female gang member attacking you. You don't take it easier on her just because she's a woman. But because of backlash and this stupefying American mentality that women are wholly frail, weak little subtle creatures that could never kill or defend themselves, Japan didn't want that bad guy kind of moniker hanging over them. So they omitted the female characters from the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom version of Final Fight. Now, in the US Sega CD version of it, they kept the female characters in, but they took out the chest popping out from under the shirt whenever you hit them. The Japanese version of the Sega CD game has that. So it is more accurate to the arcade. The only thing missing is a little tiny bit of color. They had to reduce the color palette slightly. But it's got all the moves, all the animations, all the bad guys, all of the attacks, all of the enemies, the things they censored out, those are in the Japanese one. And it's got the voices, and it's all around better game. It's just an excellent video game. Okay, so talked enough about it. Next up will be a absolutely terrible game, but I have it nonetheless. And this one I put the Japanese art over it just because it looks better. And that is Outrunners. Now the arcade version of Outrunners is an excellent video game with gigantic scaling sprites. And it's a competition with tons of cars, lots of characters, and everything. Now my kids absolutely love this game. They've never played the arcade version of Outrunners. They don't know anything about it. They only played this, and they loved it. But me looking at it and loving Outrun and other games like Lotus and Test Drive and stuff like that, it really isn't that great of a game. It's cute, and it's a little wacky, and it can be fun. It has its moments, but it really falls short when compared to its source. Now, I can't really, I don't have the arcade version to compare this to. I think I probably have it on MAME on a computer somewhere, and I wouldn't have the time or desire to cough that up, but it's better. And even though they did do as much as they could with what they had, there's no scaling chip, so you immediately are stuck with extremely limited ROM space. The colors on Outrunners, the arcade game, were much, much higher than what a Sega Genesis can do. Just comparatively, they are apples and oranges. They're very different. This is not the arcade Outrunners. Whereas you could almost compare Outrun with its arcade counterpart side by side. You would notice the huge graphical differences, but the gameplay is there and the feel of it. This is a completely different. It's just like almost like an homage to the game from a much lower world. But yeah, tons of different cars, and let's see, or whatever. We'll go ahead and start it up. I think this guy was in the beginning of the first Outrun. I might be wrong. Oh, there's a nice one. I'll pick the manual. I don't know if I usually do that, but why not? Okay, I am trying to shift gears, but it ain't shifting gears. I don't know if there's only 2 gears. I know it says gear 1. So yeah, I am not shifting gears at all. I can't shift gears. Could be the 6-button pad is incompatible with this game. No. Oh, there we go. Okay, so holding A and pressing down shifts the gears. It's been probably 15 years since I played this or more. Now, does it play okay? Yeah, it plays okay. You notice that blue car, when they just messed up, they were running along, look at that, they're running alongside the car, then they jump back in it. Now, that is silly. Now, it has a more pop, funky kind of version of the really good music from Outrun. It's not a bad game, you know, but it's just, you know, I don't know. It's not great. Like Data East handled that, not Sega. Kind of weird there. So Sega was like, "Hey, someone else do this." I like it. It's fun, but it's not Outrunners, the arcade game. Okay, next up, and this is kind of a collector's item. And I think this might be aftermarket what I bought, but it's still kind of hard to get. Maybe not. Yeah, I think it is. Someone translated this and put it in an old school red lined cartridge. Monster World 4. And this has a girl hero instead of a boy hero in the game. Extremely good game. Just all around excellent video game. Here's the cartridge I have of it. It's a heavy cartridge. Now I have Sega Genesis cartridges that are ready to be flash programmed, and they're really lightweight. These are heavy. This is a heavy game. But it's interesting to me what games my own kids love, because, you know, you can't advertise, you know, so much to a kid. You can say you like something, but, you know, if they're honest with themselves, then they're going to like what they're going to like. They're not going to like what they're not going to like. And, you know, they're not so much turd polishers as they're just brutally honest. And so you can make as many reviews tell people something sucks as much as it doesn't matter. When a little kid plays it, and then they go, "Oh man, I absolutely love this game," and then you go and look and they're playing Bubsy. That's how they are. What they like, they like. My kids really loved Bubsy. They loved Bubsy 2. They loved Outrunners. They actually liked Outrunners better than Outrun. And you know, really, if you're pleasing a kid, then you're doing something far, far better than what the market is trying to do, or a corporation, or a company, or money, or value, or, you know, somebody who works and they're spending their hard-earned money and they expect this or that or the other. It's like, no, it's a totally different beast altogether. When you're pleasing a kid with your video game, you're doing something in a higher realm. So I think that's unique when you actually are paying attention to what they love and what they want to play. And they're all very different, you know. Like a little kid might play Donkey Kong by Coleco for the 2600 and go, "I love Donkey Kong," right? And then if you had them play the arcade game, they go, "This sucks. This is too hard. I hate this. I don't want to play this. I want to play Donkey Kong." And then that is Donkey Kong. "No, I want to play that Donkey Kong." Then you sit them down with an Atari and they'll play that for, 45 minutes. So, out of the mouths of babes. They really do have their own ideas and opinions. I love it. I don't know if I have a continue on here. Start at which point? Yeah. So I have a save game on here, maybe? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah. Now this is Monster World, which was Wonder Boy, but this is a girl. And she's super cute. Look at that. She's got a shield. Oh. Yeah, I'm allowed to like cute stuff. I've cut the cords of babies in the hospital right after they were born, and then I raised them and changed their diapers and fed them mother's milk, reheated in a Cool Whip bowl and fed to them through a little bottle, and I played guitar to put them to sleep, and I taught them how to walk and talk and read and how to think, how to play chess and games and stuff, and I played catch with a baseball and play frisbee, and stuff. I have earned my cute badge. I'm allowed to declare that things are cute. I'm allowed to like cute things. I am licensed to talk to babies. I can go up to a baby and go, "Oh, you did a tinker, you tinky baby. You did a poo-poo." That's totally, I'm allowed to do that. No, I'm not some guff guy who hates his life, who doesn't ever want to be around a baby or a woman unless they're putting out or feeding them, I am the opposite. I'm actually a house husband who takes care of little kids. I do dishes and cook food, and my youngest kids are 9 and 11. Okay, so, but my son, my 9-year-old son, he's about to be 10. When he was a baby, we called him Mr. Tinky, and he would laugh. He'd smile so big and laugh when we called him. He'd say, "Mr. Tinky." We still call him Mr. Tinky. He uses that as his nickname in video games and stuff. So he calls himself Mr. Tinky. My daughter, my 11-year-old daughter, I've called her Pepper Nugget her entire life. Pepper Nugget. Her name's Penny, which is short for pendulum, but her entire life I've called her Pepper Nugget, and I still call her Pepper Nugget. And so yeah, I'm allowed to think things are cute. You have to earn it though. You can't just You can't have never taken care of a baby every day and raised him and taught him to walk and talk and think and do math and read and stuff. I taught my kids to read. I taught them to write. I taught them to do math. I taught them to think and to play and spend every single day with them, as much as I can. The only time I'm not around my kids is when they're in school or when they're visiting someone for like a day or two. Other than that, day in and day out. This morning I woke up at 6:30, went downstairs and made lunches for their school. I set up the table so they could get their lunches. I did my rounds around the house, unlocking, unchaining, turning off security lights and stuff. At 7:15, I woke my kids up. I started getting them ready for school. I made sure they had their laptops and their ID cards and whatever stuff's going on with school. I let them out. I watched them walk down the street to the bus stop where they get picked up. They turn around and wave at me from the sidewalk so that they can confirm that we're both, trajectory. I can see them, they can see me. I'm watching them until they're within the camera zone of that school area where they get picked up at the junior high down the street, and then they get bused to the high ability, high creativity schools. Here they have two different branches. One's called STEAM, the other one's called Logos. And my son's in Logos for high ability, high creativity, and math. My daughter's in STEAM for just being all around excellent student, high grade, high ability student. So that's my job. And even though my wife and I aren't together anymore, I'm still here. I'm still taking care of my kids. So yeah, one day I'm going to have to go through that disgusting process of divorcing and all that stuff. But, both of us have agreed that it's better for me to be here raising my kids than to put them through losing their father who raised them. I raised those kids every day of their life. So this wouldn't be kids getting taken away from, an angry factory worker, truck driver dad who they never see, that's an alcoholic drug addict who never loved their mom, accident children kind of stuff. These are kids that I've loved in the womb from the moment they were born. I cut cords, I raised them, taught them to walk, changed diapers. I did the whole entire thing. And it takes a lot to do that. People they don't understand how to respect people that dedicate their time to that. And that's another argument, completely off subject. I'm talking about Sega games and stuff, but people think that everyone has to work all the time and worship money with every fiber of their being. And I cannot do that. I'm the type of person where, I was taught through abuse and folly and neglect and abandonment and being discarded in my childhood how not to be around kids. So I have a thick, perfect, encyclopedic instruction manual level knowledge of exactly what not to do to your children. And so I cannot just disappear on my children. I can't go away. I know how it feels because I was abandoned by my father. My mother abandoned me at one time, came back and got me, abandoned me again for several years, came back and got me. I was messed up from that kind of stuff. It puts you in a mindset where there is no escaping that internalizing of your own worthlessness, where you have confirmed by actions and by other people's effects on you that you are worthless to them, that you really mean absolutely nothing to them. And so I know that at least in a partial way, my children would have that effect if I was to just suddenly vanish on them or disappear or abandon them. And I really don't like the idea of another man claiming to be the father of my children, claiming that they could raise them. I did this work, and it's my work, and I didn't get paid for it, but it is me. That's what I am. So you can hate me if you want to, and I really don't care. You can say you need to go out and get a job, work every single day, make money and all that stuff. I'll probably be in that world one day, but it's going to be after my kids are stable and secure, and it's not going to harm them for me to not be an everyday part of their life. You know, and I've seen the effect of it. When you have as many kids as I've had 7 kids, and all of my kids were high ability, high creativity in Logos or in high ability classes. They graduated with honors. They were part of honor societies. They were all recognized for their high level of intelligence, their excellence in scholastic areas. We had a very tight-knit, loving family where my kids were always saying, "You're the greatest papa ever. We love you. It's the most wonderful thing ever." Then once things fell apart between me and my wife, it created fissures between me and my grown-up children, because all my kids except my 9-year-old and my 11-year-old are out on their own in the world. So it's very difficult when you spend your life raising someone. I could compare it to investing in things and then the investment failing and then you having to start with nothing. Only on the level of your accomplishments with your soul and how you feel. That's how I feel. I feel like I invested in my children. They grew up, and then the disruption between me and their mother made me lose that investment completely. And so with these 2 kids and with my first ones, I really wish they would acknowledge me and be part of my life. But they've moved out. They live cities away. They have their own lives. They are integrated in their world, and I'm just not even a thought to them. It's very painful, but I don't think that's how things could be with these 2 kids. Kind of veered off there for a second because I was thinking about children and how they feel about games and how they act and stuff, and whether I'm an authority on child rearing or you know, whether things are cute or whatever, you know. I can say that things are cute. I know what cuteness is. So yes, next up is Namcot's Burning Force. Now this is not a repro. This is the Mega Drive game in the Mega Drive case with the Mega Drive manual and the Mega Drive cartridge. And I like it. It's an excellent game. So I'm putting the games away as I test them, so to get the pyramid of game boxes off of my floor. Now this one, in my opinion, is a super scaler or a pseudo super scaler done right. When compared side by side with the arcade, it is missing a lot. But as a standalone game and a solid representation of the arcade game, it's good. I like how it plays. I'm more into to enjoy it than to criticize it. But I played this game and really liked it. It has a lot of charm. The game has a very high level of charm. Like, she's in the beginning and they're looking for her, and then she realizes, wait a minute, I'm on this camera. Oh, see that? Like, whoa. And then it shows her zoomed out and she's like escaping on a flying motorcycle. So yeah. I really like this game. I don't know if I'd say it's a must-own for your Sega Genesis Mega Drive, but if you like these types of games, this one's really well done. Now the arcade game has way, way better background graphics. It has larger sprites. Here's the other part. You get into like a aircraft kind of upgrade for your hover bike. Alright, I'll give it a spin. Sorry to veer off there on my life. I know no one cares and it's not something, it's just an earful. I can just say this, you know, I miss my grown-up kids. I miss them so bad every single day. And I look at pictures and videos of them, back when they were telling me every day, "We love you, Papa, you're the greatest Papa ever," they used to gather. I would do animation up in the attic. So I'd be up in the attic doing stop motion animation with my computer and a little set where I have all kinds of toys, and I do animation segments. They're on my YouTube video, on my YouTube channel. And they'd all gather underneath the vent under the attic, and went right close to bedtime, and I'd hear them all in unison singing, "Good night, Papa!" And then I would open the vent and I'd look down and I'd say, "Oh, good night, good night." I'd say all their names and I'd talk to them about their day and stuff like that. So for the past like 15 to 17 years, depending on the kid, I've been raising kids at home. And now a lot of them did homeschooling before they went into, some of them did homeschooling and then they went to high school, where others did normal grade school and then did homeschooling for high school. So, like my oldest son, he actually went to Logos school. But then after he was done with Logos, he did homeschooling. And he graduated from the Connections Academy homeschooling courses. And he did well. I mean, he did good enough to graduate and get his diploma. And he works at like KFC, Taco Bell, like pretty much every day almost, you know. And he moved out recently, and I haven't seen him. My first daughter graduated with honors, got a award from Seton, which is a Catholic school here. My wife didn't want him going to Richmond because it's such a gigantic school. She remembered when the Rodney King verdict came out and there were riots. She was terrified to be in the cafeteria because it was full of African Americans rioting when that happened, just freaking out and screaming and stuff. So she actually got permission to eat lunch in a side room, but she was deeply negatively impacted by that event, and she didn't like the way the school was. There were lots of other things she didn't like about it. So she decided that none of our kids would actually go to the high school here. So instead we sent my first and second daughters to a Catholic high school, which actually had really good ratings and stuff. And they're not Catholic. You don't have to be Catholic to go to a Catholic high school. And so they went, they graduated. My first daughter got a $55,000 scholarship to Earlham, which is a prestigious college here, but she decided to hold off on her education. She's still in that mode where she's holding off from her education. My second daughter went to Ball State and graduated with a business degree and is getting ready to get married, said she wants to have kids. My third daughter is in college getting an art degree. My oldest son works all the time. He's thinking of getting a technical degree in something like, I don't know, plumbing or something like that, some kind of, you know, labor-oriented certification. My two little youngsters here are both just super intelligent little monkeys. Not doing so good at this because I'm thinking about all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I miss my kids so much. Every day, it never goes away. that was another game. Now you go into that thing if you beat it. Next up, and this one is a sought after game. It's very expensive on eBay and on the market. Run Arc, also known as Growl, based on a cooperative arcade game, a co-op arcade game, kind of like Double Dragon, but you're animal activists that look like Indiana Jones. All the characters look like different phases of Indiana Jones, only they're animal activists who are stopping poaching where animals are being abused. So it's very heroic, and this one actually has the registration card with it and everything. And I've seen this go for hundreds of dollars. It's a rare, sought-after game. Oh, it looks like it's hanging on the start. Now this is based on an arcade game. It's like the 20s, if in the 20s they had arm-mounted rocket launcher weapons. Really, it looks like you're fighting against paupers and everybody's wearing a derby. And then of course they're backed up by women in 80s miniskirts and high heels. It's just a lot of not making much sense going on here. Like you got a 20s railroad track and train. Okay, anyway, let's do this. Let's play this silly game for a minute. Pick your Indiana Jones. Early part of the 20th century, a group of evil poachers recklessly hunted animals nearly to extinction. We will not fail to defeat the evil poachers. Here we go. Now their attack didn't help because by blowing up the table, they revealed the rocket launcher and sword. Now, of course, just like Harrison Ford and Indiana Jones, you can do jump, spinning, reverse crescent kicks, which Indiana Jones was known for. He could do all kinds of jump, spinning, reverse crescent kicks. There's a special move there. His finger to point where to go. Now, of course, in the 20s, the AK-47 existed, so you could easily shoot 80s businesswomen in miniskirts with an AK-47 in the early part of the 20th century. It's a completely valid weapon. Don't take any guff from these 80s businesswomen with miniskirts and high heels. Now this is the bad guy from Indiana Jones, only instead of a gun, he has a whip. And he's whipping a mountain lion, or a lion. You just blew everything up, but the lion's okay. Oh, I'm getting bitch slapped here. The lion's okay. Oh, I need to get my whip. Yes! Now I am Indiana Jones. And I'm not going to tolerate this poachery going on in this. It's not going to work for me. Okay. Oh! Now, in the scene where Indiana Jones picks up this little revolver, or he has the revolver on him, And this guy gets ready to chop him up with a sword. Harrison Ford was terribly ill, and the sweat and the look on his face of desperation and indecision was absolutely not acted out. It was him. He was so sick that he couldn't function, and he just wanted to get it done. And so he ad-libbed this. I'm just going to yank my iron and fire it at this guy. And then they're like, okay, this is absolutely perfect. And they stuck with it. So that scene was actually as authentic and believable and magnetic and you know, embedding as it was because of his condition. He was terribly ill. So it's kind of like Indiana Jones if Harrison Ford was Mark Hamill. And of course, this is a totally different universe where, okay, how many women wore miniskirts and high heels in the 20s? I would say probably zero. I wouldn't be surprised if the miniskirt was an invention of like the 60s or the late 50s, and it was probably considered a satanic expression in the 50s, adopted in the 60s in the free love movement, personalized and embodied in the 80s during the women empowerment movement, and now it's just commonplace. Like men can wear mini skirts today, you know, or mini kilts. But I seriously doubt that in the time frame that this video game is meant to take place in, any woman would ever be caught dead in a miniskirt wearing matching high heels, let alone kung fu fighting against a ninja Indiana Jones animal activist. I'd even go as far to say that animal activism was kind of non-existent at this point in time. I mean, people had no problem with Alexander, or not Alexander Graham Bell, the guy who ran, let me see, God, I can't even think straight. Had no problem, people had no problem at all with animals being executed in the street to disprove Tesla's alternating current. Yeah, they were like electrocuting elephants in the street and dogs and stuff to try to get people not to adopt an alternating current, which eventually was the only way to properly deliver electricity to people's homes. Tesla proved that if you were to use direct current, you'd have to have cables the size of, like, you know, buildings, and it would be super dangerous. Good thing I was laying on the ground so that explosion right next to my head wouldn't harm me or take my head off my shoulders. Okay, this game is excellent. It's super fun. You get to save animals. And I'm a vegan, so I can play this game and feel like, you know, I'm doing what I would have done back then had I been a Kung Fu Indiana Jones fighting against women in miniskirts and high heels in the roaring 20s. You know, this was, oh God. Right after the bird flu that killed millions of people. But in case you think animal activism or the acknowledgement of the sentience of animals is a new thing, Da Vinci was quoted as saying, what did he say? I will not be a tomb for these creatures, and there will be a day where man considers the death of an animal the same as the death of a man. So, Da Vinci, who, you know, Leonardo da Vinci, we're all living in his... Oh, this guy's from Double Dragon. So, You know, Da Vinci invented our world. He helped to invent our thinking. And he changed the world and was a genius. And he said, you know, my body will not be a tomb for these creatures. So even he knew that a higher-minded person would recognize the sentience of animals and wouldn't consume them. You know? And in this particular case, we're keeping evil poachers from taking advantage of animals. I'm dead. I'm going to get out of the way when he blows up. How about that? Really like to get some of this guy's armor that makes him survive the strap TNT on his body exploding. There we go. Finally, he's dead. And all of the birdies, all these hawks are free, or eagles, or whatever they are. Look like eagles. Oh, that was a good idea. So yeah, great video game, very unique, one of a kind, animal activism fighting game. Let's not think too hard about how wrong the character types are and stuff. It's good. It's a good representation. It's about, like, if you compare the Sega Genesis Mega Drive version of The Punisher to its arcade counterpart, it has that same kind of level where they had to change it, it had to be less, but it's still kind of there. Right. Alright. Next up will be Wonder Boy in Monster World 3. And this is not a reproduction, this is an actual Mega Drive game with the box art, with the manual and the Mega Drive cartridge. Now, the US version of this game is much better because you can read it. I really don't know if the English ones are actually translations or if this came out here. Great graphics, good scrolling, cool storyline. It's a big upgrade on the other Monster World and Wonder Boy kind of games. So this is probably the best of the Monster World games. And I think this also came out, yeah, I'm sure it came out as well for the Sega Master System. And it's actually really super good. It looks almost the same. I mean, it's identical, except the graphics aren't exactly as good. It's just a tiny bit of a difference. But it's kind of hard to tell the difference between the two because they both look and play nearly the same. No, it says Wonder Boy 5, Monster World 3. The other was, what was it, Wonder Boy 3 and Monster World 2? And that's that's the prequel to this on the Master System. It didn't come out for the Genesis, where you get turned into a dragon. That's in my Master System video. So it's really cartoony, really good graphics. So it's got a lot of kanji, but also a lot of English, like most of these Japanese games had. You can figure it out without, you know, necessarily having to go to a whole other region. But as far as the story components, of course you want to have the English version of it. And it's out there in the wild, either as a, you know, ROM hack or whatever patch, or as a game itself. Honestly, I don't remember. I think this came out in the US, but I really don't remember. I know it's a great game though, and I played the English version of it, which I have. I have it as a ROM. I just don't know if the ROM was a patched work, or if it was from the US version. So I recommend it. Great game. Give it a try. Okay. So next up we'll do, this is another one where I've taken the US box with manual and cartridge and art and everything, and I covered it with the Japanese game cover, Samurai Showdown, which in Japan is Samurai Spirits. This says Lukey Games. I don't remember if I actually got that from Lukey Games or not, or if this is a case that was from a different game I bought from them. Sometimes I swap them around to get the nicest looking case that I can for a particular game. Like if I have the manual and the cartridge but the case is damaged, then I'll switch it all over to a non-damaged case and then move the case art over to reflect the better looking presentation there. So this is a good game, but it doesn't have scaling. The 3DO version has scaling. Super Nintendo version doesn't have scaling, but you're stuck in the smallest size of the characters, as they would appear if you were to zoom out. And this one has the more larger characters as if you were zoomed about almost all the way in, or all the way in. The Neo Geo game had scaling. So the screen would zoom in as you got closer and zoom out as you got further away, and so by zooming and scaling, the characters got smaller and smaller the further away you got, and larger the closer you got. Did this game capture the feel of Samurai Showdown? I think it did. I think it really is a great video game. It plays really good. I don't remember if Earthquake is in this game or if they omitted him because of size limitations. And there is a Sega CD version of this game, and I have it. So, and they're different. They both have strengths and weaknesses. Neither of them have scaling. So there is no scaling going on with Samurai Showdown on the 16-bit versions of the games. You don't get that unless you have a Neo Geo CD, or a 3DO. And it is one of the best games for the 3DO. Now the 3DO had a 3-button controller with shoulder buttons, and it had this brilliant idea of daisy chaining controllers. I don't know who thought that cost cutting was so important that they got rid of a second controller port, but they decided to put the controller ports in the controllers themselves. So you daisy chain 3DO controllers into the first player controller. So not only are you wired to the 3DO, but every controller in tandem is wired to your controller. So you have at least 2 cords coming out of your controller, and the more players you add, each have 2 cords coming out of their controllers. I mean, I could just imagine someone getting frustrated and then grabbing the cord and yanking the controller out of their opponent's hands, or having all of that big octopus mess of controllers hanging out and sticking in everywhere, which way and that. It sucked, and it was really, really stupid. Now I have the FC10, which is a slightly faster, best version of the 3DO. It doesn't have an ejection tray mechanism to fail. It has a pop-top tray like the Sega CD2 has a pop-top tray. You don't have to worry about all that motor-driven tray eject stuff failing on you. It makes it last a lot longer, a lot easier to deal with. and it looks better and plays better. I think the 3DO did have a VCD adapter for people in regions where they could get VCD movies to watch on it. And it did have a pretty strong presence in Japan. Really great games overall. It was a good system. It just didn't last. You know, it just didn't have the... Now, like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure it's basically a PlayStation with about half the amount of RAM. So it could probably handle games like Tomb Raider or some of those earlier games that made the PlayStation a must-have system. But for the most part, it failed because it was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it had the FMV craze pulling it down, which I'm so glad was short-lived. I hated FMV video games, especially the ones with almost no interactivity, like Dragon's Lair, Space Ace, and just stupid games like that. Now, Sewer Shark wasn't bad. You were actually shooting things, and it had a pretty good integration of FMV with action, but it wasn't really good either. It wasn't great, you know, and you know, none of them were good. A Night Trap was acceptable, but again, it has a high level of video game integration. You're not just pressing buttons to coincide with flashing lights. You're actually trying to trap bad guys who are trying to, you know, harm a house full of pretty girls. And then, of course, they made 32X Night Trap on CD, which had very high color, looked amazing. That's a fun comparison, is to see the FMV Sega CD games compared to the 32X CD versions of those games. Of course, the 32X ones look a lot better, regardless of how terrible the games are inherently. This game's wonderful. It plays great, looks great. I don't know if it's a must-have, but it is really good. I've played this a lot. I've beaten it. I love the game. Okay. Alrighty then. Now, we've seen Road Rash 2, but I also have a boxed version of Road Rash 2 with the artwork. Some pages from the manual, but not the complete manual, and the extended, I put the better looking of the two cartridges in the case to preserve it. I should probably print the manual and staple it to the cover so it's a little more complete. But next we will go ahead and play, let's see, which one is this? This one's 2. Okay, we'll go ahead and do eSWAT, Cyber Police. This is the Japanese art put on the box with the US game and the US manual. I think this was called City Under Siege in the US, if I remember. Yeah, City Under Siege. Now this game has its ins and outs. You start out as like it looks like a motorcycle cop kind of with his pants and the top. So you're shooting bad guys. It's kind of a little like Revenge of Shinobi with a different coat of paint. But one good thing about the game, other than it's really cool, futuristic, is that you get your armor, you get an armor suit in the in-between levels. So it's like you're a cop, then you get the suit, then you're using the suit, then you go back to being the cop. And so yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's a fun game if you get into it. I know some people really like this game. Sega exclusive. I don't remember if this is based on an arcade game or not. I think it might be. I have to look it up.
One.
So it's from 1990. So this was a little over a year after the initial release of the US Sega Genesis. Now, people today might not know this, but the acceleration of SWAT teams in the U.S. and the mechanization of the police force came about sometime around that shootout with armored mercenaries that were heisting banks. I think in the 90s, in the late 90s. And the cops were major undergunned, underpowered. The guys were head-to-toe body armor with full auto machine guns, and they hurt a lot of people. They finally got taken down, and I think that was basically the big red flag saying, "Hey, we're up against people who might have." A mercenary kind of training backdrop. They might be a little crazy, and they might have full body armor and, lots of ammo, full auto guns and stuff. Sometimes I think that stuff is like set up. Like they set it up. They pay these guys. Maybe they make a deal where they pay their family, but they know they're going to die or go to prison, and they go ahead and do it. They're crazy mercenaries that can't function in society. So they set this stuff up, and then after that, they already have the plan to mechanize the police force. And so since then, cops have land tanks, full auto machine guns, body armor, SWAT teams. They have more infiltration-oriented training and practices. And gone are the days of the funny hat-wearing constables with nothing but a nightstick that are just gumshoe kind of patrolling the streets. Tire checking and ticketing cars. Then now they've got listening and cameras in your house, and they're watching you all the time, and they're planning out huge drug busts against gangs and drug cartels. They've got body armor and machine gun, paramilitary tactics kind of training and stuff. When I did the Citizens Police Academy, part of it was firing their guns and firing their machine guns. And those full auto machine guns are compact and just scary. They're just like, I can't believe they would let anyone use something like that in a city, because the accidental collateral damage could be so great. I mean, but that all spawned from that incident and other somewhat relatable incidents of full auto armored mercenary level bank robbers, And so the term E-SWAT, like electronic SWAT team, this was from 90 or something, was the SWAT team of a U.S.-wide presence at that time. Are they related? Was this semi-prophetic? Probably not. They probably already had it everywhere, and they were just, using the name. So, I have the Sonic pamphlet that came out, the not-for-resale Sonic game, and the Japanese printed artwork, but I also have the Japanese game, so I could put that in here, if I wanted to make this even more authentic. And I've already showed that, both of those, so that's not going to go up there. Okay, so next we'll do Philios. And this was a game I bought that had been a rental, and it has one of those rental sheets where instead of having the instruction manual, they printed out the instructions to the game on a sticker and stuck it to the back of the case. So when you rented it, you didn't get the instructions, and then inside it, it has even more instructions printed on the inside of the case to go with the game. Okay. Of course, we have to have a Rackalicious babe to save. I guess you're Apollo riding the Pegasus to save Medea or Artemis or someone. Just all kinds of Greek stuff mixed in with what is essentially an above-head shooter like Dragon Spirit or something like that. Now the arcade game actually had rotation. And so the screen would actually rotate at times, and that effect is missing from this game. It's similar to the arcade game, and I like this. I like this game a lot. I get into it, and I also like Dragon Spirit, especially for the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16. Fun game. I don't know why I thought Artemis was a guy, but I guess Artemis is a girl, maybe? Some neat parallax. Of course, the demo plays like a moron. I like games where the demo shows you how to play the game. Like where you see, like a great example is Alien Soldier, which is an exceedingly difficult game, but then it's showing you how to beat some of the bad guys. You can actually watch the demo and get a pretty good idea how to beat most of the hardest bosses just by paying close attention to what the demo play does. And this keeps showing different levels. Let's see if it shows the one that is different than the rotational scrolling level, because it is a lot different. Yeah, I think this might be, I might be wrong, but this might be the level they used to replace the rotational scrolling level. And the rotational scrolling level, just like with Super Contra, where it had rotational above head view levels, were almost sickening. Like when you turned and the screen turned, it wasn't perfect. It had kind of like a catching up kind of effect where everything shifted and then the tiles kind of moved in a staggered way to fill in the rotation. And it's almost nauseating in this game and in Super Contra, but it's not in this game. In this one there is no rotation, and I think it might be better off for it. Where it was an effect to kind of advertise what the game's hardware could do in the arcade. In this one, they're just kind of maintaining the same integrity of the gameplay, but they're not stressing the system with something it can't easily do in hardware. So yeah, great video game. Kind of moving through these a little quick because I have such a huge video coming. This is a gigantic video already. This might end up being an 11 or 12 hour video or more. Next up will be one of my favorite Sega games. I used to play this with my wife, and we team up and play it co-op, and we beat it. And it was so much fun. I actually like this better than the arcade game too. and it's Forgotten Worlds. Now, the PC Engine Super CD version is really super good, and I like it a lot. But the Sega Genesis one will always have a place in my heart. You know, being one, me and my wife, when we were best friends, still together, played and beat together. It was so much fun. And this is the US cartridge with Mega Drive artwork that I printed to put on there because I love the game. Two-player co-op. Oh yeah, this one has the shortest. Okay. Now, oh, I think I remember. I think you might not be able to play this right unless you start it with. Yeah, it does this. You have to start this game while holding the 3-button mode switch on your 6-button pad. So I'm going to do that real quick. I think I did it right. We'll see. No, I didn't. Okay, I have to turn it off and do this. Okay, there we go. I got it now. You have to start the system while holding the mode button on the top of the 6-button pad to turn the controller on in 3-button mode. Otherwise, this game will go straight to game over right away. Now, I think there are only a couple of games that actually mess up with the 3-button controller. This is one of them. Or with the 6-button controller. I mean, it has to be the 3-button controller, or it won't work right. I love the artwork for the lady here. She's so pretty. Okay, let's see here. What do I got? Cha-cha-cha. Here we go. Now you can see my character's different. He has armor. Now, in the arcade game and the PC Engine one, there's more garbage graphics on the stack-up parts that you shoot. There's just more graphics. All the blue pods are zenny, which are the money. You might be able to tell I've played this game before. Huge money. napalm bomb. Cha-cha-cha. Now once you learn the controls, it's very intuitive. This was a dial controller in the arcade, where you just spun around. In this case, you hit C to spin clockwise and A to spin counterclockwise while holding down the B button or hitting the B button. So, yeah, you get used to it. Oh, of course. And he's belching up the lizard men, lizard people. His weak, yeah, like she said in the little news thing that you buy, his weak point is his heart. So you just shoot him right in the heart. Not even the dust dragon can defeat us. Totally love this game. Now the Master System version is really not that good. It's okay. The PC Engine TurboGrafx CD version is better, but not so much better that it's like, you know, and it came with a special 3-button controller that I think you pretty much needed to play the game well, or you could get a 6-button pad that had the mode for 3 buttons. I think they had those too. But, so this one was a little easier to deal with because you didn't have to buy an extra controller. But when you bought it in Japan, it came with the controller with the game. So there we go. Super fun game. It says something like, has the god of war been defeated, or something like that. Love this game. Super, super fun game. I could play it to the end and beat it right now. That's okay. Now, next up will be this game. I think it's Tiger something. I can't even, I don't know. It's all in Japanese. Tail plan. It's a kind of like 1942, 1943, 1943 KIA or Kia, whatever you want to call it. And it doesn't really say what it is. Pretty sure, yeah, it's a real Mega Drive game, and it's got like a faded box that I got. This is the real game box, and it's been considerably sun faded. Probably sat, on a shelf in the sun. A lot of Japanese stuff is like smoked on, like it's just like nicotine caked. Twin Hawk, that's what it's called here. Alright. I wonder if that's the bad guy. And there you go, it's your 1943, but with water tanks. Wow. Really good graphics. You got good guys with you in this one. I always wondered that, like, why can't you have a wing in some of these games? Like, it's always that you're the last hope, but there's only one of you. Like, how unprepared were the good guys? Like, the good guys should have a whole bunch of other good guys there to help you. And so I think in these games, they should have, at least a, dozen or so good guys that come in and help when you're fighting. And this kind of does that. You're fighting and then your wing of planes comes up and is shooting right there with you. All right, let's see what this is like real quick. Fun. Cool music. When it starts you out with like a big stinky arsenal of gunfire, and then as they die you get less and less gunfire until you're just kind of like, now I'm here alone, and I actually feel kind of better this way. I think I called them in. Yeah, I think by pressing the B button it called them in. Now my game's over. Looks like a great game. I maybe played it once, but I liked the music a lot. I thought the music at the very beginning was really cool. And it seems to play well. Okay, we're going to move along. Goodness gracious. Next I'm going to show two puzzle games. These games later became Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Okay, because the character IP from Japan was unknown here, they couldn't have it be this absolutely adorable anime girl character. Puyo Puyo, which is a puzzle game. And this is the Mega Drive. This is not a print. This is the real game with the instructions and the cartridge. And it's got really cute gameplay. It's a kind of a combat puzzle game like Tetris or other games like that. This is the second Puyo Puyo game. I've got the inserts with all of the stuff with it by Compile in mint condition. Puyo Puyo 1 and Puyo Puyo 2. And we'll show those. I think this game's adorable. I love her. She's so cute. She's like crying because one of the little Puyo Puyo blobs hit her in the head. Now, even though the core gameplay is the same as Mean Bean Machine, the characters are so much cuter that the game is really that much better because of it. So, you know, I would never pick Mean Bean Machine. I just played it on my Master System handheld. I would never buy it, but this I bought because I love the game, and it's the same game. So sometimes that little extra reward of such a cute cast of characters makes it worth getting. You know, it's kind of like Kicks. I don't really like Kicks, but if you put graphics of beautiful girls or, you know, cool characters and stuff behind it, so you're unlocking sections of that image while you play the game, then it's worth playing. Even though the core gameplay is the same, you're rewarded by it. Got some coffee here. The kids will be home in about an hour and a half. And let's go ahead and play some Puyo Puyo. Huh. Wow, I'm really sucking here at first. I'm setting myself up for failure here. Okay, this will help. There we go. So you have little eyeball gelatinous blobs, and you're trying to stack their colors to get rid of as many of them as you can. You have to have at least 4. And he just dumped a bunch of them on me. What a turd burglar. My goodness. There's nothing I can do here, seriously. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna lose. I already know. Because he's just dumping stuff on me. Oh, I screwed up right there, too. Oh no, I could have gotten the yellow ones out of the way. There's nothing I can do about it. Now I've actually beaten several characters in this game, so you know that was, you have to get a lot of points at the very beginning to get an edge on the enemy. Now, the problem I have with Mean Bean Machine is it looks like, you know, just kind of crappy, shoddily drawn, low color efforts in the beginning there, and so you're fighting against characters that don't have the appeal of anime characters. They're just crappy renditions of, you know, Sonic bad guy amalgamations. They suck. I mean, I just say it, they suck. So I don't think Mean Bean Machine is really good at all. The core gameplay as a puzzle game is exactly, it is this game. They're identical. But once you've played this, it's kind of hard to like the other. I'm not doing well. It doesn't really seem that anything I'm doing is really, I'm not getting any pieces to hit him. I won. So there we go. So you either keep yourself going until they undo themselves, or you bomb them with pieces enough to where they can't win. This is the fake Darwin is wrong bad guy. So yeah, you get super cute characters in the game. That's Puyo Puyo. There are other versions of the game, and I think most people pretty much concede that this Mega Drive is the best version of the game. And I think it's also a commonly held understanding that Mean Bean Machine sucks balls. It's terrible. Okay. So next up, we'll show Puyo Puyo 2. And where you didn't think that Puyo Puyo could get any better, Puyo Puyo 2 comes along and does this to you. And this is a better game. It's so cute. Now my son has been at school for the past couple of episodes, so I think I'm getting a little loose with my language and my opinions and stuff. And I don't think anybody's really watching my videos, you know, so I apologize if I offended anybody. all opinions aside. Act Against AIDS. This little scorpion man. And here's the gameplay. We have a samurai. Really quick, nearly identical gameplay. Better voices. Better cutscene graphics. Although the music from the first game is very addictive. It gets in your head. It has kind of like a smeary, almost theremin kind of wave to the sound, like it gets in your head, and you find yourself whistling and humming that game all day long once you played it. Okay, why not? We'll play this once real quick. Okay. Cute. Already it's faster and smoother. He's sweating. That skeleton is clearly perturbed. You know, I learned something recently, and this was very entertaining to me. But if you're not disgruntled, then it means you're gruntled. And so, I'm very gruntled with this game. I'm not disgruntled. I'm in fact gruntled. And so, I think that that should be a new word that people use if they're pleased with something. If someone says, hey, did you like that sandwich? You can say, I'm gruntled. Yeah, you're gruntled. If you didn't like it, and you have a, poo-poo face about it, someone could say, what's wrong? And you can say, I'm disgruntled. We all know what that means. Everybody uses the word disgruntled, but no one uses the word gruntled. Gruntled is the opposite of disgruntled. So it needs to be used more. People need to express their gruntledness, because we're missing out on a great word. So am I disgruntled with this game? No. I'm in fact quite gruntled with this game. Gives me a gruntled feeling of accomplishment and gruntledness. Wow, this guy's, he's playing rough. No way. Not fair. Yeah, I lost. And right quick, by what appears to be a tortoise unicorn with a tail creature. Wow. Oh, I'm just taxed. Get this game, play it. If you like cutesy fartsy puzzle games with anime girl protagonists. Next up is DJ Boy, which was frowned on and claimed to be racist, so changed in the US form, and it is just another one of the huge array of rollerblade fighting games that exist. So there we go. Oh boy. Now this game's fun. Is it good? Now you see her on roller skates. And so yeah, like I said, it's a roller skate, like I said, rollerblade, roller skate fighting game. And believe it or not, it's not the only one. There's actually a couple of them out there. I don't know, I mean, what if there's a different world where people adopted roller skates and rollerblades as the primary form of travel? Just because they're faster and, you know, they're not bicycles, and you saw people roller skating up and down the streets and sidewalks and stuff to get places, everyone would be stronger. There'd be very little obesity. We'd have a lot of really fit people, and maybe the sidewalks and streets would be that much cleaner, so you don't have chin music crashing and breaking your tits on the ground, scraping your front epidermal layer off, wrecking downhill or something. And in turn, all gang fighting would be resolved on rollerblades. But why not? I think maybe people need to start riding roller skates and rollerblades all over the cities. We need to have, you know, an upsurge, and you know, that would be great. What if you looked out the window one day and you saw people everywhere and they were all roller skating everywhere that they went? You saw people with bags of groceries. You saw people getting pulled along by dogs on leashes on their roller skates. People holding hands and roller skating. The world would be a better place. I mean, you have to admit, the world would be a better place if everyone just roller skated, if everyone was a fruit booter. Okay, so it'd be great. Now, the reason this was said to be racist is one of the bosses is a iconic, stereotypical, like Aunt Jemima, black woman, and it's, I don't know if you could say it's really, you know, it is stereotyped, but I don't know if it goes as far as being racist, you know. But, you know, they have stuff like that in Japanese games. Like, there's one of the bad guys in, there's your girlfriend throwing dynamite. And one of the bad guys in the Streets of Rage is a guy that's wearing, like, a totally, like, YMCA, you know, cop hat with, like leather leggings and really tight underwear and stuff. He looks like, you know, what would stereotypically be a negative attack on a gay person, even though they probably wouldn't. Maybe they wouldn't see it as an attack. They'd say, hey, you go, sister, and at least they have a tough, hard, bad guy that they're not afraid to depict as a gay man. But here we see it and go, oh, that's being that's being negatively stereotyping gay people, and it's attacking them. They may not see it that way. And in this particular case, it's supposedly a racist negative stereotype of a black mama. Like, she's got a big muumuu dress, and she knows like kung fu and kicks your butt. And I guess I can kind of see where they don't like it, so they change it and everything. But also, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's really racist. There's a stereotype that exists, and they're putting it in the game. And that's and it's negative, I guess, but it's not really so bad that you could really call it racist. But nevertheless, they changed it, and so this game is rarer, and because of the controversy involving the game, it is sought after. It's worth more. The artwork on the game is really cool. I like the game. It doesn't bother me. I'm not a racist person. I don't have any problem with any people, color, race, creed, whatever. I don't want to get too much into politics or, how I feel about the current state of the world as far as those things go. But I don't think this game is actually racist. The Japanese are very openly creative, and I think they like to play with and toy with stereotypes. For instance, with the game Crude Buster, that's meant to depict muscular gay men in an almost exclusive way, to where there are no females in the game at all. There's no female presence. It's a dystopian world of dominant gay males, and they're flexing at each other suggestively, and it has a hint of that. That's what it's meant to depict. They have other games that depict that, and they have different shades of lightheartedness that they grade those types of things with. And so we don't have that. We have basically three gears. We have a middle point, we have an attack vector where everything is wrong and racist and sexist and bad, and then we have an acceptable layer that is, sickeningly docile and comically, it's like putty. It's too safe to where it's disgusting. But we don't get to have those middle nuances where stereotypes can exist in a humorous way. They have to be a negative thing. And stereotypes exist. They don't come up with stereotypes and then people fit the stereotypes. People come up with the stereotypes, and then others see it become a uniformity, and then they apply that stereotype to their depiction. So when you say you're making a negative stereotype of a person, well, a large enough number of people have to fit that stereotype for it to categorize that person. So where the Japanese don't see it as a negative thing to apply stereotypes, we apply it hypocritically as though it is negative. Almost like stereotyping a black character from the 80s smoking Newports. Well, the reason that stereotype happened is because a demographic accord that showed that a very large number of African American men smoked that specific type of cigarette, and everyone saw it. So then if they show that character in a movie, then they're smoking that, and so, oh look, that's a negative stereotype. It is an accurate stereotype. And so I can engage that softer middle point, non-accusatory, non-finger pointing, humorous, acceptable, non-damning, not critical, not racist stereotype. Whereas people who only have three gears will say that is a negative stereotype, that is an act of racism, that is an act of sexism, things like that. But at the same time, you may say that the Japanese culture is inherently sexist. They are a male-dominated country. The women have a hard time climbing up the ladder of success. They are the born. They're the base presence of what we would call MGTOW. They have people where we say men go their own way because there's such a negative impact with men's hearts getting broken and non-committal relationships and people lying and breaking their vows and being untrustworthy and cheating and all that. Well, in their country, even the hint of that is enough of a distraction to reject the entire persuasion altogether. So they won't even allow it. And so they have a breakdown in the structure, in the hierarchy, where you meet someone, you fall in love, it's worth getting married and having kids and having a family. They're like, no, I'm not going to get lied to, I'm not going to get taken advantage of, I'm not going to get cheated on, I'm not going to be cucked, I'm not going to be hurt like that, and so I'll just dedicate all my time to work and I won't participate in that. And that's happening on such a grand scale that they're afraid that they won't have a future. They have a whole bunch of old people about to die and a whole bunch of young people that ain't getting married and having kids. And they're going to have a middle point. And there's going to be a societal collapse if people don't start, popping babies, right? And so maybe that safety net, that predictive countermeasure is different than the multi-tiered kind of softening effect of appreciating the more aggravating stereotypes for comedic effect, which is what this game does. It has a negative stereotype that's for comedic effect, and here we just shift it right into that most negative gear of racism and attack it, and there's really no answer for it. Now, it hasn't shown it on there. I'm not going to play the game to get it. If you want to see it, you can look that stupid stuff up. I think it's a fun game. I'll play it. I'm not going to be offended by it. I won't say it's one of my favorite games. It's really not. This is more of one to collect for the purpose of the controversy surrounding it, and then enjoy it because of how much of a radical departure it is from typical fighting games. Okay, next up, we'll go ahead and play the pseudo super scalar Galaxy Force 2, which is terrible compared to its arcade counterpart. It is tolerable at best and not really a recommendable game. You can play it, but get ready for the headache that this game really is. Game's gorgeous. I love the artwork. Now, this game had super scalar with gigantic sprites with huge spaceships and stuff, and it got turned into this. And you would have no other way. If you walked out of the arcade having enjoyed this game, you really would have no other kind of escape other than to be disappointed. I mean, this game is not the arcade game. And when you actually get into that asteroid, spherical, whatever, planetoid that's up ahead, you see what I mean especially. Now, in the arcade, it was smooth because it was scaled, and they didn't even have anywhere near the amount of support. This game should have been a Sega CD game, where they actually used scaling and had gigantic sprites and stuff. This should have never been a cartridge. And here it comes right here. This is terrible. I kind of wish I could show the arcade version of the game, and they have comparisons. There's lots of comparisons of this game online to see just how much of a drastic departure it is from the arcade game. Now, can it be enjoyed? Maybe. But it's just so different. Now, Galaxy Force 1 came out for the Master System, and it was equally atrocious, but that was an 8-bit system, and so you can expect it. This one really has no excuse for being as bad as it is. It should have had either a larger ROM cart with more dedication to an accurate depiction of the game, an accurate conversion of the game, or it should have been a CD game where they could have actually used the scaling hardware in the Sega CD to make a decent version of this game. But Now I can play it kinda, and I like the box art a lot. I think it's about the only good really thing about the game. It's the only really good thing about it is the artwork, and I don't know, maybe the music's kind of okay, but I was disappointed with this game. I mean, I tried it, I got into it a little bit, but then when I saw the arcade game, I was just like, why? You know, this was something that really needed a scalar chip to be anything. There's so much graphics in the arcade game. There's like that thing right there that it's showing up there, that ship, that thing is gigantic, and it zips by you on the screen and has all these different layers to it that are all scaled graphics. And this is just like nothing. It's nothing compared to the arcade game. Kind of like Outrunners. They were biting off way, way more than they could chew to try to do what was a super scalar that needed scaling hardware with the pseudo super scalar crap where they're doing, you know, separate images for everything. It's really chunky and choppy. So yeah, but I own it. I've got this beautiful box art. So yeah, Galaxy Force 2. Okay, I also have Battle Mania. And I'm going to check out, if this is the same game I showed earlier, then I'm going to skip over it. If it's not the same game, then I'll go ahead and show it. And I love the box art for this game. The game is awesome, and the box art's awesome, and everything about this game is awesome. Love it. So I love it. They're playing that English game with this. Mania is Maria. And they're so cute. I think this is the same game though. Wait a minute. Let me see something here. No. This isn't. No, this is the second one, or the other one was the second one. Yeah, this is either the sequel or the prequel. I think this is the one to pick. It's been a while. Yeah, this is the other one. So I have both. Yeah, and it starts you out on the ground. I want to say this is the sequel. And it has different damage levels of the bad guys. So you blow off the armor, and then they have this like monster shell. Oops! I hit the A button too early. Now, the Sega sound chip did not have samples. Now, what are samples? Okay, well, MIDI instruments have the ability to connect to a sound module. The sound module, based on its level of complexity and amount of memory dedicated, can have different samples. The samples will be how high quality your sounds are. So if you have a very high megabyte samples in your sound module, then a MIDI player is going to sound very, very good. Lower memory sound samples won't sound as good. Some people actually favor that though. The higher bit rate, older style, more synthetic style samples. Now the Super Nintendo actually used samples. So you get a lot of the same sounds in the music in their games, and it sounds kind of empty and canned and squeaky and tootsy and fartsy. Lots of squeaking and like tin pan drum sounds and stuff. But with the Sega Genesis, it is a sound processor. It doesn't have samples. You program the sounds, and they can be tweaked and changed around. The level of complexity of your sound is limited only by the skills of the sound programmer. So that's why a lot of the drum samples in these games are exceedingly good on the Sega Genesis. A lot of the music, like bass notes, slap bass, and plucking kind of finger bass style sounds are very good because somebody programmed it that way. In my opinion, you can do more with the Sega Genesis sound chip than you can with the Super Nintendo sampled sound chip. Now, the samples probably make it slightly easier to program on the Super Nintendo because you're just providing the notes and the instrumentation type for the sample to play. But you get the same kind of sounds in everything. And so there's more uniqueness and variety to the Sega Genesis sounds. I think collectively there's more authentic drum sounds and bass sounds in most Sega Genesis Mega Drive games. Whereas, again, with Super Nintendo games, you get the same instrumentation and the same sounds because they're using an earlier form of samples. And they're low bit rate comparatively, but they don't sound bad, but they are their own thing. So, again, where people think that the Super Nintendo is superior, it really isn't. It's a different thing altogether. Oh yeah, I love this. He's got this guy on a spinning board and he's throwing knives at him like Binky the Clown. I love the graphics in this game. I love the characters. I really love this game. I love both of them actually. Troubleshooter and they're both troubleshooter games in the US. Oh, I died. You get one shot. But one more time. That is adorable. I love it. I wouldn't mind having a poster of this like up on my wall because it's so cute. I love the characters. Love the artwork. They really outdid themselves. Okay. Finally kind of weeding out more and more of these games. Next up, a very, very rare Mega Drive game. This came from the world of 16-bit computers, like the Amiga and the Atari STE, or the ST. Stormlord. I have the boxed cartridge version. This is not a print. This is the actual, real boxed game Stormlord. It does not have the gratuitous elf nudity of the original game. I don't know if there's a code or something that can enable that or what, but it's just a fast game that's really good, a version of Stormlord in case you like that. So the other game I played earlier was Battlemania 2. Now this was by Razorsoft, and I had this for the Amiga, and it has nudity. And it's not really a very complicated game. It's pretty good. I don't know if I don't know. It's the gameplay took a backseat to the graphics, and so I don't know. It's not really excellent video game. Okay, so there you go. This lady's not wearing a top or panties in the real game, in the original. Other than that, it looks just like the Amiga game. You got jump, and you got this, like, whatever that is. It's coming from his, yeah, midsection. So, yeah. And I just turned into a pile of bones there. Oh goodness, man, the gameplay is so terrible. It's a Euro game of utter crappiness. As far as gameplay goes, crap. Graphics are okay. Storyline doesn't really matter because it's not much going on here. Beautiful fairy girl. You can jump on her head. And it wolf whistles at her. There you go. Okay. Now if that touches you, you die instantly, I think. And you can't really do it. There's a fairy there that you have to save. And in the game, she's not clothed, I don't think. And it's not really a big deal, you know, it's... It's cartoony at the most. I don't know what to do here. Whenever you jump on the giant fairy's head, it wolf whistles for you. It just rained a ton of these nasty. No, you got hit by it and you die. Oh, I have the key now. That's right. So I can go over here and open this door. Yay. Then I use this. And then the bird carries me to the fairy by my eyebrows. Okay, there, I freed the fairy! And now this guy's shooting me. Now I have whatever that is. Oh, and then the disappearing platform dropped me into the teeth of the evil plant. Oh, and then I have the honey. So I just put that like... oh, you see I ran into him. But I was supposed to use the honey. Which I don't know how to. Great. And now I'm trapped here. And the water kills you too. Remember, water kills you. Everything kills you. So yeah, graphics are good. Gameplay's pretty much subpar. The jumping is sluggish. I don't know. If you want to get into it, it's great. I recommend if you're going to play it, play the Amiga version because it looks better. This is a game I bought for rarity, and so this is not a reproduction. This is the actual game with the manual. And the cartridge, Mega Drive, Japanese version, collectible, rare, Stormlord, to go with my DJ boy. Okay. Next up, one of the greatest Mega Drive Genesis games of all time. Must own if you're money, but this is actually a printed cover reproduction of LSD. So this isn't the actual purchased game that I printed this, but inside it is a reproduction cartridge. It's called Musha here, like mobile unit super hybrid armored something frame. I don't know. It's got some acronym. Whew. This is one of the best shooters I've ever seen. I've played it a lot. I love the game. It's so good. It's just on a whole other level, this game is. Beautiful graphics. The gameplay is awesome. I thought this character might have been a girl. Maybe not. Whatever. Now on the cover you can tell it's a girl because she's got boob armor. And so, I mean, I can just say it's supposed to be a girl. I don't know if they depicted her as one in the US version of the game, but it's the same art. Now you get these little bits that come out of that pod there, and then they let you upgrade whatever power-up you have. You can get several different types of power-ups: lightning, explosion, like a whirlwind, and all kinds of other ones. And it can be a tricky game. Like, you want to power things up in the right order, and you don't want to, sometimes you don't want to lose your current weapons, so you want to avoid certain, like now you want to get the lightning power up, so you'll have more than one there, see? And you want to keep doing that until you've powered up lightning. Now if you choose a different power up, then it will switch to that one, and you'll have a low powered version of a different power up. You can change what your satellites do. You can either have them right there directly in front, you can have them rotate, you can have them chase down enemies, you can have them shoot behind you. So there's lots of different modes. Your speed can be changed. It's just an advanced shooter with a lot of appeal. Great bad guys, excellent graphics. The story's incredible. The music's really super good. It's like heavy metal kind of Mega Drive music. See, now they're on Seek. Now you're going to have one big... Oh wait, no, I think she got shot. There it is. One big shot. Then she got hit, so it's going to reduce the power of that. And then she got blown up. Now, I've played this game and gotten pretty far. I've never beaten it, but I've gotten very close to beating the game. And it's just super fun. You have to get it. Musha or LSD. There's a Sega CD version called, I think, Robo LSD. It sounds like LSD to me. Every time I think LSD, I think LSD, like Robo LSD. Like you're on acid, and this is the acid, yeah. But most people have heard of it. If this were the real game, it would probably be worth hundreds of dollars. This is a reproduction, which makes it essentially worthless, I guess. But I didn't do this so I would have this super valuable collector. I got it because I wanted that, you know, case of the game with the cartridge, so I could take it out of the cartridge and play it like that. But yeah, what an excellent game. I think I have it on a multi-cart. I have like a special Mega Drive Genesis multi-cart that I often play. It's not a SD cart like an EverDrive. It's a multi-cart with a ton of games, and it has a battery backup, and it has Phantasy Star 2 and 4, both with battery backup. It has a ton of great games. It has something like 7 or 8 battery backup role-playing games. And most of the best games for the system are on it. So yeah, this game, wow. The game's not easy, but it is really good. It's really fun. And they had a game somewhat like this on I think on the Super Famicom. I'm trying to remember. I think it was called Spriggan, and it's kind of like this. It's not as good, honestly. I don't think that it's as good as Musha or whatever you want to call this, Robo LSD or LSD, but it's pretty good. And they have it also for the, I think, PC Engine, also called Spriggan. I might be wrong about that. But the best one of all of them is this one. I even say this one's better than the Sega CD game, but the Sega CD game is different enough to where they both deserve their place in your collection. You know, I have the Sega CD one as well, so I'll be showing that later with the Sega CD games. All right. Next up, I will show another one of my favorite games. I've been kind of sorting them out, so my favorite ones are last. Mark of the Wolf 2, what we call, oh crap, what is this game called? I'm having a brain fart moment. King of Fighters? Is that it? No. Not Fatal Fury. Fatal Fury 2. Yeah, Fatal Fury 2. There we go. Now, Fatal Fury 1, I didn't really like it for the Neo Geo. I mean, it's okay. This is the real game. This is not a reproduction. It has the manual and insert and poster, and I have the actual Mega Drive cartridge of the game. I love this game. I think it's excellent. So, yeah, Fatal Fury 2. It's by Takara. Again, legendary men. That means that Maya Sharanui is a man. So that means she's a legendary man. Which kind of changes how I feel about her. I mean, seriously. Legendary men and one girl. Oh, she's laughing at you. This game is excellent. I love how it plays. I love how it looks. I love everything about it. Now, in this game, there is a foreground and background layer. And in the arcade version, your character is a smaller scale when they jump into the background layer. This game, I don't think, does that, but I don't care. I think it's good enough to where that really doesn't matter, and I really love this game. Now, it also came out for the Sega CD, I think. I might be wrong. And I think it also came out for the PC Engine arcade card, which I think I have. Yeah, I've got a stack of those games. So we'll probably be seeing other versions of this game later on, but this one is one of my favorites. I especially just love how it plays. Now this is the attract mode, so it doesn't have the hit bars, it doesn't have the timer, and it doesn't really look exactly the same as if you're playing the game. I think it's cool that it has an attract mode. And it has less frames, smaller characters, no scaling, but pretty good backgrounds, pretty good sound effects, and the feel of the game is still there. The controls are really, really good. Now, like I said, I didn't really like Fatal Fury. I didn't like it on the Sega Genesis, didn't like it on the Super Nintendo. I owned it for the Super Nintendo when I was younger. I didn't really like it on that very. I played it a bunch, but then I ended up just not liking it. You know, it wasn't a very good game. And I didn't like the Neo Geo version of it. So the second game, though, I really like. I like that the characters are different. I like that there's Mai Shiranui in it. I like that it's got better levels, better backgrounds, a better balance of gameplay. It's just all around a better game, and an excellent and well-deserved sequel to what was an okay game to begin with. And a lot of these characters migrated over to the King of Fighters series and made it extremely good. King of Fighters is a great game. It doesn't get the recognition it deserves until later when you see like SNK versus Capcom games, or games. I love the games where you see SNK art versions of Capcom characters. I think that they're excellent, and I really like just the different approach for the characters that they can take. And they've matured. The characters have all changed over the years and gotten different, better graphics. Eventually, you know, changing altogether. And they keep adding more characters to the roster. Some people think the original first 2 years of King of the Fighters were the best ones. Now I have an arcade cartridge, like a multi-card in my arcade machine, and it has all of the King of Fighters games. So I've just played through them all, and I really love all of them. They all have strengths and weaknesses. I do tend to gravitate towards the first couple years of them, just because I like the gameplay of it, and they keep coming up with little additional things to add to the game, like combos and stuff, just different little additional parts of it. But it all started with this, with the Garoden Setsu 2, which is a Mark of the Wolves 2, which here is Fatal Fury 2. I don't have Fatal Fury. I wouldn't buy it. I don't like that game. I kind of think it's crappy.
Fight!
Joe Higashi, a Muay Thai kickboxer, fighting against himself. So I'm betting that Joe is going to win this fight. All right. Next up we have The Secret of Blue Water. It's Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water. And she's beautiful. Now this is a translated version of the game that I bought. And it has incredible artwork on the cartridge. I don't know why it says rated M. The game's not rated M. I mean, it's not really like, I don't know how to put it. It's more of like a story that you play through than a game. I'll show a little bit of it. Just warming up the TV this morning. Looks like it's hanging up at the idle. There we go. Let's scoot past here. course, blue wreaks havoc on here. There's your team of heroes here. Kid, he falls in love with Nadia, who is like a dancer. Oh, it looks like they just took the captain from Macross and just kind of painted him a little different. I mean, he is just the same. I've beaten this game. Anyone can beat this game like the first time they sit down and play it. It's really not... It appears like it wants to be kind of a role-playing game at first, but it's really a story that you just kind of play through. So I really don't know where I am in this. Let's see. I'll just start it out and go through a little bit. Paris, 1889. Jean Ratique, 14. House a little ways from here on the street called Rue aux Roues. I'm going to Paris with my uncle today. What's the occasion, you ask? We're participating in the airplane contest being held today at the World's Fair. It's long been mankind's dream to take to the skies in flight. I don't mean to brag, but our airplane will make those dreams come true. Our airplane isn't like a glider or a manually propelled device. It uses the first ever internal combustion engine. We'll definitely win. And this was, I think, a Japan only. I could be wrong about this, but I think this was a Japanese only, and that somebody came along and translated it and patched it, and then they went ahead and made some aftermarket cartridges of it. And you got this enchantingly beautiful character, Nadia, the dancer. She just ran by, and he caught a glimpse of her. And he's like, oh no, I'm chasing after her. So yeah, it's a love story. But it also has a lot of other stuff going on with it. And here I am. He just said this is the city of Paris. Nobody's seen her. She just turned right at that corner. Oh yeah, I have to give this guy alcohol. Yeah, I got the wine. Go up to the other drunk and he'll give you the wine, and then give the wine to this drunk and he'll get out of the way. There, I'll use it. There we go. There we go. Now the dumbass got out the way. These two weirdos just asked me the same question. And she has a relic and they're trying to steal it from her. Okay. I'm going to hit them with the punch gun. I was hitting the wrong button there a couple times. The Acme punch gun does it every time. Now I've splatted them so they can't move, and I can talk to the pretty girl. She said, "I didn't ask you for your help," and then she jumps over the wall, and then the dog jumps after her. And then she runs away. Now seriously, I just saved her from whatever was getting ready to happen. They were gonna take her and steal her relic and hurt her. And so honestly, what she just did was kind of selfish. Now, as I said, this takes the appearance, at least at first, of a role-playing game, but really it's a linear story and you're playing it. That's really all that's going on here. And and it's a pretty involving game, but you basically just grab onto the reins and play along with it, and it carries you through the story. It's not very complex, and like I said, you can really sit down and just kind of beat this game in one setting and you've experienced the story. It's fun, and it's cute and cool and everything. I'm glad they made this because the story is really beautiful. And I won't ruin it for everybody. I'll just show off a little bit more of the game. And then I'll get to my next one. But yeah, I had to buy this once I saw that it was a translation. I really love the translations, and I actually downloaded a disc for the Dreamcast that was nothing but, well, for the most part, nothing but Super Nintendo, Super Famicom translations of Japanese role-playing games that never came to our country. And so that was really great. And the ROMs are the same as what works on other emulators, so maybe if you're not happy with the level of performance of Dreamcast Super Nintendo emulation, you could just use the ROMs on a computer emulator or something else. So anyway, this game's excellent. I have to recommend it. It's a super great game. So next up will be another one here. This game was I think Mystic Defender on the Sega Genesis. Now the prequel to this is called Spellcaster for the Master System, and both of them are the same story. And this is not a reprint, recreation, or anything like that. Okay. This is the actual game box, and the artwork and everything. This is I didn't print this on a printer or anything. It's the real deal. It's got the instructions and the cartridge. And if you've played Mystic Defender, you'll immediately know the game. But actually there are graphical differences. They changed it. They wanted him to look more like a hero and less like a monk, so they changed his outfit. And there are some other things, like there's some partial nudity and some slightly more adult-oriented kind of content, and they altered that to make it more acceptable to Western audiences. See, he's got kind of a monk robe going on here. Whereas in Mystic Defender, it's like a blue pantsuit kind of thing. And, okay, here we go. There we go. And if you played Mystic Defender, you know the game. He charges up and shoots these like spirit balls. The enemies are recolored in the US version of the game, and most of the recolors, oh goodness, you'll see in the next level. For some reason I'm getting some lines through my screen. I think the video connector on the back of my 32X is being a little picky. Yeah, I can see it there. Now these beginning bad guys are just single shot no matter what. They're not hard. But later on you have to use more of your charge up effect to beat them. He killed me easily. So yeah, and it can be tough. I've gotten pretty far in this game when I dedicated my attention to it, but right now I'm just getting through these games. Yeah, and they're just killing me easily. I kind of like to get to the next level because that shows the recolors that were the most drastic. There we go. Okay. Here's where you can see some of the changes. Those flesh tone heads, I think, are green in the US version. I don't know why they needed to change them, but they did. And I think the little baby things might be slightly different. Now, I think the name Mystic Defender is good because this game is steeped in Japanese mysticism. I think if I go this way, there's a new power. There's a power up over here. Oh. Yeah, there's some flickering, and I'm sure that's like, I think the connector for my 32X got loose. Been taking games in and out of it for a couple days now. There's the power up. I need to go the other way. Oh no, I have to go up above and then drop down from above. Oh, and I fell. So yeah, really great game, great graphics. It's got a beautiful captive like princess character that you're supposed to save, and like on the box art for the Master System, she's basically completely nude, and they didn't mind that in Japan. Some of their games would have nudity on the box art, and it wasn't a big deal. Like they didn't make such a huge fuss about things like that. And it wasn't really specifically marketed to adults, but the story would have been known better and understood better by adults because they would have had time to learn about some of that mysticism that was behind it. But it's a good game. I really like it. Okay, next up will be Languisher, which I believe is English for languisher, like to languish. And it's based on the magic sword. Okay, and I have Languisher 2 and Languisher. Here, the game was called War Song. And they changed minute pieces of art and they changed the names of the characters. And I went ahead and got an English translation of Languisher, which is better than War Song. And then I got the second game. So we'll go ahead and see those. And I'll show the box art really quick. Here's Languisher 2. And you can see these, you know, really awesome, beautiful characters in the artwork. And I've beaten Languisher 1, the translated. And the second one I really don't like the game that much. And this actually just says Languisher War Song 2. And I printed this one. I printed this artwork. It was a custom artwork for the box. And let's see. So this is the original Mega Drive Japanese language. So it's not a reproduction. So this is in Japanese. And you can see it has like the label. Either someone put this label on it for identification in their own home, or this is a rental label. I can't read katakana or kanji. I don't know exactly what it says. But it has the release date of the game itself on the label. So whoever made those labels for it wanted to know the release date of the game. It could be that it's a rental label. I don't know how much rental happened there. I know that eventually Nintendo had kiosks where you could take Famicom Disk System discs and actually have them erased and have new games put on them. So you might have like, maybe you had a Mario game on it and you were done playing it because you'd played it too much. You go to this kiosk and actually get it turned into a different game. And sometimes they were adult games. So that was really very interesting. And then this is the Mega Drive version of 2 right here. And this is not a reproduction. This is the actual game. There we go. So I'll probably play the translated version just so that you can read what's going on. I changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and show the Japanese game first. Why not? This might be the translator. I don't think so. Now, Languisher is a strategy game. Kind of like it's kind of like I guess. Well, I mean, okay. Shining Force is a strategy game, Langrisser and Warsong are strategy games, but the way they fight is different. You have like groups of characters, and you go out and fight. So this has got the names and everything. There's your characters. Yeah, he's got some cavalry and some archers and some spearmen, and you just have spearmen. So you go and add spearmen. Okay. And then you fight. And so you have your then it's set up like this, and you just pick your characters. Now when they fight with each other, it shows a side screen with art, and then the characters run into each other, and you either win or lose. You lose some of your characters. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, but it is more like your common strategy than Shining Force. It's a little less RPG, a little more strategy, a little less animation, a little more like simple style of interactions. So I'll go ahead and show the English translation now. This is Langrisser 2, and this is the English translation. There's no data. Okay, I'll put in my hero's name. Hey, at least it easily lets you put lowercase letters. You don't feel stupid. Okay. Now I think I liked the characters in Warsong and Langrisser 1 better than the ones in 2. Okay, so we both have knives equipped. And we're ready to go. We got our characters. Now this has more of like a cartoony kind of chibi feel to the confrontations, and I think I like the graphics in the first game better. But I just want you to see what it looks like when you reach that point. Okay. Okay, now they're gonna move. Oh wait, I didn't do anything with the villagers. But he says not to harm them. But I think somebody else wants to harm them. So they start to leave. So there is an air of storyline to it. You're protecting these villagers. So I found the girl we're looking for. That's her. Liana. So now they're going to kidnap her. And you just saw a whole bunch of story happen. And so you have a third party. They're going to block the princess or the Liana girl in that they came to capture. So you can see a lot of story is unfolding here before the actual phases of battle in the strategy portion of the game. Everyone has different powers and hit points and skill sets and stuff. It's very complex. But I want you to see the actual interaction phases of the battles. Here we go. We're about to see one because they are moving in. Okay, here we go. Now. Okay, so. I don't think I can attack anybody just yet. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, they've set it up so I can't attack anyone just yet. Yep. There we go. Here's an attack. And you see the phase, they run at each other and they're hitting each other. And no one died. Or, well, no, two. It took them down by 2 points. Now, I couldn't really do anything. So you move into place. These are the townspeople. Says villager, cleric. Then up here is Liana. She's a cleric. You have the soldiers for Baldo. This is Baldo, the fighter. And so you move through each of the phases. There's Heinz guards. It says he's a warlock. Everyone's moved, I think. That's an NPC unit. So I'm pretty sure everyone's done. All I can do now is end the phase. And then they'll have a chance to attack me. And it looks like they got hurt worse. So they're almost... And then the villagers are running. Now you can kind of see where a really well-planned strategy game can actually incorporate a very complex storyline as each turn goes by. So it's not just moving and attacking, there's a huge storyline happening in the middle of all the strategy, and it makes it very unique. And if you can get a hold of Warsong, I totally recommend getting it for your Sega Genesis, because the only difference between Warsong is I think there are just very subtle art differences and different names. And that's really it. So you're getting the game Langrisser. But with, you know, English translation. And this is actually Langrisser 2 that has been patched to be English translated. So this was a game that, as far as I know, never came to our country. And see, he just killed the villagers, which is not good policy. And that's his boss, telling him that we're not here to kill the villagers. So he just messed up. That Baldo guy broke the rules of his own, even though they're technically the bad guys in this conflict. They're not supposed to be killing the villagers. And the Royal Horsemen took out the pikemen like it was nothing. So this is a really excellent game. It's probably one of the best strategy games you can get from the 16-bit video game world. And it's just really, really great. Now I'm going to show Warsong. Now see, Warsong was a half megabyte cartridge, 512K. So what Sega could do with 512 kilobytes, just what really was amazing on its own. I don't know if I have a game. No, I don't. I can't pick Horseman. Let's see if I can. Yeah, okay. That's all I got. A couple Horsemen. Actually, I think what I did was I added too many normal soldiers. So what I'll do is I'll have 4 soldiers, and then I should be able to get. Oh no, I can't afford it anymore. I can get a couple more Horsemen. There we go. That's it. Now the archers and the Horsemen are great. But you want your normal pikeman soldiers too. There we go. Okay, now we're starting, and it's laying out all the characters. Now this one, the graphics aren't as good in the Abovehead world, but in my opinion, the graphics are better in the actual conflicts. They're not as small and squat and cartoony looking. I think that the ranks actually look better in this game than in the second game. And I didn't like it when they got more and more cartoony with them as the game went. Now, the PCFX actually had a Langrisser game, and it did follow that same kind of art style that was with the second game. So in my opinion, Warsong and the first Langrisser game are the best ones. I think that they were much better, in fact, than the later ones. Can only go that far because he's a dragoon. I think that's all I can move. Yeah. end of phase. So now they're going to move in and attack me. It looks like they're retreating. Now this is their style of attacks here. Yes, the characters are smaller, but in my opinion they look more realistic than the larger, more cartoony looking character representation. So I like this game better than the second one. Now most people would think the second one was a graphical improvement, probably a larger ROM and slightly more complex, but I actually really like this art style. It looks more believable. And so you can see how this portrays the strategy. You have a huge group, and they're all attacking, and look, they just took out all of those warriors. So that's one gone. So in this strategy game, you going and attacking as the aggressor isn't necessarily advantageous. Taking a defensive posture and allowing them to attack you often enables you to win better than being aggressive and more confrontational. It is a true strategy game. Whereas in a game like Shining Force, you go in and as the aggressor have a posture to attack, and then they come and attack you. It's more direct. Although Shining Force looks better, it is actually one-on-one combat in each phase. And in this one, you're controlling large groups of different types of soldiers. You can see there where one of the warriors was defeated. So yeah, I totally recommend getting Warsong or get the English translation of Langrisser, English translation of Langrisser 2. Unless, of course, you have no problem reading kanji or katakana, you can get in and actually translate Japanese. They are excellent video games and really, really fun. Give strategy games a try. I understand if it looks like a map and little pieces, like you'd be better off just playing Risk or some board game or chess or something. That's cool, but this is animated enough to keep it interesting, and the storyline behind it is complex enough to make it have that RPG element to make it that much more interesting. Very good game. Okay, so next up, I'm debating. I think I'm going to go ahead and start the Sega CD games. Okay, I'm going to have 2 more loose cartridges. I forgot to check my Sega Genesis arcade cabinet, which actually had 2 floating cartridges in it for people to play. Saturday Night Slam Master, the Capcom wrestling game, and Mega Bomberman, which was a big favorite with the kids. They love this game. My oldest daughter would come over just to play this. I also forgot that I have the Menacer cartridge, and I'll probably show it but not shoot at it, and we'll see if there's a demo. I wonder who that's meant to look like. It's Hulk Hogan if Hulk Hogan was Kevin Nash. Now, of course, the arcade game Slam Masters was extremely big and bright and beautiful, and lots of frames of animation and stuff, but essentially the game is final fight in a wrestling ring. It's not very complex, okay? When you think of wrestling, you want as many different moves, and this game is really more of a fighting game than a wrestling game. It's a fighting game with a wrestling paint job. And there are reasons to like this version over some of the others, but for the most part, the home representations are lacking. It's fun though. It's a fun game. My kids loved it. That's why it was in the cabinet downstairs. And I think I have some more cartridges hidden away somewhere. I just haven't dug them up. Pretty sure I have Smash TV hidden away somewhere. And a couple of other ones. But these ones I just now checked the cabinet and they were sitting in it. So I brought them up. Hulk Hogan. Wait a minute. That guy's got hair. Yeah, all the cocaine and steroid-induced TV soap opera wrestling produced these. Now they had the main event in the arcade. That was a fun one with giant light-up buttons. And my cabinet downstairs that has the arcade multi-cart has WWF WrestleMania, and it is so good. You know, it had the Ultimate Warrior and the Big Boss Man and the Ted DiBiase and just all of the best. All of the best. You know, you had Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan in the same game. Macho Man Randy Savage. Just all of the best from the 80s and I guess early 90s. Now, I worshipped wrestling as a kid. We saw it live. I wanted to be a wrestler. I just loved it so much. And I kind of fell off of that. But, you know, when I was a kid, when He-Man stopped being as popular, I turned all my He-Man figures into wrestlers. When I fell out of kind of that phase with wrestling, that was me kind of growing up. You know, I got a motorcycle and a moped, and I started hunting, and I just started getting into other things. You know, you grow up, and then, you know, you start wanting a girlfriend and drive and get a job so you can have money, and all that stuff kind of fades into the backdrop. But I really did legit worshipped wrestling, and my parents would take me to local events. I saw CWA live, I saw AWA live, so I saw a lot of these guys. I saw WWF live, and it was all just extremely good. Like, every bit of it was so good. It was like, you know, it was the best. One time I saw some of the lower budget wrestling, like CWA, and the Rockers were there, and it was in a gymnasium, and we were all so close to the wrestling. Like, you could just, like, you felt like you were right there with them. It was so close and so connected. I'll never forget it. It was such a great thing. My parents loved it, even though they weren't, like, they didn't worship it. I'd buy, you know, the magazines, and I knew about it, and I'd read about it and stuff, and I wasn't, you know, ever dedicated to one side or the other. Like, I was never like WWF all the way. In fact, even as a kid, I didn't like the soap opera kind of storylines of WWF. And I liked the Four Horsemen. I really liked Ric Flair. I liked the Ultimate Warrior. I got to see the Ultimate Warrior in real life. He was signing autographs, and I got to meet him, and he signed a picture for me and stuff. And, you know, he was really, truly larger than life, seeing him in real life. I was a kid, and this guy, he was so gigantic, you know, just like, he really had a very, even calm, sitting down with like sunglasses and a hat on and stuff. He was such a commanding presence, just to be around him. So, you know, they have that magnetism about them. And, you know, this just plays right off of that. They're using that love for those cocaine and steroid-induced soap opera wrestling shows. I loved Rowdy Piper, but, you know, like, my number one favorite movie of all time is They Live. That's my number. When I was younger, I could never come up with a favorite movie. It's They Live. I'm sure of it, because I believe it. I think They Live is it might as well be a documentary. I mean, it really is. Now, if you were to tell me when I was a kid that when I grew up I was going to look like that guy, yeah. And that's really, I look more like that guy than what and back then I was really strong. I was a super strong kid, and I was skinny and muscular and tall. You know, I would sit out in the front yard and shoot birds out of the sky with a BB gun, and I'd go and follow the tracks of animals out in the woods and hang out in the woods for hours at a time. I was a country boy most of my life, and wrestling was on TV. I'd catch wrestling and I'd watch everything, and I'd rent the videos. Like, you know, they'd have Starcade on VHS, and I'd watch that from beginning to end. And you know, I'd watch wrestling if I could. Whenever it was on, I was watching it growing up. And I don't know, I kind of just matured and kind of fell away from it. And then you know, I didn't really get back into it until much, much later in life. And now I'll watch it occasionally. I really love what they've done with women's wrestling. I think that, you know, like Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley is amazing. She's amazing. Charlotte Flair is absolutely amazing. What they've done with women's wrestling is perfect. It's the perfect evolution of the entertainment sport. To have the women be so complex, you know, you only saw that kind of complexity in like the real technical wrestlers, like the Harts and guys like that. You didn't see that kind of stuff with women wrestling. A little bit, but you know, they had a handful of women wrestlers back then. Today, they have a huge amount of women wrestlers. And Becky Lynch, man, Becky Lynch is so beautiful and so awesome. You know, it's just like, I'd watch Becky Lynch just because she's there. You know, I love her. She's amazing. But, you know, recently seeing Rhea Ripley, I saw a match between Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair. And I mean, I've probably seen, you know, hundreds of wrestling matches. And the last one I saw with Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair, hands down, best wrestling match I've ever seen in my entire life. As far as entertainment wrestling goes, it was the very best that I've ever seen. It wasn't just believable, it was real. It really looked and felt as real as it could possibly be. It was, you know, you'd see some slappy, stompy, fake stuff back in the day and just play right along with it. That did not exist in this match. It was so good. When it was done, I was taken aback. I was like, that was the best wrestling match I've ever seen. And it was two women that were, you know, more talented than probably 60 to 80% of the men that were out there wrestling. So it's really come full circle. And, you know, I'd be the first to say that I'd be happier if they got rid of the soap opera bullshit and went more for the, you know, it's okay for them to represent a stereotype, but to just so much story-driven rivalry and so much soap opera kind of angles, I don't like any of that stuff. And I liked it better in the 80s when it was just like, this character's from this place, so they fit that stereotype. Okay, now they're going to wrestle. That's it. It wasn't so much, this guy said this or this guy did this. It had a little bit of that. But today, I think it's about probably, you know, 20% more soap opera than it ever was when I really loved the stuff. And they have He-Man figures out now of the wrestlers that match the He-Man figures, almost like they knew me. Like they knew me. Like I was the biggest fan ever of wrestling. I would wrestle with my brother, but you know, we were like 3.5 years apart in age, so I was bigger than him. And you know, I never really hurt him bad or anything, but I could tell that, you know, I needed to wrestle someone that my same size. I tried out sport wrestling, and I'd seen it, and I knew it wasn't the same. But, you know, once I was, like, spinning around in practice on some guy's butt, I was like, no, this is gay, and I'm not going to do this. It didn't work for me, you know. And today, watching real wrestling, like Olympic wrestling, the wrestling sport of wrestling, women are like beaking each other in the crotch and stuff. It's like it's disgusting. It really is. I mean, it is disgusting. You watch two girls wrestling, one of them has their hand in like a kung fu beak shape, and they are pulverizing the other one's anus with their hand. You're not watching wrestling, you're watching somebody debilitate the other person through anal plunging with a beak-like claw. It's disgusting. It really is. It's repugnant. It's 10 times more disgusting than any scantily clad, television wrestler that's out there, fake slapping somebody, stunt moves kind of fighting. It is disgusting. Well, I saw it, recently. Two girls were wrestling, and at the end of the match, they had both thoroughly beaked each other's rear ends and crotches enough to. Doesn't even look like wrestling. It looks like something else totally different. So next up is 100% less ass beaking Mega Bomberman. Okay. All right. Now this game is a masterpiece. It's got a higher color version on, I think, PC Engine, maybe Super Nintendo. But I really love this game. Love how it plays. Love everything about it. It does have a tiny, tiny bit of slowdown occasionally. Maybe I'll test it with the 14 megahertz switch later on. Now, to the best of my knowledge, this is the only Bomberman game on the Mega Drive Sega Genesis. That's all. This is all you got. But this was the best one. It has mounts. Each have abilities. It has complex stages. It has cool bosses. This is an excellent Bomberman game. It really is. It's good. It's that good. And I love it. I'd rather play this than have to buy something else to get a few more colors. Let's see here. See if it'll do a game demo. I think it does. I think the music's different on the other versions of it. I really like the music in this one. Now they wanted to adapt to the system they were on. So on the Super Nintendo you had Super Bomberman. On the Mega Drive you had Mega Bomberman. On the Neo Geo you had Neo Bomberman. So they wanted you to know what you were playing. I'm pretty sure they had 4 sequels. Or they had, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They had 3 sequels in the original, maybe more. And the characters are in other IP occasionally. And of course you got Bomberman 1 for free when you got I already died. Okay, yeah, let's see if I can just screw up as fast as humanly possible. On the Turbo Duo, when you got your Turbo Duo, you actually got the first Bomberman. I think it was like up, down, left, right, to start or something. And it was on there. So you had the first one. It's really, really good. It's just all around excellent video game. It is not as good as this. This is, of course, it's a sequel. And so it has to be better. Now you can go straight up and just bomb the front of that thing and get the piece. But there's so many bonuses that you'd be giving up if you did that. Like that. I want to extend my flames. The flames make your blasts longer. The bombs make you able to lay more than one bomb at a time. And the bombs detonate each other. So if you have one in the path of another one, then once the first one goes off, it detonates the second one. If you space them out differently, then they'll be timed, as you can see there. There's a bit of strategy to it. the game wants to trick you into blowing yourself up. So. Oh, I got myself. Just thinking too hard. Don't think too hard, or you'll blow yourself up. But yeah, I love this game. It's been a couple years since I played it. I mean, lately I've been playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. Okay, I've been programming Atari games, which I'm very pleased with. I'm having a lot of fun with that. Been programming Sega games, but it's a little slower than the Atari programming. Now I have a mount. Now all of the mounts have powers. This one can kick, so maybe if I do that, no. I don't know what his kicking does. There, okay, I kicked that prize. There are jumping mounts, I think, if I remember correctly. And basically, you know, you just want to make sure you're not in the pathway of any of the bombs. Very simple. Now, I like to try to get all of the prizes that I can from a zone. So I'll find myself, you know, blowing up every single thing just so I don't miss any prizes. But, you know, you don't have to do that. You can go and just grab the chip immediately and be done with it. Excellent video game. Beautiful graphics, cool music, very catchy, very addictive. So now I've got, I think there are 3 pieces that you join together. Now they've set him up so that you're less likely to hit him, but there, I kind of timed that just right. Now I want to make sure to get in here quick. Now you can't get him on the bridge. The bridge is protected, but he's coming back. But yeah, I still can't get him, see? So to get him, he has to be on his way back and then run into that. So I still didn't get him. There we go. And you can blow up prizes too, I think. Yeah, I blew up that prize. Now I have the kick power. slow he is. And it's kind of a useless power, but whatever. So yeah, excellent game, must have, if you like Bomberman especially. So after this, I'm going to show off the Menacer cartridge, then I'll start the Sega CD games. And here's the Menacer cartridge. Probably can't see it at all. I guess I'll turn the light on real quick. Menacer. Okay. It has, as you can see, 6 different games. Ready-Aim Tomatoes is actually a Toe Jam and Earl game. I don't know if this does demos. I think it just keeps going back and forth. Let me see. Yeah. Now I have the Menacer in a drawer. And so I might hook it up later and let my son play this. I think he would really love it. And the best thing, it came with appendages. It came with a stock and like binoculars and stuff. But really, the best way to use the Menacer is to take everything off of it, so it's just a little handheld gun, and then shoot at the screen. Okay, so we'll do that. I also have the Mega Mouse, but I think there are only like 3 games that actually use it. One, I think, is Cannon Fodder. It uses it, and a couple other games, I think, like the paint programs and stuff. No demo. Okay, we'll do the Menacer in a little while. But first we'll do, first Sega CD game, this is just a stack, is going to be Afterburner 3. And I'm not, at first at least, I'm not doing this in any order. Now I have a lot of backed up Saturn games, and I'm going to run through all of the ones I have actual, real, retail games for it. Then I might show some of the backups I have of particularly good games. And I have a couple of I think I have 1 reproduction. Now, some people have the misconception that the Sega CD is really just a CD player, and that the hardware is still the Genesis. But the Sega CD actually has its own hardware. It's faster, it has a scaling chip.
The F-14 Tomcat, caged lightning with $1 million missiles and a Vulcan 20mm cannon. You'll need every ounce of firepower this plane can offer for your current mission. Command headquarters let you know this morning that the enemy is building airfields and bases all over the desert. They're protecting those bases with squadrons of their best.
I'm going to skip this. But you can see they took advantage of the CD capabilities. Now, this is Afterburner 3. In the original Afterburner, it's actually an experimental jet that's based off of the F-14. It's not called an F-14. I think it might be called a Tomcat. I'm not sure, though. So we have A and X as Vulcan, B and Y as missiles, C is my Afterburner, and Z is speed down. Okay. Now let's see if there's any speed up. Probably not. And so I'll just kind of, I'll keep it the way it is. Now, in the programming language I use, base CGA-Zors, I've actually made demos that use Sega CD. And Sega CD is a really great platform to program for because the way things are today, the images are still extremely small compared to most games. And so you could actually make a video game using a lot of space, what would comparatively be a gigantic amount of space, hundreds of megabytes. Okay, here we go. Oh. And your epilepsy-inducing explosion animation. So yeah, it's taking the music straight out of the arcade game. It's been a pretty long time since I played this. I thought I shot that. Anyway, it's very much like Afterburner, just a little smoother. And now, I wouldn't be surprised if these little trees are actually being scaled, and the ships are being scaled, because the system does have scaling. And I'm sucking at this game. I don't think this game went over well. I think people wanted more from it, and you know, I don't have a problem with it, but by that time, people were, I think, ready for more. Now, Afterburner came out for the 32X, and I'll be showing that later, and it's extraordinary. I mean, it's just it's the arcade game. It's like now you get to have the arcade game at home, and it's on a cartridge, and it's a really great game. So this is kind of in between. And it's fun. If you really like Afterburner, it's cool. It's a pretty difficult game. The gameplay is smoother. That's just one thing I'll note, is that the turning is easier. Your plane automatically rolls as you're spinning. So you don't have to, like, in the original, you have to kind of left, right with the controller. You like, kind of trick it into doing a spin. Okay? Now, some people say it's a barrel roll. Pretty sure a barrel roll is where you're spinning and going in a circle while spinning. And then just a normal roll is what you're doing in these games. You're just rolling. You're rolling the ship. Okay. Alright, so next up we will do sill feed. Yeah, I can't see that at all. And some of these I don't have the case. Most I don't have the cases for. Some of them I do. I want to say Sylpheed might have been a pack-in, or no, maybe a Soul Feast or Soul Deece or something like that. There was a popular pack-in game with the Sega CD, depending on which one you bought. I think the second one came with Sewer Shark. So I don't know if I elaborated, but this is a real Type 2 Sega CD, Model 2, running real discs. So yeah, it's working. Now, okay, back in the day, this was really, really awesome. voices, music, 3D, geometry. So for people who don't really know what is going on with CDs and cartridges and things today, you know, a lot of people, everything is downloaded, everything is in the clouds, everything is online, and so they're never really thinking about that. You know, we have games today that are, you know, 50 and 60 and 70 gigabytes for one game. They're absolutely gigantic video games. But back then, it costs more to put EEPROM and programmable ROM chips in a cartridge than it did to you know, make a CD. So CDs were drastically less expensive, and they could hold an extraordinary amount more data. So this CD, you know, the largest games you had were like 2 megabytes or 3 or 4 at the very most megabytes, and the company had to pay for those to manufacture. And so CDs, they're hundreds of megabytes. So they could have a much more complex game with more graphics. And it really shows. They have an advantage with these with the CDs. And this was meant to, you know, keep people on board with Sega, even though newer, better things were coming out by Nintendo and so with all the fancy graphics and stuff, what this ends up being is kind of like an isometric Space Invaders clone or something, or Galaga, you know, at least at first. Read error. It had a problem reading the disc. That's very odd. I've never seen that before in my whole entire life. Maybe the disc needs cleaned. I think that's possible. But yeah, I've never seen that pop up in my whole life. Maybe my CDI needs cleaned off. It's kind of dusty there on the bottom shelf where I keep my gear. And this looks good. Now that planet is likely just an animation, and it's using the Sega CD's capability of having a video layer. They did it again. Wow. Never seen that before. I'm going to check the disc. Okay, so I've cleaned off the disc. It is a little bit scratched up. I hope it's not the lens, but at most it would be that the lens just needs cleaned. I can get some alcohol and cotton swabs and clean off the lens. I don't think it's the lens. I think it's the disc, because it does seem to have some play wear. And, you know, shouldn't be a big surprise. It's a 30-plus-year-old CD. And in that is the problem inherent with disc drives, is that the wear and tear is a lot worse on discs than on cartridges. And you'll often find, you know, well, I used to say it on forums and stuff when I was talking about my love for cartridge games. I would say that all spinning things must die. And that's to remind people that all disk drives, it did it again, all disk drives are going to fail eventually, and the discs are going to be scratched up and hard to read. Yes, you can get them resurfaced, but solid state is always better. And in the computer world, that's starting to kind of show as we have gigantic solid state drives in place of the old spinning drives. No one uses discs or disk drives anymore. So, and we have, you know, games made in the late 70s on cartridge that work now, and then people get CDs for systems that came out 10 years ago, and within a couple of years those discs don't work. So it is just inherent. The more moving parts, the less life, the less playing you're going to get out of the system. And so, okay, next up, I'll get this game out of the way. Let me check. This is The Amazing Spider-Man versus the Kingpin. And there was a game, a cartridge of this, but this one has pretty terrible animation, voice acting and stuff. All right. But yeah, I'll likely clean that lens off because I haven't played Sega CD games in a long time. Now with your 32X, you also have the capability of playing 32X CD games, which are, you know, it's a more capable system. It's a 32-bit system with much more color, and so games are going to be better. This game, you just saw scaling, voices, actual rock music.
These are the New York offices of the Daily Bugle, where young Peter Parker is employed as a freelance photographer. Peter's work
It sounds like there's an air conditioner running in the background with the music and the
the
talking.
more unsavory characters that roam the streets of the city.
Boy, what an ugly bunch. The nastiest batch of criminals in the world, and New York's got them.
Cartoons and anime and stuff were really well suited for the Sega CD because the lower color didn't really affect the quality of the presentation. But, you know, movie clips had to be greatly degraded down to, you know, 16 and 32 color images, 64 colors at the most.
Now there's something I'm never too busy for.
That ought to keep me happy until dinner. See you then?
The voice, the mouths don't even match up with the words. I'm going to skip this. But you get cartoons. So you get a cartoon with it. Now it's loading. Hopefully there's not an error loading. Now this is very much like the Sega cartridge version, only a little bit better looking Spider-Man graphics. Yeah, he looks better. I'll have to say he looks better. And I don't even know what I'm doing here, honestly. And I saved an old lady.
Officer, that nice young man in the long underwear saved my purse and all my money.
Good work, Spider-Man. It's a good thing you came along when you did.
That's obviously Spider-Man's
You're the
voice.
best friend this city ever had. I'm just glad you're on our side.
I was just doing my job, officer. Happy to be of help.
He's using a
I don't know
stupid
what
voice.
I'd
That's
have done
funny.
without you, but you really
It's a lot better than
found
the
in public dressed like that.
Batman where Christian Bale disguises his voice. Completely unnecessary. Like, how many people in the society that he's in have actually heard Bruce Wayne's voice to know any better?
Certainly is, man.
You know, there's probably a handful of girls, you know, and the people that work for him that would recognize his voice. But for the most part, 99.9% of the city's population aren't going to recognize his voice anyway. There's no need for him to disguise his voice. But then they threw that curveball, you know, in the second or third movie where he decided to talk like he had severe laryngitis and bronchitis all at the same time. And I think that kind of ruined the movies, honestly. It was like Batman was You know, I'm doing this for the city, and then it became, I'm doing this for the city. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to us? You know, and then of course Bane. That was, you know, the most terrible thing ever. Okay, so you got a map. You can go around the city, decide where you're going to go. I don't know what I'm doing. I've never played this very much. I played the cartridge one because my friend had it, and he said he beat it once. I didn't really see that, but whatever. The cartridge one was all action, very little story. It was text. There were little or no voices. It had very similar graphics, but this has basically a little bit of a graphic overhaul. Now he moves crawling considerably faster than walk. So he's walking, he's like, you know, buff. He's flexing when he walks. He's kind of stomped. But then if you duck down to crawl, that's really fast. So Spider-Man's running mode is crawling. Cool electric guitar music. Oh. Okay, it says Sega on that dirigible back there. That's pretty cool. I could probably get into this game. I like it. Now, somewhere around this time when all this was happening, McFarlane got the reins on Spider-Man. And he helped to kind of reimagine Spider-Man as a really stretchy, lanky, more acrobatic, and more contorted presence. And it really helped. I mean, before he could squat and he could climb and he could swing, you know, but they kind of kept more, you know, almost like a Batman Robin kind of look to his motions and stuff. He wasn't contorted. And then McFarlane drew him like more spider-ish, like his knees are way up above his head, and he's all contorted, and it made it look so much better. It really breathed new life into it, as if it needed it. It really didn't need it because Spider-Man was already incredibly popular. But in this game, I like the artwork better than in the cartridge version, and this is a worthwhile game to play. I think it's fun, and it's really, you know, it's shades more complex than the cartridge game. They're not the same at all. This is much, much better. So if you had your Sega CD, you probably wouldn't be too disappointed with this game. Now, most people today that have reviewed it probably don't like it, or they think it sucks. I'm comparing it to the cartridge game, and I think this is actually a pretty good game. I like it. Okay, next up. All right, let's see here. Let's pick a really cool one that you know, that most people maybe don't know about or have forgotten about. Okay. This is a really unique game, and my son absolutely loved it. Okay, and it's actually rated MA13, and I think that's, I don't know, maybe just because of violence or something. I really don't think that's a deserved rating. They might have put it on there to appeal to adults, even though I really don't think it deserved that rating. Now, the ESRB, the Entertainment Software Rating Board, surfaced around the time of games like Wolfenstein and Mortal Kombat, somewhere in the buffer between those games, where graphics were getting good enough to depict realistic violence in a way that was impressioning, and so they had to kind of say, hey, only a certain age should play this. So this is MA13. And it's the Software Toolworks Star Wars Chess. Okay? And what makes this really awesome is that this is prequel chess in the Star Wars universe. So you're not going to see Gungans, you're not going to see clones, you're not going to see young Obi-Wan, you're not going to see Darth Maul, you're not going to see any of that stuff. Every bit of it is from you know, the first releases, which are episode 4, 5, and 6. So A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi are the only IP-related characters that are in this game. And I think it's better for that. And this is a find. If you have this game, you definitely want to keep it. And so I think you're going to enjoy this. Let's see. I think you might be able to set this up where the computer plays itself, or it will at least show demos of the game. So 93, 94, and so we could probably assume that the prequels are being worked on, at least, or in the, at the very least, they're in the prototypical phase. It is a time of great competition in the galaxy. So we're playing chess. Now, of course, I love Star Wars, but when I was a kid and I saw Star Wars, I actually didn't like it. I thought it was too boring. It was too much talking, not enough action, too much story, not enough, quick. And honestly, in probably an errant way, I loved Star Trek. So I was a total Trekkie. I loved Star Trek, but I didn't really like Star Wars. When I grew up, as I got older, I started to like Star Wars, and I watched the 4, 5, and 6, really liked it. The prequels came out, I really loved those. And I even got into some of the Disney later movies, but Star Trek really was a big deal to me as a kid. I totally loved it. And I mean the movies. Like, I watched Wrath of Khan and was strongly affected by it. I felt like it was one of the best things I ever saw, and I just believed in it, like you're looking through a portal into the future, and it was an inevitable thing. It just had to happen. Today, when I talk about the science fiction, I say that Star Wars is realistic, whereas Star Trek is optimistic, and they're very different. So Star Wars is super long time ago, and so it's showing that there were ancient religions, civilizations, spacefaring, and high technology forever. Like, it's always been a presence all over the place all the time. We're not inventing this, we're not discovering it, we're not coming up with anything new. There's nothing new under the sun, right? That kind of mentality. And there are endless types of aliens, some with weird one eye, crawling on the ground, tiny, super huge. Not everything's bipedal. It's got a more, if you believe in those types of things, it seems to be more realistic and more believable. Star Trek is so optimistic that it really is like, at the same time, throughout the whole galaxy, bipedal humanoid races all have warp drive and all have civilizations, can communicate with each other and create commerce and interact. And at the same time, they're all the right heights. They're all using ships that have the same weapons. They all have phasers. They all have photon torpedoes. They all have transporter beams. They all are the same. And it is very hard to believe that. So as a kid, when I believed in Star Trek and I didn't really like Star Wars, today I can look back and feel like Star Wars was more believable, and Star Trek is so overly optimistic that it almost cancels itself out. Now, if you think about them, okay, Star Trek is supposed to be our near future. It's like the 23rd and 24th century is what's happening in the storylines, okay? So, well, I kind of wish I could, okay, I didn't even know what I was just doing. So it's close. Okay, I just changed that. Now let's do something here. Undo options. That's what I need to do, options. Cool sound effects. Capture movies on. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. There's me. So if I just go and pick Yoda. There we go. Done. Let's see if it takes over. Okay. It did. There we go. Now we can watch, I think. I don't know why it's doing this above head view. There we go. Okay. So I like to do this with Battle Chess too. Let the computer play against itself. You can learn a lot and get some ideas. You can try to correct it. Sometimes you can jump in and take over and things like that. So now let's consider that. Star Wars long ago, Star Trek is a near future, but then Dune is actually a very distant future. And it involves us. I mean, it's human expansion. And we go to different planets, and the people adapt to those worlds so much that they're almost like alien races in themselves, but they're all from Earth, and they, after exploring the entire universe, they never find any humanoid intelligent life anywhere in the whole universe. There's a sand that enables us to go through like space portals and travel faster than light, called spice, and it makes you high and it makes you see the future, and there's a religion around that, and it's an excellent story, but I don't know which one really is more believable, but Dune really has a feeling of authenticity to it when you get into it, even though it's the less commonly accepted, less popular, less known science fiction universe. It's supposed to be us. And it's really neat. Now, I play chess with my youngest son. I taught chess to all of my kids, I think, at least most of them. And I have several chess boards, and we have a lot of fun with it. So my oldest son played this on the Sega Genesis cabinet when I had the CD in there. And my youngest son has seen it, but he hasn't played it. And I've played chess with him more than anyone else. Me and my youngest son have played chess a lot. He's really fun to play. He's good. He's about to be 10 years old, but he's pretty good at chess. But yeah, the graphics are excellent. Nothing like this on the Super Nintendo. I mean, they might have Chess Master or something, but there's really nothing like this. Now, would I have chosen different representations? Probably. I probably would have chosen, even from the original 3 movies, I might have chosen different characters as the representations. But this game is excellent. I mean, they did an extraordinary job with this. The animation is excellent. It's battle chess with Star Wars characters. And later on, when I show 3DO games, I'll probably show the 3DO version of battle chess, because it's an advanced version with upgraded graphics. And it does this. It actually zooms in so that it isolates the two characters, much like this, as they battle with each other. I don't remember if there were other versions of Sewer Shark anywhere other than Mega CD, Sega CD, but if there were, I'm sure they'd probably have better compression. Here we go. This was what we were treated to upon opening our Sega CDs on Christmas or when we bought one from a store. Very low quality, grainy. I mean, that's taken up a third of the screen.
Crash and burn. First time, huh, rookie? Hey, listen. I hear they're putting you in with Ghost today. Now that's my main man. Greatest co-pilot to ever shoot the tubes. Give him your best stuff, and it'll keep you flying. Maybe all the way to Solar City, huh? Showtime. I'm Falco. You'll be hearing from me.
This doesn't look as bad as it did then.
Welcome to the sewers, punk. The guy you're replacing, he had that same tough guy smirk on his face that you do. Till he hit the wall. They're out there now blotting him up with handy wipes. But the ghost here...
You can see the lines across his face. Low color, really grainy.
Let's go, rookie! Take a deep breath, rookie. Don't you love the smell of the sewers in the morning? They smell like victory.
Wow. We just
This here's the whole hall.
kind of ripped off Apocalypse Now.
Together again. No matter what they taught you up at Top Rat.
Top Rat.
They were scrap. I got some stuff in there. It's not all strictly legal. But it just might keep you off the wall. Now until you earn a better one. Your call sign. Dog meat. Alright. Climb aboard, dog meat.
So, this is a post-apocalyptic dystopian future where we're all in underground cities that
Crash and burn.
are connected to sewers,
Burn. The sewer jockeys come and they go.
and there are giant mutated rats in the sewers called ratigators,
Give you a name.
and you have to kill them, and after you've killed enough of them, you go to this fictional paradise called Solar City,
Big dog meat.
which no one ever actually goes to, you know. It's 1984 in the sewers.
A million pounds of
It's not a terrible story, but it's pretty bad. I mean,
You nail this
and in all honesty,
and we got a one
this is a game you can play. This isn't as much press this button at this time. It has an air of video game-ish interaction to it. You're shooting at things on the walls.
I'm your backseat this trip, so don't screw up, huh?
I don't remember if I think this throws you right into the game. I don't even think you press start here. You just, and that's the crappiest thing you ever saw in your life. I mean, seriously.
Catfish.
It's like the robots from the black hole, you know, only worse.
Oh, well, by the way, recovery with extensive transmutal lobotometric.
It's AI.
They're dead. A complete cranial evacuation is a no-brainer, Mr. Ghost. Something down there sucked their brains out. Coordinates. Well, they were all down there in Sector 19. That's where Falco's headed. We better keep in close touch with her today. Well, I sure hope she stays out of Sector 19. If I still like that. Hey, Catfish, come on. Let's go kick a little ratigator butt, okay? Oh, not another bug, huh, Mr. Ghost? No dog meat. Catfish needs a trip to Solar City worse than we do. It's awful dark and scary down there with Mr. Ghost, and it smells terrible. We are going for lunch.
But if you look at the truck that goes to Sewer City, it says Glue Factory on the side of it. Like an Animal Farm. So here you go. You're moving along. The Hollywood production.
Relax. Pretend it's a game. Maybe it'll even be fun.
That was in the commercial.
Dog meat.
So here you go.
Mr. Ghost, we got a target acquisition down here. Oh my gosh. It's Ghost.
This is it. Yeah, it's actually happening. So you shoot at stuff. I guess I did that right. I don't know. It's been years. It's maybe been 30 years since I played this. Really don't even know what I'm doing, honestly. Yeah, I think you press a direction at a certain time. But you can play this. Now, I'm going to pause this real quick. Within the first minute and a half of this game, regardless of how good it was or how it looked, you have far exceeded the capabilities of the Super Nintendo, because you have movie, video, actors, Hollywood, you have full speech and everything. So they knew what they had. The only problem was they didn't know the future. They didn't know that 3D texture map polygons and motion mapping and all the other things that were about to happen with games like Tomb Raider and all these other great games. They didn't know that just yet. So they were stuck with this, and they believed this would have more of a presence than it did, and it really wore off fast. This was just the crappiest stuff, basically because CD media could do more. And I really think, the entertainment industry had to be affected by people's desire to play video games as much or more than watching movies or TV. And so for them to get involved with it and to kind of get that shot in the arm they would have needed to get back in front of you and get in your face and then be part of your newer experience was probably an effort they were pursuing with, Hollywood and all those other companies making movies and TV, like Sony. But ultimately, all of the IP had to succumb to the video game layout, which would have been take your story, take your characters, but then you have sprites, tiles, colors. It's being programmed. You're not going to get rid of the video game that easily by just having little segments of video and stuff. So I'm going through the sewer, and it's video. It looks good. I'm shooting whatever those orange, yellow monsters are. I'm supposed to press the directions at the right time, and eventually I'll crash into something because I didn't press up or down or left or right at the exact right time to turn the craft. And I've made it super far in this game. I think I actually beat the game once when I was really young, right when I first got it. But this was not the reason I bought a Sega CD. The real reason I bought a Sega CD would have been games like Final Fight, stuff like that. Now, on the original Sega CD, it had a music disc, and I think it came with Black Hole Assault, if I remember correctly. And I think I have the music disc somewhere, but I'm not even going to bother even trying to look for that right now. But I do have Black Hole Assault right here. It wasn't a great game, but it's playable, I guess.
The year 2160 AD. It is a time when Earth's technology enables mankind to send spaceships on missions to other planets. The Earth's population and its accompanying urbanization created a need for raw materials in the building of skyscrapers and underground cities. Eventually, the planet...
Whoa. Maybe I had a save game. AZY was somebody's save game in here. So there's... Oh yeah, you have a small amount of save room on the Sega CD. You can also buy a cartridge that would go into your Sega and allow you to save more. And so, yeah, you could save games, of course. And this, as much as this wants to look like some kind of like high-tech sci-fi thing, this is just a chintzy, cheap fighting game with, some... There we go. Almost like Godzilla feel to it. Up is jump, and that's how Street Fighter is. It's fast. Now, when I first played this, I liked it. I thought it was a good game. But, I was easily impressed by what was out there. Here we go. but it's really kind of a lackluster fighting game. You pick a character, beat up the other character, and then you just keep on going. And it has some video. It wasn't bad, but it really wasn't good either. And of course, it had voice, CD music. It had more going on than cartridges to a degree. So, and a lot of these you'll find that maybe they could have just been on. This game probably could have just been on a cartridge without the voices. And so maybe it was a bad idea for them to put this on here. I'm not seeing scaling. I'm not seeing, anything really advanced that makes it stand out with regards to the CD system's capabilities. It's a Sega fighting game with some voices, CD music, and maybe some video intermissions, cutscenes and stuff. I really like the throws. Oh, he landed. He actually landed on his feet. So yeah, Black Hole Assault. No, it's not an adult movie. Here we have animated segments with voice.
Hey, bro, you don't look so hot.
I drank them
You
up.
eat something. Here, catch.
Thanks. Hey, have you heard about the Akarov's new Urchin series robots? Rumor has it they're really tough to beat.
The word is we're going to run into them on our next mission on Mars.
Yeah, I hear they got a killer reach, and you can't keep your distance from them.
In addition to that, their punches are more lethal than anything we've encountered before. Supposedly, it swoops down on you and slashes your circuits.
How can you combat something like that? There's got to be a weakness in their design somewhere. Finding it is our only chance.
Well, if it's got a weakness, we'll find it.
So next up will be Crime Patrol. I don't know if that was Ving Rhames or what. American Laser Games. They did a lot of the arcade games, if I remember correctly. And so this is just going to be a low color version of an existing light gun game. I don't have light guns hooked up right now, so I don't know what's going to happen here. This product is licensed by Sega Enterprises. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I think it's not going any further because I don't have the light gun hooked up. Now I do have the justifiers. I don't remember if this game uses justifiers or uses the Menacer light gun. I know there are only a few games that actually use the justifiers, so it might be that I can't play this until I hook light guns up. I'll probably do light gun games all at once later on. Maybe right before we do the last games, which will be 32X games. Okay, so that was short-lived. Okay. Next up will be one of the best Sega CD games in my opinion. Oh wait, it just started loading something here. Maybe it'll show something of the game. I don't know. Yeah, see, it just lit up the light gun symbol. It's probably waiting for me to shoot the screen, but I don't have a light gun hooked up. So I thought maybe it would play a demo. One of the best games for Sega CD, Robo LSD, or as I call it, Robo LSD. Okay. Now this game, as much as it's a high-tech robot shooting game, they want to somehow associate it with feudal Warring States Japan history, which kind of makes it feel weird. Like this is like a look at Warring States, Japan.
Is set back in time.
See?
About 500 years.
Yeah.
In this period, Japan was divided into a large...
And this looks like something right out of Nobunaga's Ambition or whatever. One of those strategy games.
The roaring sound of war could be heard.
And then the game itself is giant flying robots with high technology. So yeah, this is definitely a game that doesn't need a bunch of that because it makes no sense at all. Like, I seriously doubt 500 years ago in Warring States, Japan, they had giant flying robots shooting fireballs at things, okay, like this. Those are people on kites. Okay, now I have these exploding bullets. I just got shot out of the sky. For some reason, I wasn't shooting the little explosions. There we go. I think it's B and C. I have to learn the controls again real quick. So, it's got bullet hell shooter all over it. You're upgrading weapons. It's Musha, only not Musha. It's basically just more Musha, only with CD music. There we go. That's probably my favorite weapon. There's people waving at me from the ground. Oh, I didn't want to get that. I don't know why I thought that was lightning. I wanted to keep upgrading my lightning. Yeah, I died. Now you can send your little satellites out to hit things by pressing A, which leaves you unguarded. But it causes more damage to the enemy. So, like that. You have the speed gauge at the top. Right now I'm going at speed 5. Okay, game over. Now if you get into it, you can get really far in it, and it's really fun. This game is a masterpiece. It really is. I think Musha is better, but I think this game is really, really good. So both of them are excellent. It might as well be a prequel or a sequel to Musha. And it has excellent graphics, really good gameplay. It's just a must-own Sega CD game. Now there's a game called Elest for the for other systems, but also I think for the Master System, and it's like this, only it has a kind of a normal looking spaceship. It's not a giant flying mecha. Okay. Okay, next up will be in my opinion, a pretty good Sega CD game, and that's Dune. And this is not the Battle for Arrakis strategy game. It has strategy to it, but it is a different game. So there were 2 Dune games. And I loved Battle for Arrakis, one of my favorite Sega Genesis games. Wonder if Cryo made this.
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness.
Now this is straight out of the 80s movie.
Spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
So that was right out of the movie, just, you know, way less color. Now, the movie was widely regarded as a failure. It starred Sting and Patrick Stewart and several other popular actors. I love the movie, but it pales in comparison to the complexity of the books, and the newer movies are closer in complexity to the books. They do it a little bit more justice. Now later on they did Children of Dune with Susan Sarandon, which was a series. It was extremely good. It was much, much better than any other video movies, series and stuff of Dune. This game is kind of a little bit of strategy, and it's almost a fan service to people who loved Dune. And maybe if you want to look up the turmoil around this movie, it was pretty deep trying to make this movie happen. And if you were to take Dune, just like the first book of Dune,
We've spotted 3 troops of Fremen around
you'd have a 12-hour long movie.
He's not returned yet. Go there and see what's keeping him.
I think that's the House Atreides. Now she looks like the woman from the movie, but that guy was like a drawing. It didn't look like it. So I think it was that they could take certain actors and actresses' likenesses, but other ones they couldn't. That's the guy that plays Paul Atreides from the movie. So they could have some likenesses, but not others. And so you'll see like Gurney doesn't look the same. There are differences, but it essentially is based on the movie. It's based on that 80s movie. So you've got, there we go, Duke Leto, or Leto, that's him. Now, he's played by an actor in the movie that doesn't look like that, okay? And in the movie, in my opinion, is excellent. It's really great, but it's also, like I said, it's a far cry from the book, really it is. They did their best, but the book is very complex. Now here you say, scene do map mixer panel Duke Leto. Let's just talk to him for a second. I am the Duke Leto Atreides, your father. They got really quiet.
My son, we must mine the spice as soon as possible, or the Emperor will recall us from Dune.
Okay.
In a forgotten corner of the universe, a fierce battle was fought using mechanized technology so destructive it laid waste to an entire solar system. A lone mechanized warrior, its guidance systems damaged and pilot dead, shot away from the turbulent battle space. Destination unknown. After untold ages, the Berserker entered the space of a planet abundant with unsuspecting life and ignorant of technology. Programmed only for death, the machine set about destroying everything in its path. It took the combined resources of the 5 mightiest wizards to divide and seal the power of the fearsome weapon. The damage inflicted on this small world was great, and many details of the assault were lost. However, even after a millennium had passed, people still spoke in awe as they recounted the legend of the armor and the 5 magicians of Bai. The day of Prince Sandor's wedding to Lady Alin had finally arrived. Dignitaries from all parts of the 4 kingdoms flocked to the royal event, for the young prince promised to be an important leader. But as the ceremony advanced, an insidious plot was unfolding. And do you, lady...
I don't think you can skip this. And of course this has kingdoms, castles, and mecha, which all kind of mix together there. Waiting for it to tell me that it's Warring States, Japan. Now, I've heard this is widely regarded as one of the better role-playing games around this time. Kind of reminds me of Crawl. There we go. Jeffel, the town of Jeff. So yeah, this is a good game. It's a role-playing game in every sense of the word. You know, you got your hero with a cape and a headband, and his princess just got kidnapped with mecha. There's mecha everywhere, and there's an inn. You can buy shields, swords, it's just all of that stuff. This kind of helped to answer for the missing role-playing games. You know, there were a lot of missing role-playing games on the Sega Genesis, so this helped out. I'll get that. Get a couple of those. Okay. So yeah, I played it a little bit, I've gotten into it, it's a very good game. And I'm in Jeffel. Alright. Alright, next up we're going to show one of my favorite Sega CD games, and a reason to have a Sega CD, Wing Commander. And this has the instructions, and it's not easy to play, but once you get the hang of it, it's really good. I love Wing Commander. I played Wing Commander and Wing Commander 2 on the PC, and this is a great game. I mean, it does a really good job. It's just ever so slightly less color, but it's pretty much all there, and it plays great. It is infinitely better than the Super Nintendo version of Wing Commander. So, someone outside has decided to make a terrible noise all day, so that's going to be going on. Now, I love the Wing Commander games. Now, before Wing Commander 3, everything was sprites. And so they had, they had to draw different facets of everything. And so you get kind of a chunky looking transition as things turn. It's basically, a space flight simulator with, you're fighting against a, bipedal intelligent race of cat aliens called the Kilrathi. And they are at war with the humans. They call us Terrans. And there are different fleet vessels that have smaller ships. Essentially, it's aircraft carriers in space. And there's the Concordia, which is the one that everybody remembers. There's the Tiger's Claw, which is what you're in this one. And you start out, and this is somewhere in the, somewhere between the beginning and the middle of the war. And the Kilrathi have stealth fighters that no one knows about. Okay? And in the story, the stealth fighters destroy the Tiger's Claw, and they blame you for it. They call you the coward of Ketethrak Mang and all these other things. So you get demoted and sent to the less important area in space where there's skirmishes but no major battles. Then the second game takes place and starts you off in that situation. And, it's a really great game. Now, on the computer version, with the right sound card, you could have voices. But there weren't, whole voice recorded scenes with the cutscenes. Now, in this version of the game, they added the cutscene voices. So the Sega CD is unique in that it has voice acting for every cutscene, which didn't happen with the computer. So then you have your barracks, And you can pick your save game here. Oops. Well, I'm hitting the button and it's doing nothing. Go to Mission Hangar. And it has these, the briefings.
15 minutes into the briefing.
All right then.
This is not in the original PC game. The scene is, the art is, but the voices are not.
And I cannot tell you how I'm looking forward to it, Colonel.
Right. Since we jumped into the McAuliffe system just a few hours ago, we're still running preliminary patrol.
And this is a known cartoon voice actor.
You'll be flying a 4-point route, checking several potential jump points. Here's your flight plan.
And you know, you can skip all this if you want, I think.
We have questions? All right then.
You listen as the curtain.
So then it has this kind of iconic racing to the launch deck scene that's in this, and this is very similar to the PC version of the game. It's like I said, only slightly different. There's the animated scene there. And then this scene. And then you're launching out into space. Now, like I said, there's all the instructions, and you can just kind of open your Wing Commander case, and it's got all the stuff on the back here, so you can control it. And I don't remember all of this stuff right offhand, and it's been a while since I played this, but you're basically ship controls. Down is up is down, left and right. B will spin the craft as you hold it. And then you have waypoints, and you want to go to the waypoints. There's your partner. Now you also have a comm system, and you're meant to communicate with each other as you're flying around, and so you have to tell them, go attack my target, attack targets, stay back and don't attack targets, things like that. Now in this one I'm in a much larger ship. So it's a bomber run where I'm going to go blow up some important ship. And yeah, I can't pause the game, guys. I just realized there's no pause. So I just kind of want to look here. So B up and down is speed up and down. Double tapping B is afterburners. So maybe this will help. There we go. I have jumped to the next waypoint. I think I just blew myself up. So yeah, running straight into things blows you up. Now, once you get the controls up in your head again, and you're basically dealing with 4 buttons doing the work of an entire keyboard, then you can get stuff done in this game. And it's not too bad. It's a fun game. It plays really well. But yeah, it's kind of a complex situation of controls, especially that you have to control your video displays and you know, tell your partners what to do on the wing and stuff. There's you know, all kinds of stuff like that involved. It's a very complex game, but again, once you get the hang of it, it's really super fun. Totally recommended. If you have a Sega CD, you like Wing Commander games. Now next up is going to be Final Fight CD, the US disc. Okay. Now back then, if you had a PC and you were playing Wing Commander games, Wing Commander 2 was a lot better than Wing Commander 1. But Wing Commander Privateer came out, and that was considerably better than the first 2 Wing Commander games. In Privateer, you're in the Wing Commander universe, but you can be you're basically a pirate. You know, you're a privateer. You go around and you can choose your alliances, join guilds, you can upgrade your ship, you can buy new ships. You could just be a docile delivery driver through most of the game, but there is a backstory where there's like this super advanced and alien ship that you run into later in the game. You could be a mercenary, you could be a delivery person, you know, anywhere in between that stuff. And it is extremely good. It is much funner, in my opinion, than just the military, you know, oriented Wing Commander 1 and 2. Now, Wing Commander 3 had Mark Hamill, called Heart of the Tiger, and I have that for the 3DO, but it also was on the computer. Wing Commander 4 was really, really good. There's better graphics. The first time they start using 3D renditions is around 3 and 4. They also came out with Privateer 2, which had Christopher Walken in it, and it was not much liked. It didn't go over very well. I mean, I've heard good and bad things about the game, you know, in retrospect, but at the time it was not received well. And in that one, you could buy like whole fleets and control lots of stuff. It was a lot more strategy and a much larger scope. Now, since Privateer has been popular, they have come out with like remappings of the game you can download, and so you can actually have a modern version of Privateer that has really good graphics and everything, but it's essentially the exact same storyline. And that's a really, really good game too. There are lots of different layers of upgrades. So now we've got Final Fight CD. All 3 characters, 2-player co-op, CD music. Just basically you get the game, the arcade game at home with a little hit to the color. I'm going to try to pay attention to kind of too many things at once here. I'm going to try to get a better look at the screen. Alright, don't have anybody helping me for most of this video. I really love throwing bad guys into other bad guys. That's probably my favorite part of this game. But now, as beautiful as this game is, it's not nearly as complex as Streets of Rage. It's not even as complex as something like the original Double Dragon. In the original Double Dragon, you can grab the opponents by the head, knee them, throw them into other characters, or just throw them. You can sit down on them and punch them. You have kicks, punches, elbows, knee strikes and stuff. There are so many attacks in that game. In this one, you have punch. Let's see, you have punch into your combo. You have jump knee. You also have jump kick. You have a standing jump kick. You can use weapons. Throwing is good. Throwing is just like in Streets of Rage, where you're just you go up and you grab onto them on the vertical plane here, kind of, and now, of course, Streets of Rage, you can throw your partners, you can do flips over the character. I'm wasting my health by doing that. So yeah, you got the girl characters in there who was completely replaced in the Super Nintendo version of the game. And I'm glad they brought her back, because diverse. The gameplay is great, especially with a good 6-button pad or the higher quality 3-button pad with the raised thumb pad. So yeah, I like the game a lot. I like Streets of Rage way better. I even like Streets of Rage 1 better than Final Fight. Final Fight is Capcom art, so you get the excellent artwork. It's a lot of recolor, recycle sprites, and that's fine. That's how they did things back then. And it introduced a lot of characters that Capcom smartly recycled and reused in lots of other games. So Cody has a presence in Street Fighter games, and a lot of these other characters have a presence in other games. And as I said earlier, when I was first talking about this, a home brewer is remaking it in cartridge form with a larger ROM and basically putting in all the missing parts and improving upon it. So it's a better game. So I like the game. I'm not going to say it's my favorite, co-op fighting game of all time, but it certainly is beautiful. And this is a really a big fan service to have this game on Sega CD. I think this game probably sold Sega CDs, even though at the time it could have been that people were kind of even starting to be tired of this game, because it did get a lot of popular play in the arcade. So you have to think about it, now that we're 30 and 40 years away from when those first games came out in the arcade, some people were tired of Pac-Man by the mid-80s. They had really seen a lot of Pac-Man and played it. It had cereal and toys and candy and you know, balloons and basically anything you could come up with that was able to have Pac-Man on it had Pac-Man on it. So when a system came out and it had Pac-Man, people really weren't wanting any more Pac-Man. They were like, whoop-de-doo, I can play Pac-Man on this system. And I'm not speaking for everyone here, just as a kid who was experiencing it at the time. I was done with Pac-Man by the mid-80s, and Joust and Frogger and all those games that were already all over the place and had, you know, LCD games of them, and had, you know, all kinds of different versions. And so the newer stuff that was coming out was good. This was kind of the newer idea of games with larger sprites and much more interaction and more things to do. And so even though it was violent, it's not really gory or bloody or, you know, so it's a little cleaner than what was about to come out with like Mortal Kombat and Time Killers and, you know, games like that. Really, it's just, you know, Capcom has this extraordinary art and animation style that's a treat to be able to see and to play. I love how they carefully, strategically land a knife right there where you are, so that you're going to be trying to hit them with this, but you're instead constantly picking up the knife, and it disrupts you. And that happens in Streets of Rage. Darn it! I'm trying to pick this up. So yeah, it's a good game. Now you can pick different character. This was a really great video game to buy back for your Sega CD. So if you know, Sega CDs were expensive. They were between $200 and $300. And so you already, you know, now of course, there was also a big price drop on the Genesis when the Model 2 came out. And eventually, I think it was $100 for the Model 2. So if you timed it just right, and you got the Model 2 Genesis with the Model 2 Sega CD, you might have paid, you know, $250 for the whole thing. And that wasn't that bad, considering what you got. But technology was really evolving fast back then, and so yeah, it was, we didn't have planned obsolescence to the degree that we have today, where, you know, you really are in a it's robbery. You know, it's totally planned obsolescence today. They've already planned you not being able to use what they just sold you. But it did exist to a degree. Now, Guy, he wasn't in the Street Fighter, or I mean, he wasn't in Final Fight for the Super Nintendo or the Super Famicom, and Super Famicom wasn't two-player co-op. So as you can see, this game has your press start going on the whole time, and therefore another player can jump in at any time. And that's something some people don't realize, is that you can actually keep playing the game just by having a second controller there, and then right before your first player dies, press start on that second controller, and then you have the same number of lives with the second player, and it can help you to beat the game. Now let's throw this guy in a ring with a guy with football armor on and a katana. Now this guy had a Street Fighter II presence later on. He's a lot like Dan in that he's kind of a mockery of what he's implying, where Dan is actually like the weakest character, but he's kind of pretending to be Ryu and Ken. This guy is in football armor with a samurai helmet on, and he's pretending to be a samurai when he's not. So he's notoriously, you know, fake, even the character, but he's tough because he's, you know, attacking you with armor and a sword when you're just hand to hand. Now I'm usually better at this game. I'm concentrating on the video and talking and everything at the same time, but so it was I don't know, I think it's kind of a masterpiece, considering that they did this for the people that were willing to shell out the amount of money required to get a Sega CD. Sega CD never saw its full potential, because the 32X upgraded it considerably, and so you never got to really see what it really could do with you know. So okay, you get a FMV game, and the disc is being used up with really poor, crappy. I didn't even get that done. FMV video, but oh, and he didn't say the "oh my car." So yes, you did see games that used up the memory, but really not for the best reasons. So if they could do CD games with hundreds of megabytes and just pack it full of all kinds of different graphics and stuff, they could have really immersive, complex games that had never been seen on any systems at the time. They had people programming these things with a time crunch and limitations and a business, you know, looming overhead, trying to get their work out there, and for someone to be able to really use it to its full potential, there weren't many opportunities to do that. So we didn't see a lot of the best games that could have come out for it. There are good games for the system, but you know, I'd say avoid the FMV stuff and avoid a lot of the you know, kind of shovelware that was happening at the time. But I do think the system was worth it. I used mine as a CD player and and for video games, and I liked the games that I bought for it. I had Final Fight way back then. Okay, I do have Final Fight, the Japanese version, and this is not a repro or anything like that. It's the real official Mega CD Japanese version of the game. Okay, and it's got Japanese voices. I even have the original Divide plastic, and that came with it when I bought it. Disc and instructions. Try to keep it in nice shape, because to me this is kind of a little collector's item. So up next will be Kyo Flying Dragon for Sega CD. It's a JVC game, and this is a reproduction. I bought this on eBay as a reproduction of a very popular, rare, and valuable Sega CD. Queued 'em up with lots of animation and color and stuff.
In the 8th year of the KO era, Japan neared the end of its feudal period. The Shogun
Here we have some educational, feuding, warring states. Japan, barely relatable, almost non-relatable information there.
And what were you doing while they were stealing the key from us? You went to get a snack, you fool!
Ow! You don't have to get so upset about a dinky key.
You don't understand anything. It was Dr. Poon who stole it from us. A super intelligent raccoon. His IQ is 1,400. Can you even guess how important that key is?
Do they even count IQs that high?
What's the key for?
It's for the secret treasure.
Then what is the secret treasure, Grandma?
Don't ask so many questions. The only thing I remember is it's called Ark.
Ark? I wonder what it is.
Dr. Poon wants to use the Ark to turn this planet into a raccoon world.
Yeah.
Hey, why not? Sounds like fun.
What a fool you are. It was totally your fault. You know that. You really should... I guess you'll never learn. Well, listen, Ronnie. Until you get that key back, you will get no food.
Oh.
That's right. No key, no dinner. You better hurry and chase them down.
I hate this. Hey, Spot, we gotta go. Spot? Are you still sleeping? Wake up!
Okay, this game's adorable in every way, shape, and form. Now, raccoons have become a symbol of unwanted immigratory practices in the Eastern world. So what ended up happening is, as shipment began in the, somewhere between the early 1800s up till now, it increased, and the city sizes increased, and Japan changed its entire face. It was completely changed. Raccoons started being introduced to their population, which were not native to Japan, and they became an invasive, highly damaging pest species of animal. And so raccoons can also be a symbol, a representation of other people who do that. So when people go there and try to impress their way on the Japanese who are attempting to have some of their native kind of flair retained, and then they have this kind of rebellious presence. And so the raccoon, I believe, can also represent that, not just the literal invasive species raccoon, but the invasive practices of external peoples, so their own types of ideas. And westernization has happened, so it's not like, I'm not really talking about just the style or clothing or whatever, whatever has seeped its way in. Like, everyone's wearing the same clothes from the Western world. There was kind of like almost like a filter of Tyrolean and German and European styles that were kind of like sifted over the Eastern world and seeded and then grown, and so that's present no matter what. But I mean the more regional things that maybe aren't that wouldn't be seen as positive or not adaptable or even invasive on their culture. So the raccoon is the invader. And I actually have raccoons in my storage area in my attic. So they're doing the same thing to me. Oddly enough, I have a lot of Japanese toys in the attic too. So In my little Otaku Japanese shrine, I have raccoons attempting to invade the sanctity of that area. It's like, no one is safe. But I used to tell my kids, thumbs are an indicator of extra smartness. So if it's an animal with a thumb, it's really smart. Raccoons and squirrels and lots of animals. If they have a thumb, then they're very smart and they're causing you trouble. And I actually believe that rats, pre-plague rats, had thumbs. And I think that when the plague happened, they did something that they had never really done before. They began swarming. And when rats began swarming and feeding off of the infected that were ejected from towns and exiled and traveling in hordes of the Walking Dead, the rats would eat the fingernails and the inner lining of the mouth and nose as the people were falling apart and dying from the Black Death. And in the act of swarming, the rats lost their thumbs. And so if you look at a rat, it will have most of a thumb, but be missing the last digit where they would have had that articulate opposing thumb. And another thing they have is a learned practice of climbing into humans' mouths and even biting and eating humans' fingernails. And those were all adaptations that were programmed from the time of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, that have been embedded in the DNA of a rat. So if you buy a rat, not only will it crawl into your mouth and clean your teeth and stuff, it will also bite your fingernails to the quick. And they've learned to live alongside humans and actually make really great pets. So you can use a rat as a pair of fingernail clippers or a toothbrush, should you so choose to. The autumn mold is beginning. Thank God for pause, huh? Oh no. Now, I think this game is extremely rare and valuable. It's probably unobtainium in its original form unless you're ready to cough up hundreds of dollars. So in those cases, like with Musha and with this game in particular, I don't mind buying a reproduction. I'm not buying it to sell and cheat people out of them. In fact, it's a different kind of case than... So in Japan, they had CD-sized cases. In the US, they knew that bigger was always better, so they made these giant, weird, wonky, crappy plastic cases just waiting to fall apart. They had enough of that left over to make it a staple of the Saturn, and even PlayStation was following suit with 3DO, who made gigantic, oversized disc cases for all their games. Eventually, PlayStation said, forget it, we're not going to do that, and they went with the cheaper CD style cases. And then later DVDs adopted a larger, more intrusive case, and everything's been in that since then. So music CDs had their smaller cases, and then media kind of, you know, most of the time had exceedingly large, wasteful cases, which they fall apart easy too. The little edge tabs, just like on normal jewel cases, snap off easy, and then they won't close, and they take up lots of space, kind of annoyingly. Great game. Super, super fun game. Now I know I have more. Let's see. Maybe it's on top of this one. Goodness gracious. So many games for this system. We have an example of the earlier PlayStation cases. This is Road Rash, and it was really big, but it was like paper cardboard, and so they had this is about how much space they really needed, but then they had these great big manuals. None of it was really necessary. I'm glad Sony abandoned it, at least in their beginnings, before making the DVD cases, which were unnecessarily large. We have an example of the earlier PlayStation cases. This is Road Rash, and it was really big, but it was like paper cardboard, and so they had this is about how much space they really needed, but then they had these great big manuals. None of it was really necessary. I'm glad Sony abandoned it, at least in their beginnings, before making the DVD cases, which were unnecessarily large. We have Popful Mail. Now, I have a lot of games that were backups of games I owned that I later sold, and I still have the backups, and also I have some games that were compilations created later by fans that I then burned to disc. And I have some games that are hard to get, or I just wanted to try, so I downloaded them and burned them to disc.
When the brave and the desperate rose up against the three masters of evil.
But yes, at one time I actually did own both Night Trap for the Sega CD and Night Trap for the 32X, and so I backed up both of those, and then later on I needed money, so I sold a lot, and so I do have backups of those. The 32X one I'll show, but I'm not going to show every game that I have backed up.
I've got you now, you little criminal! Surrender! You little freaks of nature don't stand a chance! Give it up! Eat this, cookie face! Hi-ya! Two down, one to go. Get a load of this, you miscreants! Take that!
This is squished and letterboxed video, like what is found a lot on the Sega CD.
Hey, you want them ahead? Oh, help for yourself! Here's a funny thing, eh? Get ready for the big surprise!
That reminds me of a story from the ancient world I heard about where a guy beheaded his enemy and then carried his head, and the head bit his leg, and then he got an infection from the bite and died.
It has to be worth something.
Well, you got a full cartoon going on here. I'll skip it in case you want to watch it. And of course, you can download the ISOs today, and on emulators and the Super SD card driven cartridges, you can play the ISOs. So these are all somehow, you know, playable. And this is just a beautiful, cartoony, kind of really smooth, clean, refined side scroller here. Another Raccoons Are Our Mortal Enemies game, if you're noticing a theme here. And of course this would be, you know, just kind of cute if it didn't, of course, imply invasive cultures to the Japanese. You can't skip this.
Hey, are you blind or something? Up in the tree, you dunderhead.
Huh? Oh, what in the world are you doing up there?
Well, there were all these monsters chasing me. There must have been 100 of them, and they had bulging eyes and huge teeth, and then they chased me up this tree, and then the spider.
Really great voice acting.
Almost killed me, but I kind of strayed. I have a pocket knife, you know, and then I don't think it's safe to come down. Oh,
he said, "I have a pocket knife, you know."
Well, actually, Slick Junior the Third, but you can call me Slick. I'm from the village. At the
Slick Junior the Third.
Say, can you give me some help here, like today?
Well, Slick, why'd you?
Yeah, I just restarted the system. I pressed A, B, C, and start all at the same time, and thinking maybe it would skip that, but it restarted the game. I think I remember reading that somewhere, that you can restart the game. I think I have a continue on here. Let's see. Oh no, no save data exists. Okay. And you can go delete data. And, you know, Sega CDs, like I said, they have save, and so you can go in and delete stuff. It looks like I might have cleared out my memory on this system. So some of the games use a save feature. I don't know, not a lot of them. Now, I was talking about how, you know, terrible FMV videos are. How they pretty much screwed things up for a lot of the first 32-bit systems. And there are a couple of FMV games that are actually good. And it's more because of the story and the art style, the uniqueness of the experience. One of them is Time Gal, which has a really beautiful anime girl who's going through all these different scenarios. So there are, like I said, a couple of good ones. Another one is Space Adventure Cobra, which has some more like adult-themed cartoons. It's based on an anime movie called Space Adventure Cobra, and I remember seeing that, and it's really good. And a lot of the scenes from the show are actually in the Mega CD game. Now, it's It's more of an got action components and then some FMV stuff mixed in. And that's, you know, like this one has the FMV cutscenes, but it's a side-scrolling game. It also has, you know, the inescapable audio clip portions of the side-scrolling game, which are kind of annoying. You can't do anything about it. Now this game, I think, also came out for the PC Engine Super CD, ROM 2, stuff like that. So, and I don't think it looks as good. I think the graphics aren't as good, and but it does have cutscenes. If I have it, I'll be showing that later. There were other versions of this game, is what I'm saying. But for the most part, the FMV games really needed to die, in my opinion, because they sucked so bad. They were just video segments that were basically a choose-your-own-adventure, you know, VCD quality movie, where you're, you know, pressing a direction or hitting a button at just the right time, and then it shows the next positive progression of the movie. And then if you press the wrong button, or if you don't press it at the right time, then it shows the negative scene, which is usually your character dying. Now with Space Adventure Cobra, it's, you know, an action adventure with lots of anime cutscenes. But in the case of Time Gal, it is an FMV game where you're trying to press buttons at the right time, right? I think another was called Road Avenger, and that one was pretty good. And it's all because it's good content. It's not like it fixes the problem inherent with FMV games. There we go. And there was someone used that treasure chest to store an apple. There we go. I'm glad they did that. So, and this is a fun game. The gameplay is really good. It's got kind of a, you know, Wonder Boy kind of feel to it, only a little zippier. To kind of get ahead in the game, because you can reset the rooms, you just kind of go back and forth and grind a little bit, and then you'll end up with enough money to get the next items. Fun game. I like it. I like this game, and this is probably my favorite version of this game. And I've got the disc and case and stuff put back somewhere. Some of these games are backups, and I know I have stored the cases and stuff somewhere, probably in a storage area. But yeah, if you like this kind of game, then I would totally recommend this one. It's good. Oops. Watch for falling rocks. Huh. I must have to get like a set of boots or something to get over there. Maybe jumping boots or something. And it says falling rocks, but it's like robots dropping stuff on you. Or like, I guess they're like automatons. Because they're wind up. Yeah, I probably meant to get a better jumping ability before getting this far in the game. but I like the cute character. It's enough to keep you going with it. A lot like the last Wonder Boy game. It's got really cute characters. I know there's something I have to do here. I think a boss fights you right there. There we go. Now let's try something really quick. Yeah, it's got it there. So, the game is saved. Alright, cute. Cool game. Oh, and it's got a little thing going on at the pause screen. Now, my son told me this morning before he left for school he wanted to help with the Sega video when he came back from home from school, and I think he's very much interested in the 32X games. So next up, I will show a little bit of Space Adventure Cobra, and it's a backup, so that'll be next.
I'm gonna chop you up so bad they're gonna need a microscope to find the pieces.
Oh, look. The big bad monkey's got a toy knife. You should be careful. You'll hurt yourself.
Ah! Kiss your butt goodbye!
Wow.
Surprise!
Got it himself with his own knife.
You little jerk!
They have normal clothes. Oh boy. The psycho gun. It's only for psychos. Didn't get a chance to blast him.
These guys are wanted criminals. Their names are Domingo and Verga. There's a reward out for them.
Of course.
You can hardly wait to home it, can you?
So this is the progression of the game. You make choices, and then it shows animated sequences. Yeah, it's pretty linear. There's really not too much variety here, but it is pretty awesome. Those feet are a work of art.
My name's Jane. Jane Royal.
So yeah, this was actually a good idea, I think, to make this type of game. It's fun. It expresses the IP well without being so generic as an FMV game. It progresses like a, choose your own adventure, or one of those like Scum games that uses a point and click interface, like a Sierra point and click game, but a little simpler. Pretty good game. I like it a lot. Okay. Next up, I'll show one that actually used the Sega CD scaling. It's called Soulstar. And that Space Adventure Cobra game is not for kids. It's it has adult content, and so does the cartoon. So just emphasizing there that it looks cool, and you might think maybe it's good for a kid to use to practice reading or for logic, decision-making stuff, but there's nudity and some bad language and a little bit of violence in some of the artwork. And any games that are, overly adult-ish or adult-oriented, I'll either not show, or I'll make sure if I'm going to play them that my son's not here when I play them. So.
You have hunted them for centuries, searched for the destructive evidence of their presence in the spaces between the stars. For eons you have followed, and they have always eluded you, until now. Now you will face your most ancient enemy in a battle for the soul of a star.
I don't know if there's a demo. I hope there is. Now, what this does with the Sega CD hardware, it does well, but I won't necessarily say that it really looks good. It has kind of a graininess to it, and this was 94, a little late, but still good. I just don't think that people understood like the real nature of the Sega CD, what it could really do. And it came off as just being like a really limited FMV tool, when it was actually something that could do arcade games and scaling and stuff. Like I said earlier, I would have really loved to have seen better versions of all of the Super Scaler games for the Sega CD. It would have been excellent to see Outrun, only with the scaling art from the original arcade game. Hang On, Galaxy Force 2 would have been really great to see it with scaling. So it just didn't get used fully. And probably really bad marketing and things like that involved with that. Okay, I think it's just going to keep repeating this crap.
Planet Land. The Mercury's has blown a warship.
Skip through some of this FMV. So here we go. Now what you're seeing are ships enemy ships that are scaled. And the scaling is very smooth, and it's showing the abilities. Now, you'd either have to somehow sprite double or zoom if you could, but scaling takes one image and then shrinks or enlarges it within the game. So, now once you get through this next part up here, I think you're on a planet's surface. I think it uses this 6-button controller too, because I just hit a button up here and more scaling. See, that's all scaling. None of that is, if you notice, it's not really choppy, chunky kind of pseudo scaling like with the Genesis pseudo scalers. It's clean scaling. Okay, here we go. And now we see an entire plane of scaling for the ground, scrolling background and scaling sprites. So this is all scaling. Just, and it's a lot. This is a fun game. I really like it. Should have got more attention. This should have been a big hit, and then Sega was like, hey, let's throw whatever scalers at people we can. Another super scaler is the driving part of Batman Returns. So Batman Returns kind of sucked, especially compared to the Super Nintendo version as far as action. Super Nintendo version was a Final Fight clone. Batman can like grab people and slam their heads together and stuff and do all kinds of awesome attacks. Super fun game. But the Sega CD version of Batman Returns has the action sequences from the cartridge version with arguably better music. And then it has driving parts that are amazing. They should be a game in themselves. They're just really that good. So next up, I will show Batman Returns. But yeah, this game is great. Soul Star. Kind of a sleeper. Most people didn't really care about it or know about it or know what was really going on here, but this is, you know, arcade level scaling and just really well integrated. Now I'm playing it on the CRT. It looks really, really good. And this game, you know, the sharper, higher resolution, the kind of grainier things can look. But it looks much better on its native hardware, native design, on the intended monitor style and all of that. Look at that. Cool. Gotta say, I love this game. It's super good. One of the best Sega CD games.
3 warp gates located inside the ship. Your primary...
So, okay, next up will be Batman Returns. Now in the options, there are some unique options to this game. Game type. Driving only. So you can set it to only do the driving parts. Platform only. Full game. Okay. So they knew that the driving game was going to be kind of a showcase part of it. Now look at this. This is scaling. Here we have incredible scaling. All the buildings, all the items, everything. Now I think the '89 Batmobile is by and far the best Batmobile that has ever been conceived. I think that every Batmobile afterwards has sucked, no matter what. Even the Tumbler, no matter what it was, whatever Batmobile was replacing the '89 was crap. And I think that compared to the '60s Batmobile or any other Batmobile, nothing even comes close. Yeah, I'm getting lines on the screen, which I would really rather not have. Okay. Nothing else comes close. Oh no. There we go. I need to get some of the trash cans with the bat symbol on them. Oh, darn it, I missed it. Now this does get kind of harder while you get towards the end. There's a boss that's like a fire truck. There we go. That helped considerably. Well, my car's on fire now. But yeah, I love this game. I think it's exceptional. I even tolerate the side-scrolling parts just because of how much of a treat this part is. And I would choose to play the full game, even though I could choose to omit the side-scrolling levels, because they are slightly better than the cartridge version of the game, which I didn't hate the cartridge version of the game. I mean, the original Batman cartridge game for the Sega Genesis was pretty good. It was okay. The graphics were good, and the gameplay was tolerable. It wasn't, you know, Batman Returns for the Super Nintendo, though. That was incredible. But this, I think the driving part of this game is extraordinary. Here we go. Looks like I blew up my car. Stage 6, so I'm really kicking. And that's the boss. Now, you've probably already seen the side-scrolling parts of the game if you've played the cartridge. And there are subtle differences. I think there's better music, maybe some better sound effects. It's arguably better than the cartridge version, but just this driving part makes the Sega CD game worth playing. You know, this is way, way better. I also have, I think I said this before, beginning of the video, is I have a At Games Flashback 2018, which is the one that actually looks like about a medium-sized Model 1 Sega Genesis. And with a firmware update, it can actually play Master System, Game Gear, and Sega CD games. There's basically two different ways you can go with it. You can upgrade it so it will play 32X games, or you can upgrade it so it will play Master System, Game Gear, and Sega CD games. I went for the Sega CD, Master System, and Game Gear as well as Genesis because it's just more games and I like them. You know, there aren't enough 32X games to warrant you know, going so far. So when you set it up, though, you can put in your own information. You can put in your own box art and stuff. So I have a fully customized menu, and it plays well. Now, the 2018 is exclusive in that it's faster emulation. It also has like rewind functions and save states and things like that. It's a incredibly good emulator system. It's not FPGA, but you know, I'd say it's even better in that it plays Sega CD, Game Gear, Master System, Mega Drive, Genesis, all that stuff. And I was just thinking, I was wondering if I actually have Soul Star on there, because it would be one that I would think belongs on there. I know I have Snatcher and Batman Returns, a lot of other ones, but Snatcher's an extremely good Sega CD game too. It's like if Blade Runner was a anime that was a video game. So it's all of that. It's got some story elements and some action elements. It's way, way better than Space Adventure Cobra. It's a really bizarre, you know, futuristic kind of adventure. Great game. Snatcher's excellent. Now, I'm just going to run through. I have a ton. I'm not going to go through every single Sega CD game that I have, because I have too many. It would just be ridiculous to do that. But I'll just name some that are really good in case you want to try them out, and I'll show a few more before we get into the 32X ones. I do have Fatal Fury Special, which is an enhanced version of Fatal Fury 2. Let's see, I have Sega Arcade Classics, which has, it's very much like the Sega 6-pack, only I think it's 5 games. And it has some subtle differences. The sound effects are different on some of the games. I think Golden Axe might even just be a one-player game instead of two-player co-op. Eternal Champions, and that's okay. Another one that is, in my opinion, a must-have for the Sega CD is Sengoku Densho, and that is a Neo Geo port. And the game Sengoku for the Neo Geo was a 2-player co-op, just steeped in Japanese mysticism, and you're fighting all of these like resurrected samurai and pikemen and just demon monsters and all kinds of stuff like that. Really, really great graphics on the Neo Geo, but the Sega CD game is a near carbon copy of the Neo Geo game, just with less color. So it kind of, again, proved that the Sega CD really hit above its weight class when it came to what it could do, the types of games it could do. There probably could have been more advanced, better Neo Geo clones. For instance, they could have done scaling with Samurai Showdown. They could have done scaling on any of the Neo Geo clones. Of course, that brings me to another point. There's kind of a controversy, and I believe that it has some weight, that when these games were being made, they were somewhat intentionally limited. They were hobbled slightly, just so that you weren't, choosing it over or considering it better than the original. So in the case of Neo Geo, if they're still selling Neo Geos, they don't want you to say, oh, why bother with a Neo Geo because you could just get this, right? Because even a PC Engine with the CD and the arcade card was still cheaper in total than a Neo Geo system, which could have at the time been $600 to $800. Now, Neo Geo ended up selling a lot of systems to expensive hotels, and you would go and pay to get a room, and there'd be like a Neo Geo in a thick glass case bolted to under the TV, and you could then pay to play Neo Geo games in your hotel room. So they had to, get it out there somewhere. It did not sell, at least to the, budget-minded consumer market, the way everything else did, because it started off with a over $700 price tag. And even though the games were great, they were all SNK. And they had a little bit of other guys injecting their little 2 cents worth. They had some Hudson, they had some Alpha, or whoever else was ready to try to jump on board. But, I think the biggest problem with Neo Geo was it's an isolated event. It's like you can have arcade games at home, but those arcade games are only Neo Geo arcade games. So you'd have to really, really love Neo Geo above everything else. And they might have had as good or better graphics, but not as good gameplay. They might have had good gameplay, but not as good graphics. They had their own universe, and you had to allow yourself to basically reside in that place only. And so to enjoy Samurai Showdown, I don't mind playing the Mega Drive version, but I love the scaling in the arcade game. To play Fatal Fury, which I don't even really like, I could play the Super Nintendo version. I hate the Sega Genesis version of that game. I don't really like any of them. I don't like that game. Fatal Fury 2, I have it for the Sega CD, for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. I have it for the PC Engine Super CD arcade card. And all of those are so good. They're such excellent games. So I'm not really compelled to buy a Neo Geo. And then the Neo Geo CD came out and really sucked. Like, it made it to where, the pacing of the arcade games and the flair of the arcade games, once you're forced to sit there and wait for 30 seconds to a minute just for parts of your game to load, it really cuts into it. So they made a double speed CD-ROM version of their Neo Geo CD, and it still sucked. The loading times were halved or less, so there wasn't as much loading times, but it just didn't have the punch, the pizzazz of the Neo Geo AES system. And even with the AES, later on people started making consoleized MVS boards. Not long after the system began waning in arcades, they would harvest those boards, and then with just a couple of tweaks, they could be using the Neo Geo joysticks, which were micro switch driven joysticks, and then play AES or MVS cartridges. So the ideal system would have been a consoleized MVS rather than even an AES. And they had boards later for the AES that would allow MVS. Now AES are home cartridges only. AES are the larger, almost like a double-sized VHS cassette version of that were the games in the arcade. And some people believe, of course, that Neo Geo games are absolutely identical in every way, the arcade and the home versions. But that's really not true. There are subtle differences, almost imperceptible differences in some of the graphics. I've read that in certain cases there will be just slightly more graphics in the arcade versions. Like if there's a trail of flames coming out of something, then there'll be 10 sections of flame in the arcade game and 8 sections of flame in the US version. Now they are the same games. They are the same games, but then when they're in their hardware, then they respond in the way that they can with the hardware. Also, you know, the elephant in the room is that you're playing on a television set. You know, you're not using the crystal clear RGB, you know, higher frequency arcade monitor in your house. So when you bought an AES system, it's playing through your television, and televisions do not look as good as arcade monitors. Arcade monitors are incredibly clearer and cleaner and just all around better looking than a television. A television has like a comb filter going on the front. It has usually a lower standardized frequency for viewing. Oftentimes they are fuzzier or brighter or have luminescence problems. They are lower quality, lower grade viewing experience than an arcade monitor, which is meant to be serviced, that can last for 30, 40, 50 years and stuff, and yielded a better looking image. You can see scan lines in an arcade monitor. Okay, so the whole argument that a AES system is identical to an MVS system does not stand. Also, the games were programmed to say press start instead of insert coin, and subtle differences like that. Not that you weren't getting the absolute closest thing to an arcade at home experience that you could get with a Neo Geo. That's absolutely true. You were getting the closest, highest quality arcade at home experience that a person could possibly expect to receive. But we're talking about a $1,500 to $2,000 arcade machine versus a $700 or $800 home system. The arcade machines often could hold up to 6 cartridges in the machine and then let you select from a menu. You can work on an arcade machine more easily. You can access the PC board. You can change parts if you need to. You can change the switches on the controllers more easily. It is entirely more serviceable. So if you had enough money to buy an AES and to buy several games, then you were really close to having enough money to just having a Neo Geo stand-up arcade machine just put in your house. So, you know, there was an air of illogical endeavor in that. You know, like, why would SNK do that? Now, if they could give you a Neo Geo for $400, oh yeah, it's better. But it wasn't just that you were paying $700 for that system or more. Every game was between $100 and upwards of $300 a cartridge. So it was the same. Like if I went ahead and bought a Neo Geo stand-up arcade machine and I got a 4-slot or a 6-slot, and it's standing up in my home, and then I am looking through, you know, the dealer catalogs and stuff, I'm paying the same for the cartridges. You know, I'm paying $200 and $300 per cartridge, and then I'm starting up my machine, and they have a memory card slot. And so if I save my high score to a memory card, I can take that out and put it in an AES system, or vice versa. It was a very integrated, professional level experience, just wholly isolated. And I won't say lackluster, but I don't know, it kind of was, it had a cheesiness to it. So later on, when the Sega CD came out, they could have made much, much better versions of Neo Geo games. And I'm sure that whoever was programming them probably knew this, but they have, you know, agreements. They make agreements, and someone out there said, oh, no, you can do this with it, but don't do this. And because the Sega CD has hardware scaling. There's no excuse at all for the Sega CD to not have scaling graphics in Samurai Showdown, because it doesn't cost them anything. You know, it's the hardware's handling it. So they could just have, and the CD can hold that size of sprites. So again, there's really no excuse for them to not have a near identical port of Samurai Showdown for the Sega CD, just with loading times and less color. But then that really would make a better, fiscally far better approach than trying to buy an $800 cartridge-based system and then paying $200 or $300 for that specific, extremely popular game. So yeah, and so, you know, I mean, it goes all the way back to Coleco. People were saying that Coleco hobbled Donkey Kong so that people would buy their up-and-coming ColecoVision system, which had a superior version of Donkey Kong than anything else, even home computers had at that time. And the developers say, in retaliation, that it was more because of the lack of ROM space and the limitations of the hardware that led to that version of the game. But then I'm talking fast forward, you know, up to the early 90s, when I'm sure the developers were kind of recovering from that lack of the hardware present. Because originally the Mega Drive and the Genesis were slated to have a scaler chip. They were to have scaling hardware, so they were going to have a chip that would scale sprites, just native. And they said, let's throw that out, it's no big deal. And I think that was a terrible idea, because the Sega Genesis could have had native scaling, and then their whole spectrum of games could have been different. That free scaling allows more use of the ROM space for graphics. And I've said this a handful of times now, when you're having to draw every distanced facet of an object that's going to be a sprite on the screen, each image is going to take up its own space in ROM. So it would make way more sense to have the largest, cleanest of that image and then just have it scaled on the screen. Then you can have, you know, so if you have, you know, 5 or 6 different images so it can appear to scale, well, now you're having one image, which means 4 of those images aren't needed. That's room for more graphics. So it would have been a really great idea to have the ability for scaling on the original Sega Genesis Mega Drive. That it was included in the Sega CD should have really been a call for them to use it as much as they possibly could. Like instead they're going, oh, we got low color, we got 64 color screens, and then the whole world wants FMVs. But they could have said, oh, but you know, we're eccentric, we're Sega, what do we do best? Some of these arcade games that are scalers. They could have had Outrunners that actually look like the arcade game. They could have redone all of their other games that used scaling and put them on the Sega CD. So it was really kind of in retrospect, it was a very potent missed opportunity that they didn't do that. It would have been a fan service. Okay, so we've seen a few of these games. I've kind of veered off and rambled a little bit here, more than what I planned on doing. So we've got, you know, the Terminator had a Sega CD game. There's WWF Rage in the Cage. Wheel of Fortune, I've got that one. And of course, any game show is going to be dated. They're not going to be asking any questions that are beyond their ability from their time period. Soul Feast, Android Assault, Sylpheed, which I think was, oh no, it was Soul Feast that was a pack-in. I've got a lot of Sega CDs here. There's so many of them. If I go through them all, it would be a 24-hour long video. Now I found later, these were two I downloaded and turned into discs, Sonic Mega Mix, which I think was a fan project, and Super Strike Trilogy, which was a later release that was, I don't think it came here. Super Strike Trilogy is all of the, like Desert Strike, Jungle Strike, Urban Strike, Nuclear Strike, whatever, and then Sonic Mega Mix I think has all the Sonic games on one disc. BC Racers, Samurai Showdown, which I talked about. I think they do have Earthquake in that game. Joe Montana, NFL Football. Link's The Challenge of Golf. So many. I got so many games. Let's see here. Revengers of Vengeance, which is a fighting game with the appearance of a role-playing game. Shadows of Beast 2. One of the best Shadow of Beast if you like those games. I backed up my Wing Commander CD. Jaguar XJ220, that's a racing game, much like the Lotus games. Ninja Warriors. Rise of the Dragon. Rise of the Dragon's another FMV, but still adventure. Night Trap, 32X CD. I think I might show that one next. Eye of the Beholder, which I think is AD&D role-playing. Dungeon Explorer, a really solid version of Dungeon Explorer, which also had a presence on the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16. Dark Wizard and Devastator, which are both pretty good games. Dark Wizard's got some role-playing aspects, isometric view if I remember correctly. Devastator's a side-scrolling mech combat kind of cheesy game. It's really not that great. It's okay. Could have been better. Okay, so next up will be Night Trap 32X. Now this is bordering on VCD quality. VCD was just a hair below DVD in visual quality, as it used CDs.
I'm Sims, Scat Team Commander, Scat Mission 230. 5 teenage girls on their way to a weekend house party at the old Lakeshore Winery house of Mr. and Mrs. Victor Martin. And their 2 children, Jeff and Sarah. Your mission, protect those 5 girls from whatever happened to another bunch of teenagers. They disappeared after spending a night at the Martins. Last night, one of our agents got into the house and found a weird security system. Hidden cameras in almost every room and a series of traps. Our agent spliced an override into the security system, enabling you to control the cameras and the traps with this remote unit. The traps are protected with an access code. They won't work unless you enter the right code. Right now, that code is set at blue, and you have control of the traps. But anyone inside that house can change that code at any time. So listen in. Our override cable is here, in the back hallway. If anyone disconnects it, you lose control, for good. This is my attack squad. And that's Kelly, one of my best undercover agents. She'll be arriving with the rest of the girls. I'm putting her life and the lives of those other girls in your hands. Don't even think of messing up. If you don't have the brains or the guts for this assignment, give the controls to someone who does. The girls should be pulling into the driveway. You're wasting time. Get over there now. Looks like you're not up for this mission. Ruby.
Okay.
Which one? You got about 1 million of them. Back off, face. You just gotta be glad.
So this is just a higher color version of the Sega CD game.
I can tell this is
And it does look better than the Sega CD. The Sega CD has less color and less animation, less frames.
Not to come. Oh, no way.
And you're supposed to go through the rooms to view what's going on in each room. And these little, like, there we go, bad guys. You're supposed to stop them.
I want you to meet Cindy. Hi.
Which, I don't know, it's been so long since I've played this, honestly. I barely even remember how to do this. But suffice to say, it looks considerably better than the Sega CD version of the game. As you can see already, if you've ever seen the Sega CD version, this has more color, it looks better. Okay. Alright, now we have Nick here to try out the Menacer.
Okay. Buttons. Pushing all the buttons.
You might be too close. I don't know. We might not be getting much out of this. We'll see. Oh, I'll try. I think one of the controllers is hooked up, but I'm not seeing where it is. This might need to be scooted forward. I've got this. Now the Menacer uses a sensor and 6 rounds of AAA batteries, which you load into the back, much like a like bullets. Okay, that didn't do anything.
Is it on?
Okay, point at the screen, I guess, and push one of the front buttons. There you go. It should be maybe the bottom front button. Start. Yeah. Nothing?
Nothing.
We're gonna try again. Try now. Could be the brightness of the screen, so I'll try to turn the brightness up. It also could just be that doesn't work. It's been sitting in storage for a while, so we're going to give this a try. Okay, we're trying this out. Binocular off, yeah. There we go. Adjust aim. Test aim. There you go. Okay, here you go.
Oh boy.
Now, this is an extremely accurate light gun. That's something I can definitely hand to the Menacer. It's extraordinarily accurate.
What does it need? Let's see.
I think you point at the power bar to recharge. Yep. I noticed that when I was adjusting the brightness for the TV, the remote control was actually affecting the game. So this is a remote control, only it is sensed and points at different parts. How accurate is it?
Pretty good.
Yeah. So Nick's aiming using the justifier. We don't have the stock on. He's got it just in single hand.
Punisher?
No.
Not Punisher.
The Menacer, that's what I meant, not the justifier, yeah. Justifier are the ones that look like revolvers. There's a blue and kind of a pink one, and they're based on the arcade, the really heavy, thick plastic arcade ones that were like merged to the cabinet with like a metal phone cord, so they could. This room's really small, so it's kind of hard to even do this because you're supposed to be so far away from the screen. Yeah, 8 feet. There's not 8 feet in this room. I don't even know what I'm shooting. Let me see. So yeah, this would be ideal in a room with lots of space, like my arcade room, where you could literally stand 8 feet away from your TV. But I've got about, I don't know, 4 feet at the very most between me and the screen. It works though. My son liked it, and he went to go play his VR though. So there's also, let's see if I can even get this to pause. There we go. There are a handful of games out for it. There are roughly as many games for the Menacer as there were for the other light guns out there, like the Justifier and stuff like that. There are as many for the Justifier, for the Sega Genesis, as there were for like the PlayStation 2 or whatever. But this one had a few games that would work for it. I think there were a couple games that were also compatible with both, but not many. At the time, we had a lot of FMV in the shooting games, like Mad Dog, McCree, Mad Dog 2, Lethal Enforcers, and they were basically just clips of video, and then you shot, and then it would show like a different scene where that character died. And if they shot at you, then it would show a scene where you died, stuff like that. I'm sure they were complicated to make, but like Lethal Enforcers, it was more like, they captured the graphics of people doing things and then put them over a photorealistic background. So depending on how the game was presented, like games like Terminator 2, that was really, really good. Even for the Sega Genesis, Terminator 2 was an extremely fun light gun game. Where if you have enough room, which I don't in this room, you can shoot a whole bunch of monsters. Now in that game, they allowed you to use a controller as the second player, so you could aim the reticle using the controller, but the light gun was considerably faster. So yeah, it works well though. Next up, I'm going to show a few more Sega CD games before I get over into the 32X games, and I'll be done with this. This video is probably going to have to be broken into 2 or 3 videos because of how big it's getting. I found a cartridge that I forgot. Again, this one is Dune, Battle for Arrakis. Probably one of the 4 fathers of strategy building games. This had an Amiga and PC version, but of course I'm going to think this one's better. No loading times, big splashy graphics. You can play it on your TV. So let's see here. While I was setting all this stuff up, that's the 3 families from the Dune story. My EverDrive decided to die on me, and I've had it since like maybe 2012 or 2011, like right when they first started rolling out, and it just crapped out on me today. I was actually loading the bin for the Japanese BIOS for the CD player, and I've done it several times before. I mean, it's no big deal. And this time when I loaded it, it went black. The screen went black, and then the cartridge wouldn't work after that. And I've looked up how to deal with it. I tried everything. Nothing's working, so it's officially dead. Now this game starts out really easy. You basically just harvest spice to begin with, and it's not difficult. The first level doesn't let you build all of the things, but eventually you can build all kinds of stuff. So here I have my construction zone. I've got my people here. Now the sand gets frequented by sandworms, which will kill you. They'll just eat you. When they see it, they say that there's worm sign. So you can just kind of get this guy to go out here real quick, and that's the melange, the spice must flow. So now I'm going to build a platform and a second platform. Someone just died. Oh wait, it's a bad guy. Bad guys are already attacking me. I think it's the Conan or the Ardos. There's a trick in this game where you can actually run over bad guys with your harvester, and it costs you nothing. So once you learn that, you can creatively use harvesters to destroy the bad guys. Now you have to have these, and you basically want to build a area to send harvesters from. That's the refinery. First you want to lay down a foundation though. If you don't, then nothing will work right. Okay. Oh, now I already messed up by spending too much. I think I bought one too many of those. Okay, so I can't complete this. Restart mission. But I've played this game for hours and hours and hours on end. I've beaten it with the Atreides family. My son played as the Harkonnen. He thought that they were cool because they're the bad guys with lots. Basically, they're just more aggressive. And in the real show, and the movie, the series, the books and stuff, the Harkonnen are different. The technology is different. And the Harkonnen are who are currently ruling Arrakis. Okay, so basically I'm doing this to get everyone out of the way of where I'm going to build. And I'll just be really conservative here for a moment because I need to get the harvester out there. Okay. So now I'll get my refinery built, and now I'll have enough to send out a harvester. So now he drops off the harvester, and he's probably, yeah, okay, he's going straight towards the nearest spice area. Now when you see worms, you'll see this little pattern going around. I don't know why that just happened. I need him to go here. Yep, there we go.
Reporting. Acknowledge.
And then you can shoot at the worms, and I think you can kill them, but it doesn't help really. The best thing to do is pay very close attention around your harvester, and then if you see a worm anywhere near it, just run as fast as you can. In the story, they are excited by vibration, and so the Fremen actually have ground pounders that attract the worms, and they ride on them. They ride on these worms that are bigger than like a small city. They're so gigantic that they're insanely gigantic. They'll swallow up harvesters and stuff. I think they somehow are involved in the process of creating the spice. So they are infinitely important. Once the harvester gets back, then we'll have a bunch more resources to create things. So let's click him. He's almost done. He will return automatically once it's full, but you do want to watch him because a worm will just appear suddenly and eat your harvester, and that sets you back considerably. Now, at first when I played this, I was just like, okay, what is this? And then I started getting into it, and it is one of the best. Now, when they made Doom 2000, it's the exact same game, only with 3D graphics. And it's got cutscenes. What's his name? John Rhys Mayer, or the guy who played Gimli and was Indiana Jones' best friend in the movies and stuff. He's in it. Some other stars are in it too. I think people had faith in the Dune franchise, and so it drawed in some stars. Like the series had a lot of stars. Susan Sarandon was the leader of the Ordos, and well, the guy who played the new Professor X, who was in lots of other movies before, he was the son who ended up being the Emperor, like the god worm. He gets morphed into this worm being. So now we've got 930, and I can start making more stuff. I need one more wind trap. And it's kind of a good idea to surround your base until you can start building turrets and obstacles. It's kind of smart to block your main unit here with stuff. So it helps to build things around it, because their goal is to destroy your little construction yard there. Once they do that, the game's over. And your goal in this first level is to get, I think, 2,000 units of melange harvested. And so now, the darker the orange, the more concentrated it is. So you can see this is just the surface spice. It's not as concentrated, so you don't get as much, and it takes longer. So you want to send people out once you get enough people to hunt down more. And like I said, right now you can't use all of the different cool things that you can build. Not yet, anyway. In the later levels, the game's considerably more difficult, and you can get more stuff. I'm moving him closer to the drop-off zone so that he can run from worms if he has to. And he's almost full again. Now you can make this level take as long as you want, or you can finish it, in no time at all. If you use up the spice, then you'll make make it take longer. So here we go. And let's see. And there aren't many things really to build yet. So you have to repair things too. See, that's been slightly damaged. So I'll fix it. It's not much. And then this one, nope, it's not damaged at all. And I don't know about my yard. Let's see if that's... Yeah, it's got just a hair of damage there. Nothing. And that's fine too. So I'm dropping off the units. Now the mission's over. So it was 1,000. It was 1,000 units of spice. The game is fun and it's extremely addictive. And later on, you can hire the Fremen and have them go do missions. You can try to assassinate one of the bad guy leaders. You can get all kinds of cool stuff. It unlocks stuff. You get turrets, missile launching posts, walls, and just a whole bunch of other cool stuff. You can get like a headquarters that will give you access to higher efficiency, like radar sweeping technology. You can unlock more of the map. You can have barracks that will train soldiers. You can have vehicle assembly yards that will make a whole bunch of different vehicles. You can make the three-wheelers. You can make rolling tanks. You can make siege tank kind of vehicles. It's just all kinds of cool stuff like that. Now, this is more like some of the book interpretations of the characters than the movie. Whereas the Sega CD game is based very much on the movie. This one is more like a, kind of a universal representation of the background of the story, where there's the three families that are trying to control Arrakis. And this is an excellent video game. I love it. I don't think it came out for Super Nintendo. I know it came out for Amiga because I owned it. I had the box game for Amiga. I sold an Amiga recently for like $1,000, and it was an incredible system though. It was worth more than that. But it was an Amiga 2000, or actually an Amiga 2500, and it had I had upgraded it to a higher processor, faster processor. I put the most RAM I could put in it. I had a BIOS switcher, hard drive, CD-ROM, a internal and external floppy drives. I had a graphics card that could convert to monitor, like VGA monitor. I also had TV out, so I could run it through a television at the same time, and stereo sound hooked up, and I just had a lot of fun with it. But I kind of needed the money at the time. Sometimes I'm getting ready to sell a bunch of things. I'm selling some guitars. I have like almost 30 guitars, and I don't need all of them, and so I'm selling some of my more collectible guitars to try to get some money. I'm selling a whole bunch of extremely rare, valuable comic books that I've collected up. So, I need money, and I'm the stay-at-home parent, so watching kids, cooking and cleaning. I put them to bed, I wake them up, send them out to school, I do the dishes, I cook their dinners, I make their lunches for school. I hang out and watch them all the time. I watch the house all the time, and it's not a paying job, so if I need extra money, if I need money, I need to sell my own belongings. But anyway, that's beside the point. This game's awesome. I recommend it. Okay, so I was going to show Sengoku Densho, but that was the game I needed to load the Japanese Sega CD BIOS to play, because it didn't want to run. It was going into my music mode on the Sega CD, and I thought I remembered loading the BIOS bin automatically with my EverDrive. I'm sure that's what I did before. When I went to do that, it killed my EverDrive, which is now broke, so I can't show this game. So I wanted to show it because it's really great. So look it up if you want to see a cool Sega CD game. It's called Sengoku Densho, short Sengoku for short, and I think that's just what they called it for the Neo Geo, was just Sengoku. So rather, I will show something else super cool. Gonna look through my stacks here. We'll go ahead and check out Fatal Fury Special for the Sega CD. Later on, we'll be showing that for the PC Engine arcade card.
Fatal Fury Special!
Wow. Love this game. Now, this is not the same as the cartridge game. Sometimes, like with Batman Returns, it's basically the same, but then they added that extra driving level. This is a different game. Different graphics. I really love Mai Shiranui. I found out when I was looking up information that she actually has pyrokinesis, and it made me think that I hadn't really thought about that, like whether these characters, what kind of abilities they had. You know, and I kind of realized, well, you know, the Hadouken is kind of a psychic attack. Some of the attacks are, you know, impossible, like the rising tackle or spinning bird kick. Like, they've had guys on videos doing certain moves, like the dragon uppercut, or like the whirlwind kick, or the, you know, the rapid kick like Chun-Li. Some of the moves are rooted in like something real, but the rising tackle is impossible. I didn't see anybody do a rising tackle. Rising tackle. Now, I guess Terry Bogard was going to be a Street Fighter 2 character. I think I said this earlier. But they left him out. I'm eating pistachios. So, love this game. Plays great. Looks really good. Nice sounds like he's saying, "Allow me." But yeah, I've just been having stuff fall apart. My my EverDrive broke. The 32 gigabyte card that I used to record videos, it broke. I'm just happy that it broke after I uploaded my last card full of video for this series. But and I had a backup one, but I was using it for my camera. Everything falls apart. And I'm digging through all my belongings. I have to sell my belongings. I've been a stay-at-home dad for like almost 17 years now. I cook and clean and take care of kids. I wake them up in the morning, send them to school. I cook dinner for them, watch them all the time, watch the house every day all the time. I make lunches for their school. I put them in bed. You know, it's a full-time job, and I don't get paid. I don't get paid for it. I don't know how many housewives or house husbands get paid. So if I want anything, I have to sell my belongings. So I'm selling old comic books, and I'm selling some guitars. I have a ton of guitars. And I don't know if they're slightly smaller in the background or not. I guess it might be scaling, but if it is, it's so small I can barely, my eyes aren't like, I can't tell. I can't tell either way. But yeah, this was a great one. I love it.
Fatal Fury
Got some cool air blowing in the window. I think we're going to get rain. I hope so. So, Aaron put a big wadded up blanket out in front of our porch for the cat, Scrimbo. So he's been out there sleeping on it, and he's like making biscuits on it and stuff. He's really happy that he's got that blanket. So today I went down there and gave him a pile of catnip, and he was just digging into that. He's a good cat. Sometimes he'll climb the house and go up to the window of my office up on the second floor, and he'll visit me. I open the window and talk to him and stuff. Kind of surprised it hasn't shown my Sharanui yet. But yeah, I'm selling an Angel of Death 2 by Dean. It's the Dave Mustaine Signature Edition Zero guitar. I'm selling a Dean Zone 2 Custom. It's purple. And a Jackson Dinky. People always ask you, I put a lot of all four guitars. I have a fourth guitar that's got star inlays. And pretty good price, $1,000 for all four guitars, which is great considering that the Zero's worth $600 or $700. The Zone 2 is worth between $500 and $700. So you're basically getting two guitars at their cheapest, and then two free guitars. And but I keep getting people asking if I'll accept, or how much I want for just one of the guitars. And I've got this up for sale as a lot. So instead of telling them that I won't separate it, I'm being creative. And so the last person said, how much just for the Jackson, right? Which a Jackson Dinky you can get for about $150. It's the cheapest guitar in the lot. Although I've done a complete setup on it. It's had a fret job done. And, you know, if setup is not cheap, especially if it needs fretwork, it could be $100 to $200 to get your guitar good and playable. And I put custom knobs on it. And I answered him, it's a great deal. I said the Jackson is a great deal for only $1,000, but you get 3 other guitars too. Great deal. So yeah. And I have some comic books that are priceless. You can't get them anymore. Hopefully, I can, well, I consider them priceless because you can't get them anymore. They're probably worth at least $100 to $200 a piece in the set. Have some graded comics that are worth $100 or so. My goal is to get enough money to buy a car or a motorcycle so I can try to get a job. Alright. I'll allow you. It says MVS down there. I don't know if that means that it's going to play like the arcade. There she is. Best character in the game. Wow. And it's got Big Bear. Why not? And he's got all these animals like sheep back there. I can only assume he's either eating them or something. I hope he's eating them. Not really though, I'm a vegan, so I don't eat animals. But oh, and it doesn't show them back there. But it does look like he's got some Harleys back there. There we go. Oh goodness. trying to do a move. I don't think Big Bear was in. I might be wrong, but I don't think he's in the cartridge. And there's no people or animals here. So I think they even have the people and the animals in the cartridge, in the Sega cartridge version. I can't play right. I can't talk and think and play all at the same time. So yeah, I don't know why they didn't show her. So next up, I'll show off another couple Sega CD games. Okay, we're playing Metalhead on the 32X. We went ahead and got into 32X games. Nick's here trying out the game. Now this is a texture-mapped polygonal mech game. It kind of shows you that the 32X could do the stuff that was about to come out in the future on the PlayStation and on all those other systems. And it's a pretty good game. That looks like the ship from Phantom Menace, what you just shot. The droid army hover tanks. Something's shooting missiles actually. Now it says chain gun. I think you can pick different weapons. Probably with your top buttons.
Cannons. Oh, I hit that dude. This game's super cool. I don't like the turning. It's super slow though.
Well, try a button. There might be a button you can push to speed up.
Oh yeah, there is. Okay. Oh wow, you can speed through this.
Now you just shot a missile at that guy, I think.
There's people from behind. Whoa!
So this is a cartridge. So if you could imagine what the 32X could have done if people would have just kept making games for it, cartridge and CD games, they could have done a lot of games that were like PlayStation games. It just never got to see its full potential. And this was I think it was a relatively early 32X game.
I actually kind of love this game. I like the music. You shoot mechas.
Yep. Doesn't that look like kind of like one of the hover tanks from Phantom Menace?
Is that actually, that is. Just kind of wasn't attacking.
I think I don't know if you can change the camera, but you might be able to change the camera. Yeah. So now you're looking at your ship. Side camera, that one was. So whatever camera button you push, maybe if you press that and up, then you'll be, or back or something. Try to get it towards right behind him, like third person.
Where's that? Okay, somewhere.
Here's to your right. Back there. That way to the left. There.
Wow, that dude's so big. That dude's probably the boss. Oh, I beat him.
I think it just said chain gun.
It did, because you can switch. This game is so cool.
No, I know I had Doom for the 32X, but now I'm having a hard time finding it. And you know, I did have to get some games out of the arcade machines downstairs, so I'm sure I've got it somewhere.
Hold on, I want to see what this thing on the ground does. Nothing.
It gave me an idea though. I have these blank Sega Genesis cartridges for programming, and you can flash a program onto them. And I have a few of them. I might try to see if you can flash a 32X game onto them. Like maybe put Doom on one of those. should work.
This is cool. It has great music. It's 3D.
Yeah.
It's like it uses the same thing that Doom uses.
Yeah. Well, it seems that, you know, the levels aren't as complex as Doom. Like, there's not drop-offs or, like, stuff to go up. But it does look as good with the texture mapping. And what we're looking at here is texture map polygons. So, I mean, it's 3D texture map polygons. And it's the walls, the floor, and of course it should be able to handle that because it can play Doom. So it shouldn't have any problem, you know, playing Doom.
Where did he go? He ain't here. He's just gone. One second, let me check something. Oh, did I kill him? I think I probably killed him. I don't know what happened to my map, but it's gone. Wait a minute. It's over here. Wow, it even makes, like... Okay, can't go in the alleyways.
Grenade cannon.
Got him.
So this was probably one of the closest semblances of a Saturn game for the 32X. The Saturn obviously was more powerful, but the 32X had its strengths. It could play cartridges, meaning that they could make smaller games. I don't know, CDs are cheaper though. I just think the 32X CD should have been used a lot more. Like,
mission complete.
Hey, alright. Like, they could have made a system that was, you know, like a Genesis with 32X and CD all in one, with a cartridge port and a CD player, and then make it to where they make a ton of Sega 32X CD games.
Stage 1. Mission 2.
They could have done a lot of great games with the 32X CD. Just cheaper to make CDs.
Stationary mech under maintenance in the area.
That dude looks so weird.
Trap.
Yeah. Oh boy, enemy this way. Oh, he's up in the sky. Okay, here one. Oh, I got him. It's so cool, he just falls. This is actually a great game, I recommend. Ooh, satisfying, just killed a whole bunch of enemies. Enemies.
So next up, you can keep playing this, that's fine. Next up we'll do Motocross. Alright, now we've got Doom for the 32X. The controller's right there. Yep. Nick, hurt. Hey, not too rough. Okay. I figured you'd pick I'm Too Young to Die. Now it's got strafe and run and switch weapons, open doors.
Yeah, let's see. Let's run.
It does not have circle strafe, I don't think.
Strafe. Okay.
Now people were complaining that because this game is missing the third episode, but I mean, how many people ever even make it to the third episode? I don't think most people ever even get past the first episode in this game. But it does have, I think, all of the first and second episodes it looks phenomenally better than the Super Nintendo game in that it has floors and ceilings. It does have a border, and I think somebody online has since made a hacked version of this for the 32X that doesn't have the border, and it plays well. So
I might just run.
I think they could have probably done this without the border and it still would have been okay. Now, back in the day, this game at the most would run 25 frames a second. And that'd be on a Pentium or a really souped up like 486. But for the most part, 486s didn't run it very well. This game sold Pentiums because, you know, it was made when everyone had 386s and 486s, and so people wanted to be able to play Doom, but to really play it, you had to upgrade to a Pentium, and so that sometimes people had to buy, you know, had to buy a whole new main board or a whole new system, or at the very least a new processor. Now I have a Pentium 2, and I have a 486, and of course, this runs, with the slightly smaller screen, runs considerably faster than a 486, but it does not run as well as a Pentium 2. On the Pentium 2, it runs 25 frames a second, full screen, super smooth, has really good sound. Now, people complained that the sound in this, the music wasn't great. I think it sounds fine. I don't have a problem with it at all. I love this game. I really like the 32X version of the game. At the time, it was the best cartridge version of Doom because there were only 2 cartridge versions of Doom then. There was the Super Nintendo and the 32X. But then the Jaguar version came out, and even though it was bigger and faster and better all around, it had no music during the levels. And, you know, I'm one of those people where I don't want to demystify a game, but the music really matters. The music is a big part of the experience. If you played Super Mario Brothers right now, but it was playing totally different music, then the game wouldn't feel right. Music is in the background, and it makes you kind of feel a certain way when you're playing the game, but people often ignore the overall importance of music to the experience. And I guess the person that programmed it for the Jaguar didn't really know how to get music to play during the gameplay. So the only time you hear the Jaguar's sound chip playing Doom music is in between levels, and it sounds really, really good. So that was a sad thing to not have that music playing during the game. But the Jaguar plays great. Jaguar controllers really suck. So the 32X has way better controllers, pending you're playing it with a 6-button pad, which, you know. See, I don't see why people think that having to get a 6-button pad is such a big deal when it's, you know, essentially the same price as a cheap game. And when you get it, then all the fighting games have 6 buttons. I mean, that's what you're going to use from that point on for your games, is the 6-button pad. So there's a big improvement. But, and I'll always like the 6-button pads better than the Super Nintendo pads. I just think they're categorically better gamepad.
I love this game. Ooh, chainsaw. I actually really like this for the Sega Genesis.
Yeah, well, this is the 32X version of it. Now, someone has actually made Doom for the Sega Genesis, okay? But, and I mean just for the Sega Genesis, not 32X. But what they did was they used the new EverDrive cartridge. I think it's called like the Mega EverDrive or something like that. Or the EverDrive like X5 or X10. It's got some name, but it's better than a normal EverDrive. And what it does is it lets you play ROMs that are bigger than what any of the game cartridge ROMs were. So when you have the little chip that the game is flashed to, it has a certain amount of memory that it can take up. And with that cartridge, you can have very, very large games. So because of that, they made Doom, and I think Doom 2, for the Sega Genesis. And it's great. I mean, it looks marvelous. It looks really super good. And it just proves that the Sega could handle it. It doesn't look this good, but I think it is bigger screened. Or at least it doesn't have the border rock looking stuff. I'll have to show you later. Now, I only have the normal EverDrive cartridge. And it will play like Master System and 32X games and Sega Genesis and Mega Drive games. Shows you how far out that explosion reaches. It's kind of an educational moment there because you realize that that thing blowing up actually covers a lot of area.
I like this because it auto aims. You know, you don't need to aim.
So yeah, I love Doom. I played it when it first came out. I had it for my computer, I had a 46 SLC, but I had a special graphics card, a Visa Local Bus card, and it would play this fast. It would play it fast enough. Of course, later on I got a better computer. And
It's over here. Oh, yeah.
shoot, shoot, shoot. Now, there's a barrel there close to the edge. Those guys will just clip you down, though, from the edge if you're not careful. And you can get in there later. At the very end of this hallway is a hidden door with, or no, it's a different one. It's a rocket launcher somewhere. I don't think it's there. No, it's a different place. There's a guy behind you. Oh no, there isn't. Oh, it's because it's on take it easy mode. I always play it on Hurt Me Plenty, right in the middle. There they are. And it didn't get dark.
Yeah. I always hated it when it got dark in this level.
I always thought there was a secret panel right there.
Here?
Yeah, up against the wall right there. Like if you hit it, yeah. I think that did something somewhere else.
Oh yeah, isn't that the, like, bridged chain gun or something?
Maybe. Now, I played this so much that all of the secrets became automatic. I would just rip through it and, okay, right there, go back. Right, try that, right there. No? No? Okay, never mind.
What about right here?
Somewhere else.
Oh, I forgot that's the button. Shoot. I'm gonna go all the way back. Check to see if that actually did.
No, not yet. It's someone don't fall in it. It's a different thing that turns that on, I think. I love this game though, it's fun. Now I used to play this and your mom would watch and she was scared of this game. And like she'd jump and stuff like that and I'd play it. It was adorable.
Alright, time for a big fight.
So we were going to do the motocross game, and we'll do that later. We'll do that after this. So after Doom will be motocross. Now this is a 3 megabyte game. It takes up 3 megabytes. So You know, just let that kind of settle in. We're talking about a game that was like, I think 11 or 12, maybe 14 megabytes on a computer hard drive. And they, you know, condensed all of that into 3 megabytes. That's a feat to be able to do that. And they had to condense it for the Super Nintendo as well, drastically. But yeah, it is not the 100% full-size game of Doom, though. And people have complained about it. They've said that this game sucked. I've heard lots of bad stuff about it. There's rockets. Oh yeah. You can get a rocket launcher later. Behind you. Right there, maybe? No. I think, I might be wrong, but I think you hit it and then run the other way. There, now run that way as fast as you can.
What?
It's gonna, you're too late.
Oh, so.
But yeah, you have to wait till it resets. Then you hit it, run. There.
Oh God! Oh.
Rock. No, don't fire it.
I'm not.
It will kill you.
I know.
Shoot that close to a wall, then you will die instantly.
Yeah.
So you want to switch to a different gun, probably. There you go. Wait. Back up. Go hit that. Hit that. So yeah, this game is so much fun.
Soul Sphere.
That's wait, on the other side of that was, I think, that room, if I'm not mistaken. I have so much fun playing this game. Yeah, you can jump down there and it's that room.
You don't take fall damage.
No, unless you fall into something like lava or acid or whatever, then But yeah, I mean, people complain about this game. I really loved it back in the day. I'm not so picky, you know, I'm not such a critic, but I do love this game. So next will be Motocross. Alright, here we have a Motocross Mania. Kind of a, I don't know, not well known 32X game. And, you know, as much as these games usually bite, this one's not as bad as the Jaguar one, which was nearly unplayable. I mean, it scrolls fast enough and smooth enough to tell what's going on. But, you know, these games are it's a Motocross Championship, there we go. They're inherently flawed in that they're using, you know, kind of a pseudo 3D, like, well, I mean, it's laid out 3D, you know, like Mode 7, almost, and it's not bad, but then everything other than that is two-dimensional. So you got your two-dimensional background, you've got your two-dimensional objects on the side of the road, signs and hay bales and things like that, and then of course every motocross competitor is a two-dimensional sprite, and this gives kind of the effect of as you can see, there's like 1 or 2 frames for the bike turning, and so I don't know, it has that artificiality of being a 3D game with two-dimensional sprites everywhere, and that was commonplace amongst these titles. It's forgivable. Now I think this is actually, someone had fun playing this. I don't usually play Motocross Championship games. Now we have split screen. Yeah, it's got voice samples. This is, of course, a 32X title. My son really enjoyed Metalhead. So next up we'll show a 32X game that was kind of in the same feel as Echo or other games where you're an animal hero, and it is in this particular game you are a hummingbird, which I'm pretty sure the Japanese word for hummingbird is colibri. So the game is effectively titled Hummingbird. I'm going to turn this sound up here. It reminds me kind of some of the later Amiga games, the way the music is. Also the gameplay, it's kind of a, well, as you can see, you're a hummingbird that shoots seeking laser blasts out of your brain. So it's, you know, just like any other laser blasting seeking hummingbird shooting game, this one has items that you collect and power up your Vic Viper hummingbird. This game was, I think if I remember correctly, it was late in the life of the 32X, which died young and, you know, ill promoted. But really, the 32X, it was just a shame. You know, it's a call back to the really stupid marketing decisions that Sega was making. It's like, I don't know what was going on there, because this system had so much potential. And really, there was, I'm sure people have seen videos, if you're into this kind of stuff, about the Neptune, which was supposed to be a system that was a Sega with a 32X built in as one unit, and people build them. They're like, oh, let's build a Neptune, and they get this or that Sega case, they get a 32X, they tear it all apart, they fuse the 32X PCB on top of the Sega PCB. They end up with a combo system that appears as a single unit, and that's great and everything, but I think where the hidden strength of the 32X lies is not in its exceptional cartridge games, but actually in the ability to play 32X CD titles, which gives you the 32X and the Sega CD capabilities and the Sega Genesis. It's, you know, a mess of processors. It's 2 RISC chips, 32-bit. It's got the 12 megahertz chip with scaling for the CD. It's got the Sega Genesis 68,000. I mean, it's just it's a myriad of processing. The Z80s on the Genesis, and I think that had Sega just said, okay, we're going to stick with this as long as we can, and kind of ignore the numbers, which no corporation's ever going to do that. They are the most short-sighted individuals, because it's all about the gamble and the money, and as things rise and fall, they jump ship like rats from a sinking ship. So, but if they would have just said, no, we're going to stick to this system, just like with the Jaguar, if they said, no, we're going to stick with this system, we're going to make it run, even if we purge money for a year or so, fans are going to hook up with us. They'll have, if they made just a combo unit, you know, just make a not a Neptune, maybe a Poseidon or something. Make a system that's a 32X Genesis and Sega CD all in one system, and then that would have been awesome. And honestly, I think it would have been a better idea to do that than to go with the Saturn, because the Saturn was niche. It had the Titan cartridges, it had the backdrop of arcade games, but it also had some pretty good two-dimensional, but they weren't prepared for 3D. Anything, in my opinion, anything they did that was really great on the Saturn, they could have done on the 32X with the Sega CD. And then they would have had people that already had the system. Okay, so people that already had the system wouldn't be let down. People would be encouraged to buy the system or to upgrade the systems they had. They could have squeezed, water from the stone for a long time with the Genesis. But once numbers dipped down enough, they all said, oh no, we got to stop. Just like with the Dreamcast. Of course, I kind of think the Dreamcast was already prepared to fail. I think they had made deals with Microsoft, and the Xbox was about to come out. And I truly believe that the original Xbox was, for all intents and purposes, the Dreamcast 2. The first wave of titles were all the sequels of the games that were made popular on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was a Windows certified edition system so that it could go online, and so Microsoft already had their claws in them. Some of the best first fruits of the Xbox were Sega games, and I just think that really the Xbox picked up the ball that the Dreamcast dropped and then ran a massive touchdown with it. I think the original Xbox still is one of the best video game systems ever, and it's such a stark contrast in feel and look and games and library and everything to the competition, to the GameCube and the PlayStation 2. So, but I think really that the 32X with the Sega CD really needed to be used more. They should have made dozens and dozens of games, and they could have had a software division that was doing nothing but cracking out scalers, and people would have went and spent $30 on a scaler. They could have got all of those great super scalers, and with the Sega CD or with the 32X Sega CD, they could have been big hits, I think. So yeah, I hate it. I hate how the corporate aspect of it. That's just like with woke culture today, right? People are complaining about Harley Davidson, and they're saying Harley Davidson went woke, and so everybody's jumping ship. They're blowing up their bikes with cannons. They're shooting their bikes with machine guns. They're tearing the Harley Davidson brand off of it. That brand represents the factory workers more than it does one CEO at the top of a corporate structure. So, that's one CEO who's doing whatever sick, twisted stuff they do is representing that society of the very small percentage of rich people that are making all these decisions, and they have never and will never care about the consumer. It has never been. Their plight has always only been to gain more profits for their corporation and to succeed in getting rich and maintaining their wealth. So that a CEO does something insane, pre-woke culture was just the norm. Like, of course the CEO's doing something stupid. They're making Reese cups cheaper, taste like rubber, and put them in a plastic wrapper instead of paper. They're making Pepsi taste like crap. They're making whatever it is, whatever they can do to make more money. They're taking 5 M&Ms out of the bag, and no one's the wiser, and they save millions of dollars. That's the decisions that they make. So now that the woke culture is happening, if they do anything that's directed radical left, then people are intentionally rejecting them. And I think that it makes us more aware of the huge gap, the disconnect between consumers and CEOs and stuff and marketing, and why these things happen. Because there really was no consumer reason to get rid of these systems or to leave them hanging. The consumer wanted to buy one thing and to get as much use and as much life out of it as they could. And they did that with a Atari 2600. That was a Pong system. And somebody said, hey, let's put cartridges in it. And then every programmer after that was literally dealing with the makeup that was meant to play Pong. 2 paddles, a ball, 2 little missile sprites and an outline kind of background. And then the ingenious idea of bank switching and using cartridges came out, and then they had a run into the 90s. The 2600 did. Yes, Atari rose and fell and rose and fell and dipped and it rised again, and people it got traded hands, it went corporate, it became all kinds of different entities, software and hardware. It got taken over by Trammell, and but it still lasted that long, and regardless of whether it really always was a consumer, a corporate gamble that was really bringing this out, it felt more like they cared about the consumer, because they were always pumping out new stuff and never giving up on you. And if they would have done that with the Jaguar 32X, the Sega CD 32X combos, so many systems, the CDI, then it wouldn't have been so obvious that these guys jump ship once there's any kind of risk involved, Anyway, next game up, I'm going to show one of the most popular games, and I think I've shown this one before in my Master System comparisons, but we're going to show their Afterburner Complete, which is one of the best games for the 32X, probably the best home version of Afterburner. So I've got some bird seed out here. I've been feeding birds again, and I've got a cardinal who's visiting me. This beautiful little male cardinal that's munching up some seeds and chirping at me. I keep telling him though, no, it's not cheap, it's free. Now this is a throwback to the attract mode of the original moving cabinets. Afterburner also had a stand-up cabinet version without the suspended kind of moving cage seat, and it had the hand in front and everything. When you play, of course, that's not there. Now this has massive scaling, beautiful sprites, awesome graphics. This is really just a luxurious Afterburner game. It's so beautiful and perfect. Plays great, looks great, and this really could have been the 32X saying, hey, this is the best stuff. The problem really is right about that time, these things were truly archaic. They had been out for, that says 94, and then it was made in 87. So the game had been out so much and for so long, and it was so permeating, especially the arcade world, that as awesome as this was, it was not new. And so a lot of systems have that problem, is their timing is just the worst thing. But yeah, this has arguably CD quality music. It's a cartridge, of course. It has the best graphics. It has great scaling. The gameplay's excellent. The 32X did have great games. Just way too little, way too late. And they had their Saturn division, and they're saying, nope, we're going all in with the Saturn, which I think was a very bad idea. I think keeping everything going at the same time, especially when the hardware was already out the door, would have been a smarter thing to do. The 32Xs were everywhere. No one was buying them, but they weren't buying them because they didn't want to buy the 32X or because the Saturn was coming out. They weren't buying them because the games weren't there yet. So all they really had to do was wait. And especially as the price would drop on the 32X, more and more titles coming out would have brought more attention to it. But it's just any kind of shaky ground and they all jump. Now on to the Harley thing, you know, I just started looking for a motorcycle, and I want a motorcycle. I'm in my late 40s, and I need a car, and I need a motorcycle to be able to do more stuff. And I had never considered getting a Harley Davidson. It was never even in my mind. It was never on the table. Then, because of all the horror stories, I'd heard so many bad things about Harley Davidsons, like how they're always broken down and people are always working on them, and how they rip you off at the dealerships. Just like it's the whole background is replete with horror stories of Harleys, right? Then I started actually looking at Harleys. I watched videos of Harleys. I learned about the history of them and stuff, and I found a couple of them that I actually really like. And I talk about this on my guitar videos, how I go by aesthetics primarily, because I feel like my desire for aesthetics, a certain aesthetic, also is quality. Like, I look at something and it's beautiful, but it's because I can tell that it's a quality thing, like it's good. So I feel that way about certain Harleys. I look at them and I think that's a good bike. I can just tell, and so that's what I want. And right when I started wanting Harleys, they go woke, they go broke, the CEO's in the crosshairs, people are blowing them up, shooting them with machine guns, tearing off the brandings and complaining. It's just sad. But it feels so weird. I feel like I'm on the top of a mountain and everybody's below me, and they're like zooming in on me. They're watching me, and they realize that they're never going to be up where I am. And it's not that I'm rich or wealthy or successful or anything. It's like isolation. They're never going to know me, is a better way to put it, and I'm never going to know them. But for some reason, they've chosen to just mock me. And if I like something, then it takes a fiery crash into the mountain. It's just how it is. It happens so much that it feels like, a low kilobyte matrix. Like they don't have enough memory to program reality, and so you're getting this endless loop of oh, you like this? Well, look, this is what happened to it. Oh, you like this? Well, this is what happened to it. And it's with everything. There were the sparkling waters that we loved. They tasted just like Coca-Cola, just like Dr. Pepper, just like root beer, but they were just flavored sparkling water. There was nothing bad in them. They were not toxic. They didn't have food colorings or anything. They were just healthy, delicious. They were at Kroger, cheap. We were drinking them all the time for years, right? And one day I started talking about how I would rather drink those than any of the colas because they taste just as good or better than any of those colas and the root beer and all that stuff like that. And then right afterwards, Kroger stopped carrying them and you can't buy them anymore. I mean, it was just like, it was that close. My kids loved them. I drank them all the time. It's not just Harley. It's everything. It's like it happens with everything. I start liking, once I like something, either they destroy it or it gets ruined somehow, or, okay, like if you buy something, you're watching something and you want to buy it, right? And you try to find the best price, and maybe it's something that's $100, and I go, oh wow, this thing's really cool, I want to get it, it's $100. I buy it, and then in the next couple days I see it and it's $75. It's just how it is. It happens literally constantly, like all the time. And as I was talking about earlier, that's how it was when I was 16 and I was working in a record store trying to sell 32Xs. It was the same exact thing. I'm thinking this is the next big thing. Sega fans are going to love it. The games are awesome, and it crashed and burned right in front of my face. So it just happens. It happens. Anyway, so the next one, I'm actually going to show this really popular game, which was supposed to sell the 32X right out the door. Everyone was supposed to want this. Virtua Fighter. Okay, and it's just on a cartridge. All right. Now, of course, this was a incredibly popular arcade game. I don't think Virtua Fighter gets the credit it deserves in being the grandfather of all of the modern fighting games. Like, you know, this was before Street Fighter went 3D, this was before Tekken, this was before any of them. It was basically the model by which all the others would follow. The same kind of cameras, same kind of fighting. Dead or Alive really made it desirable, I think. I think the first Dead or Alive game, especially for the Saturn. But imagine though, you bought this cartridge, you've got Virtua Fighter, then Sega stuck with the 32X and the Sega CD. And then in a couple of years, you got Dead or Alive for the 32X Sega CD. What that would have been like. Texture map polygons, you know, like the arcade. Jiggle physics, stuff like that. And as I'm looking at it now, it really does look great. It's lower polygon than the arcade, but there's a type of softness to the angles that makes it look good. Music's great, it's got voices, gameplay's really good. I mean, you were playing this on a jacked up Sega Genesis. So, you know, you were playing Alex Kidd games and stuff, and then you pop this thing on top. Now you're playing Virtua Fighter, the arcade game. And I had a lot of fun with this back in the day. I played this a lot when I first was playing my 32X, and it was great. You know, AM2 right there on the front. Something we should have been prepared to see over and over again later. And it's a great playing game too, even though, of course, it doesn't look as good as the arcade game. It does look pretty good in comparison. So, okay, next up we're going to do a quick comparison of the final two games before I bring this gigantic video to a close. It's going to have to be at least 2 or 3 separate videos because it's too gigantic. So next up will be the Sega Genesis virtual processor driven virtual racing. And this is a special long cartridge with these extra chips to make it so it can play this. We're going to show this one first. This is the Sega Genesis without a 32X, just with an enhancement chip on the cartridge. So, you know, we're looking at what, a 68,000 with a Z80 and a extra chip. And the extra chip says, okay, I'll handle all the polygon math, and you get this, and it's a solid game. It plays well. It's got the camera angles. It doesn't have as much unlockable stuff. It doesn't have as much bonus stuff as the 32X. So there's a prototype car missing, I think. And I think it would have been really, really neat to see a lot more of these virtual processor games. It just would have been incredible. They could have done it with so many of those 16-bit simulator games like helicopter and flight simulators and stuff that just needed the extra polygon processing. But really, Sega's just trying to show that the Genesis is an exceptional system, and just with this chip to enhance it, it handles this game. Now, I guess I'll give it a try. My glasses broke recently, and so I'm actually kind of having a hard time seeing things. But, okay. That was part of the most awesome part of the virtual racing experience was that you could do these different camera angles while playing. So on the fly, you're switching around angles of the camera to make it, you know, easier to see. Now, people believe that this or that version of the game is better, and there's actually a Sega Ages version of the game that is extremely good. It actually has a higher polygon count than the original arcade game, and I haven't heard people like talk about it much, but it just visually is the best. And of course there are arcade ROM, you know, emulated or whatever versions of the game that look basically just like the arcade, but when you were trying to get an arcade game that used a steering wheel to work properly on your controller-driven game system, you usually end up with some pretty poor translation. I think that the cartridge versions often play better than the later attempts just because of that. They're taking the raw arcade game and then trying to make it work with a Saturn pad or with a, you know, a whatever type of joystick you might be using. I love that this is a Sega Genesis. You know, this no 32X, no anything. Just, you know, Super Nintendo got away with chipping out all their systems. Even the regular Nintendo was loaded with custom mappers to give it better stuff. Usually better sound, but often better graphics. So Sega says, why don't we do that? You know, why don't we do a custom chip? And they end up giving you this, which is incredible. It really is. It's that good. Fifth place, why not? So that was the Sega Genesis cartridge. Next up will be our final game of the series, and that will be 32X Virtual Racing, which you can't see because the light's not on. There we go. Already better music, higher polygon count, smoother frame rate, all around better looking game, better playing game, cleaner. This was a masterpiece for the 32X. It really looks great. What?
Virtual racing.
Sounds like Howie Mandel on crack. Alright, let's see here. We have the prototype car. NASCAR kind of stock car going on. Formula. Why not? Let's be crazy. Great. Huh. Trying to get in the car. There we go. Now, of course, being a low-resolution game, the horizon is not helpful. It just looks like little lines of color off in the horizon. It's hard to judge your turns properly. And the reason I picked manual is because you can effectively engine brake around a lot of these, especially in the earlier levels. And when I get warmed up, I've actually gotten higher, and I've beaten the level a couple times, you know. Not easy, because the first 3 or 4 racers are usually very aggressive. I'm sucking pretty bad in this race. Oh no. So, great looking game, plays great. And thanks for enduring this video if you watched it, or these couple of videos that this will likely become, of my Sega collection sans a handful of CD games.